I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick.
The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so ordinary. You got me kissing the ground, sanctuary.
Yet another rainy morning. I don't know what's going on here in the Philippines, but the wet weather is here. That's for damn sure. It's been raining. The first night, I've been able to do this without AC in my bedroom. Are you kidding me? We just opened the window and had the screen on, of course, close the screen, and no AC. In fact, I didn't even need a fan last night, and that's just amazing in itself. I like the cooler weather, but this is not about the weather, actually. Yeah, I'm up as normal at this time, and that's when I got the peace and quiet to actually do my videos. That's why I do them so early, because I'm up already. But the new social media influencer, Alex Warren, and you've seen a short of mine on Alex Warren, and of course the song The Ordinary seemed to catch on. And that's very interesting about this. I don't know where I got my head in the morning and talk about the music industry and all that stuff, but it's something I've given thought to. And is it more hype? Is it more talent? Is it the voice? Or is it the backgrounds? Or is it the, as with a lot of bands or singers, is it the engineers, the audio engineers? Is it the hype? Is it the lighting? I want to just talk a little about some music this morning, because I do like music, rather than talking about a lot of the bullshit that happens on YouTube. Hey, I'm up, I'm talking, and here I am, and I get up early. But when my brain is nice and fresh in the morning, I like to talk about some stuff that's kind of interesting to talk about, actually, because I like music like a lot of people do. But the question is it the hype? Is it the voice that's really good? Or it's just the sound engineers and all the hype behind the choreography, say, for example, in any band, really. Now, I was, and just in particular, Alex Warren, you're hearing more and more of his music. Mostly it's The Ordinary. It's this one song. He's a guy that's, became a social media phenom with a lot of viewers, millions of viewers. And I've listened to some of his music, and of course his most popular is The Ordinary. The Ordinary is a kind of an inspiration type of songs that he sings. And that's the one hit of his that seems to be catching on pretty well. The guy just overnight, practically in 2025, now worth $10 million. Pretty good. But that's his own investments and so forth too. He's a smart guy. I'm not even sure what country he comes from, actually. Here's my play on this, and on music itself, that people don't realize. I've listened to Alex Warren, but he's just singing to his friends or in public, just not in a concert or something like that. And speaking of the word ordinary, I'm finding that he has an ordinary voice. Yeah, you heard me saying it. I've heard him, but without the background. I noticed that it's the background of nature, and which is very awe-inspiring. I think I'm more drawn. I don't know how you feel about this song, but I feel what gives him depth to his song is the beautiful backgrounds he's always showing on his videos. And that's what I find awe-inspiring. Then I've heard him sing a cappella, and I didn't find anything too, he doesn't have a bad voice, but I didn't find anything too incredible, inspiring about his voice. I really haven't. I hate to say that. Let me give you an example of something. What most people don't know, and I'm not an expert on audio engineering or any crap like that, and nor I am an expert in the music industry, but I have a basic understanding of what creates hype. It's just like, well, I don't want to get into. I was just going to get into something I didn't want to actually, but I'll avoid what I was just going to say, having to do with YouTube here, the genre here. But I noticed one thing. When you're at a concert, for example, you're listening to a concert, what you don't realize is that the choreography and the audio engineers are what make a person or break a person. And you listen to a lot of music these days, if they were just singing a cappella, which means really basically without necessarily the accompaniment of a band or, the choreography and everything, just, and elaborate musical accompaniment, on whatever instruments is going to be involved with the particular song. If you break it apart and you listen to their voices otherwise, it may not be extraordinary. Let me give you an example of something here. You go to a concert or you're listening to something on YouTube, you've seen somebody's, a band who is rather popular. What you don't really see is how you are manipulated by how the music is presented. There's a build-up, there's a build-up in the music, Bruno Mars, for example, does have a good voice. Lady Gaga does have a good voice. We could say that for them. But let's just take one of the songs, the Bruno Mars, his popular song, what is it, To Die For? I forgot the name of the title, which is played all the time. And now, if you ever noticed during this, there's a build-up at one point when he gets to a particular part of the song where all of a sudden the music just builds up and the audience reacts to that, and then the lighting, everything is just so coordinated and choreographed. It's an art. It is exactly what it is. It's an absolute art where they build up, and they go into play a chorus of something, but then the music builds up, and then with the lighting. So there's a visual thing going on when the bands are playing the music. There's a visual thing going on that captures the audience. And the build-up at one point of the song gets the audience going along with the audio. Now, what a lot of people don't understand is that there's a lot of double tracking, and I'm not an expert on sound mixing and so forth, not even remotely. But the one thing I do know is that not everybody has a voice that you think they have. They may have a good voice, but it's actually kind of accelerated by the audio engineer. You'll hear a lot of depth to somebody's voice. It sounds like the richness and tone of their voice seems incredible, but if they didn't have an audio engineer, would they really sound like that? And you have to really listen. What you don't know is that a lot of singers, the audio tracking, what they do is double, triple track your voice when you're singing. That's why your voice sounds so rich, and nobody's voice is like that in nature, okay? It's not like that. You say, wow, what a beautiful voice to have. Well, chances are they do have a good voice. But you see, it's with the magic of the audio engineers, it adds a certain richness to your voice. Of course, when you're going to double, triple, quadruple track somebody's voice, it's going to add a lot of depth to it. I just call it depth. They say that somebody with a half-decent voice, could probably sound incredible with a good audio engineer. Now, I'm not saying all these musicians or singers have terrible voices. Some of them have great voices. We can go through a list of so many people with that. But it's the audio engineer that really, really makes or breaks the singer on a recorded version of the song or at an audience, at a concert. And a lot of people don't know really what's involved with there. Anytime a band goes on stage, it's so heavily choreographed, everything from the tempo of the music, the build-up, which gets the audience attention. That's when they respond to let's just say, the main line of that song, that everybody's familiar with, that's the key point to the song, and they do a build-up on there, and the lights go on a certain way. They have lighting, and then the audience reacts to that. And I see these things. I don't know how many people see that, but I'm very observant and I listen. And I noticed that there are some people, if you heard him sing a cappella, I mean, no audio engineers, nothing in the background. There's a lot of people that have become well known that I've never found their voice to be that extraordinary at all. And with the help of audio engineers, the whole choreography and everything, that's what builds up somebody at to doing a concert, to an audience. And without that, would it be as spectacular? And let's get to Alex Warren. He seems like a real cool guy and all that stuff, and his music is very inspiring. Well, what he does is he's promoting this one song called The Ordinary that everybody's seemingly catching up on these days. He's a social influencer on YouTube who has a huge following, and his music is being heard everywhere now, and he's doing very well. I've heard him when he was in a bar with friends, or he was just doing without music accompaniment, and I didn't find anything totally spectacular about his voice. I hated to say that. But when the audio engineers and, the videos that he accompanies with the song that you're seeing all the time on here, that's what I find inspiring. And that's what I think is influencing me to say, yeah, that's a good song, The Ordinary, and becomes very inspiring. I'm not saying I don't like what his music is all about. I like inspiring music. I want more of it. I want to hear more of it. But when I broke it down, I heard him about singing the song. Yeah, so much for the my internet system here with satellite. It just never ceases to amaze me, actually. A little bit of cloud cover and I'm getting a disconnect, amazing. But there are some really awe-inspiring songs out there. I mean, look, I was never a Bruno Mars or Lady Gaga fan, but I think as a duo, they were fantastic. And there's one song that's always being played around all the time. But do you not realize, the choreography in this, how they come together in harmony? And, it's everything from the musical accompaniment on this, whether it's Lady Gaga on a keyboard or whatever. But there's always a build-up to that song, that one line that everybody relates to. I don't care whether it's Bruno Mars or whoever it might be, or Ozzy Osbourne. But there's always that build-up, that one line in the song that gets people. And what they do, the audio engineers, they pump up everything. And the choreographers, with the lighting and everything, the lighting crew and the audio engineers is what pumps up the song. And people are very predictable. We know how they react to stuff. If there's a build-up in the sound, the music just blares, the tempo or percussion comes in, and then the lighting and all that stuff. That's what makes a concert, and that's what makes people famous. And it's not always their voice. It could be the song itself. Why is it only me that sees these things? I don't know. Is it just me? I don't know. Maybe I'm extraordinary. I don't know. Maybe I am after all. But I just thought I'd talk about that. And the only thing I find awe-inspiring about Alex Warren's music is his background videos, which gives a great message, though. Don't ever get me wrong on this. I think we all need to be inspired by good music. I think we need to appreciate, the awe, and I'm using that word a lot, the awe of life, the awe of nature, the beauty of the world. And it's too bad that so many people are concentrating on the ugly, like, here on YouTube and social media platforms where people are attacking each other all the time, and they just don't appreciate life itself and how life goes by so fucking fast. I have a brother that died. It's been well over a year or so now, and I can't even believe that's been that long, I can't believe what age I'm at right now. I cannot believe I have a daughter that's considered possibly middle aged. And the point I'm making is that, in part, is that life is just so fucking precious and how people don't appreciate it. It's great to be inspired. I think we all need inspiration, whether through song, or whether how you handle your own life, or the things that you personally appreciate that become more and more important. You separate it from the bullshit in life, and and appreciate what you got. I mean, I don't know what you guys believe in, that you believe that there's a life is eternal somehow, or there's a greater thing you're gonna be facing upon your death or something, that there's something greater than your life. But I'm not really believing that. I'm believing that your life right now is what's so much more important, what you do with it. And while you could speak and have the ability to speak, if you have a loved one, to tell them that you love them, and just appreciate what you have in your life, and not to be, for example, to boast about, for example, how much money you have and it makes you more of a better person or a more interesting person. It's not what you do with money. It's what you personally do with yourself and your life, your own beliefs, what you practice. And if you believe in something, to practice what you preach. And there's people who preach things that there's no follow-up on it, really. They're not practicing what they preach. You may be religious and you believe in the scriptures, and believe this message from God, whatever you worship, but when you don't practice it, what does that say about yourself? You're not real, is what I'm saying. It's just words, but you don't practice what you preach. The hypocrisy with a lot of people is deafening in many ways. The hypocrisy. I do appreciate music that is inspiring. I think that's what we all appreciate. This is kind of a mixed bag of thought that I'm putting out this morning, but just kind of deal with me, because that's the way my mind thinks. I will segue from one thing into another, but it all relates. That's the important thing. It all relates. I like to be inspired. Music inspires me. I like to listen to music with a message. It could be a love ballad, and I don't have the voice to sing that to my girlfriend, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't matter anyway, because I'll sing it anyway, whether I have a good voice or not. It's the message. It's not the delivery necessarily. It's the message, not the great one-liner right there. There you go. It's the message. It's not the delivery, okay? So keep that in mind. Put the message right, and don't worry about the delivery, because it's all the same. It has meaning to it. So if you got something good going in your life, I don't care if it's your children, grandchildren, if it's your girlfriend, it's your wife, or whatever the situation might be, you need to appreciate what you have and don't worry about what you don't have, because in my opinion, life only comes around once. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to be skydiving. It doesn't mean that you have to be doing all these extraordinary physical things. It's not imperative, and it's really irrelevant. It's what you do with your heart. It's what you do with your feelings. It's what you're doing, how you express yourself. I'm a very expressive person, and that's one thing I can never change about myself, and I don't see why I should actually change it. I have a lot of opinions. I come on my shows, and I talk about a lot of stuff, everything from health topics to you name it. I mean, it's just so many things that I actually can cover on one show. And if you've been following me for a lot of years, you'll understand that I do talk about a whole lot of stuff that maybe some people won't address. And there's my love in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's a new day, babe.
Yeah,
Raining or not, it's a wonderful day. Why is it a wonderful day?
it's a cold.
Why is it a wonderful day? Every morning you wake up is a wonderful day.
Yeah, it's another day.
It's another
Wonderful day.
It's another wonderful day, right? And see, that's the attitude that you gotta have. You know, that you woke up. You face another fucking day. It's the only time that you're gonna really be aware of your own life is when your life is at a challenge, and say like you develop certain health conditions and you're in pain, or maybe it may not have to be so. You realize your life is going to be limited. You got a disease or something happens to you, you had an accident. It don't matter how, but things like social media, except to express to your viewers or something that, hey folks, I got this serious condition. I may not be around for a while. You may want to give a message or something to your viewers. Okay, I see that's okay, but let me tell you something. You're not going to be thinking of social media when your life is at an end stage of something and you develop some kind of a disease or something. You're not going to give a fuck about YouTube. You're not going to give a fuck about what people think about you. That's not going to be what's on your mind. These people are so fucking insignificant. I'm sorry to use the F word a lot, but that's how I express myself sometimes. These people are meaningless to you, and you have to understand that. Totally meaningless. Because you're not going to be jumping on somebody's case on YouTube or creating a lot of false allegations or insults when your life is on the blink, on the brink, and you are suffering some illness, and then you're realizing that there are more important things in life than to get on YouTube and bitch and whine about something or about what you don't like about the Philippines or what you don't like about another YouTuber or some shit like that. It is so fucking worthless and useless and irrelevant, and it's just so time consuming. It's a waste of oxygen, and one day you will not be breathing, okay, and then it's all over. But then if you had, when you think about your life and saying, well, what did I do with my life? Except, yeah, I got on YouTube and I decided to attack people. I get sucked into that proverbial vortex of hate and jealousy and envy on here that exist every single day, And what is it really all about? People are just not living the lives they want, and that's why they're so bitter. I could talk about this forever, forever, and I would never be wrong. People are just not always happy with their life. Then you have to ask, whose fault is that? Is it another YouTuber's fault? No, man, that's a cop-out. It is your own fault by not doing the things that you wanted to do, or finding that special somebody in your life that what makes your life so great. It's not the money. It's not a material thing. It's not a house that you own. It's not a vehicle that you own. That's material crap. I've always believed that. But so yeah, I get inspired by music. And music is something that remains with us because there might be a special song out there from the past. It reminds me of your youth. You remember the good old days. Everything's the good old days. Well, why can't your current days be good days too? But we're always talking about, yeah, back in the good old days. Well, why shouldn't there be more good days? Everything's the good old days. But I do admit, though, even at least in the music anyway, that the music for when I was growing up, like say 60s and 70s and stuff, even some of the 80s, fantastic music with a message, perhaps, none of this rap shit, all this jive-ass fucking rap shit, meaningless, just a bunch of rhyming and don't even have a fucking singing voice, most of them, I mean, I'm not a metalhead or nothing like that, but Ozzy Osbourne was good. People hate to see him retire, but he's got illness. With all Ozzy's money and fame, he'd give it all away if he could become healthy again. And he loves singing. He'd love to go back and be able to sing continuously, because that's what they do. That's what their love of life is. You got to find something you love. I don't care what it is. Love your dogs. Love your woman. Love yourself, man. Because if you don't love yourself, How could you love anything else? I don't care how fat your goddamn wallet is. It doesn't impress me. It'll never impress me. Money is just a piece of paper, man. It's a note. It's paper. It's materialistic. Fuck the material things. They're great to have. It's and help maybe have you live a comfortable life. Some material things come in handy. But is that what you need? Material things to make you happy? No, man. It's some of the simplest things, like having a quiet, peaceful moment. You know, maybe sitting near the beach. Sitting there contemplating your navel, perhaps. Listening to some inspiring music. Why not? But, you know, for people, every single day on social media, and they just thrive on somebody else's misery or try to create misery for somebody, and they really get off on that shit. What does that say about the person or people? Think about it. And you know I'm right. They're not living a great life. But perhaps they need to be inspired. Since we're talking about inspiration, maybe they need some kind of inspiration in their life. Maybe they need to perhaps have a health event or something, or the loss of a loved one that'll really wake up their senses and realize how important life is. Only when these events come around do people understand the value of life. That's the only time they understand. When they have a loss of life with some loved one, for example. It could be a family member. It could be a child that you love very much and it's not in your life anymore. Perhaps they died, but sometimes it is a death. Sometimes it actually is a death. When you have somebody you love that is not in your life anymore for whatever reason, it's almost like there's been a death. And you can see it that way. But I think the overall message here is that do whatever inspires you. But do positive things. Because once it's over, that's it. You're not going to do another YouTube show. Try to jam your hate down somebody's throat. What a fucking waste of your own breath. What a waste of your own life when you're sitting there doing skits about somebody. And what are you doing with your life while you're doing these skits? You're doing nothing. Or let's go attack somebody on YouTube or in your personal life, perhaps. What are you getting out of this? What kind of personal satisfaction are you getting from this? To wish ill on somebody else, to instill with other YouTubers, you know, the hate, the envy, the jealousy, the frustration you have with somebody on social media, which is so irrelevant. You got to understand, these people on social media are nobody. They're not your friends. And this is not about social media per se. This is not what the show's about. It's about inspiration. It's about the ordinary, as Alex Warren sings about. The ordinary, you know. And it's about how we're all just duped, even in the music industry. It's choreography, and people choreograph things on YouTube. Karma knows that, boy, I choreograph some stuff on here that people don't even realize that I'm doing. And it influences people, good or bad. That's what I'm saying. You got the power to influence. I could do a show, and I could predict who's going to do a show about me. Who's going to record a live stream of mine, do a simulcast or something. You know, like clockwork. I could set my clock to it. It's people that are so predictable, where they're so involved in your life, and they're not paying very much attention to their own life. This live stream this morning has a bunch of mixed messages in it, and you just got to listen. And I will segue from one thing to another, but it's all related. Not everything is what you see, as even in the music industry. Not everything is what you hear, as even in the music industry. And certainly on YouTube, not everything is what you see and hear. It's what they want you to see, what they want you to hear, what they want you to believe. Hoping you're getting my point after utilizing my valuable oxygen to make a live stream. Point being, on everything I've said on this live stream, is that life, and I push this a lot. I push it a lot. Life is really precious. So what you do with your own time, and preferably off YouTube, geez, is to enjoy what you have. As little as you may or may not have, enjoy it. Don't kind of get off on the suffering of other people. If that's your life and you just wish that kind of ill on people. I don't really wish ill on people. I want to make that perfectly clear. What they do with themselves, how much they eat, or what they produce on social media as far as hate, envy, whether you're an antagonist or not, is all a reflection of yourself, or else you wouldn't do it. And you wouldn't go that far and continually do it unless that's who you really are. That's your makeup of who you are. And you're projecting this. And a lot of times you're projecting all the inadequacies that you have in your life. It's very easy to see. Just watch somebody's YouTube video. What are they talking about? How often do they talk about it? What's the message they're trying to put out? They're saying, well, for some reason, I don't like you. But I want everybody else not to like you too. Because, there's a kind of like safety in crowds, One army man is one thing, but if he's got a whole, platoon with him, then, well, it makes him stronger against the enemy, right? Just one guy with a rifle ain't gonna do it. You might need an RPG, get my point? So doing it alone ain't no fun, but trying to incorporate and indoctrinate other people for your cause, your hateful cause. You decided you don't like somebody in YouTube, or perhaps it's off YouTube, but not, it's totally outside of social media and your personal life. This is what people do. This is human nature. And we witness this all the time on YouTube. You don't have to be a student of human nature, which I basically really am. And I'll repeatedly say that. I've always been that way. And what I've witnessed on YouTube, it's not very pretty. A lot of people are just tired of their lives, or what's going on or what's not going on in their lives. And whose fault is that? Is it somebody else on YouTube? No. You cannot influence anybody here on YouTube except other haters. That comes easy. But pushing love, pushing positive things seems to be very difficult on social media. Because whatever's going on in their own personal life, it gets projected when they come on YouTube. That's when it all comes out, the protective environment of their computer or phone. They're in their own safe home, perhaps even thousands of miles away from another YouTuber that you're attacking. Yeah, it's kind of like, bear muscle that I talk about all the time, when somebody is always saying, I'm going to kick somebody's ass, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, but when the time comes, they run away, or, they just try to totally disappear and remove something hateful that they said on YouTube, because, I call it hit and run. We know people who do that on here, don't we? Hit and run people. We know exactly who they are. Reinforce what you're saying, hateful or not. Again, reinforce what you're saying. Don't pull off your show, abo. Reinforce what you're saying. You want to project some hate, project more. Get it out of your system, vent. But don't pull your show off if it's a purposeful, hateful show. I pull off shows either because I think they're boring, some of them, or I didn't get my message through the way I'd like it, or whatever the situation might have been with me. It's a lot different why I pull shows off on here. But when people pull their shows off, they say something really hateful and they go on the attack of somebody, like people like Abo, people like Big E, who's reliant on his fucking fat wallet to impress people. When they call him Big Ego, they didn't come up with that for nothing, because that guy has an ego just as big as his fucking body. out for dinner eating pizza and high caloric things. The guy weighs like fucking 385 pounds, 400 pounds. And he's sitting there eating the most fucking fattening food you could ever fucking eat. Goes out and wants to get his 20,000 steps in, but then he goes to the table and he puts all those calories back on. So who are you fooling? You're fooling yourself, not us, the viewers. This goes for a lot of YouTubers out here. Hypocrites that say things, speak on one side of their mouth, the other side of their mouth, they're saying something else. That's my point. I'm not afraid to talk about this. I'm not afraid to name names on here. Because if you're going to put a show on that's hateful or on the attack, I'm going to talk about it. And I'm going to put you on the spot, like I'm doing right now. Money does not impress me from somebody's wallet. It does not impress me. I'm never on a power play at all. I've never been on a power play. And that's what people are who try to flaunt their money. They're on a power play. Look at me. I could travel here and you can't because you ain't got the money to do as much traveling as I do. Or you can't go to a 5-star hotel, eat a 5-star meal all the time like I can do. I'm the love doctor. You don't know what fucking love is, dude. You don't have a fucking clue what love is, sir. If you had love, you'd show it to the woman you love. You wouldn't be with other women if you had a love for your wife, sir. I'm not going to hold back on what I'm saying here, and nothing is illegal about what I'm saying either. If you love somebody, you show them your love. You be faithful to the one that you decided to marry for whatever reason you decided to marry, whether it was benefits for you somehow on your immigration status or purchasing of land or property or whatever it might be, where you need the Filipina to do it. What's your play on this, pal? You don't impress me. You never did. You never impressed me. You never did. I could show you what love is, and all you have to do is spend some time with me and my girlfriend and see what real love is. There's no pretensive shit going on here. Love is not when you go fuck around with other women while you're married and have children with another woman. That ain't fucking love. In fact, I think it's disgraceful, it's disgusting. And it's also an insult to the person you marry. And then you claim that you're religious and you quote things every now and then. Hypocrites. Fucking hypocrites. That ain't love when you fucking cheat on your wife. And you just make it very public. Like, hey man, I'm the big E. I can do these things because I got money. I hold that proverbial carrot in front of these women. And they follow it because they want that carrot. I don't envy you for that, sir. I never will envy you for that. I never will. I never will. Never will. Your money does not impress me. Your comments about me, you always throw a dig on your shows, don't impress me. You're not hurting my feelings. I'd rather be me for who I am than ever be you. I wouldn't be your size, your girth. I don't care about your money. It's your attitude sucks, and it always has sucked. I like to get it out now and then. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I love just getting things off my chest when it comes to some people on YouTube. And nothing ever holds me back, and nothing ever will. I'll say what's on my mind and how I feel about things. If you don't like it, tough titty on you, pal. Be faithful to your wife. Show her how much you love her. Don't put her on a fucking YouTube video playing with her fucking breasts at a fucking bar. And have your girlfriend go out there dancing with another woman in a very sexual way. And then you wind up having sex with this woman and you have a baby through this woman, but you're fucking married. You're fucking married. You're fucking married. Respect the woman. Respect her. Don't disrespect her like that, Big E. It's disgusting, your display. And maybe you don't like what I'm saying. Maybe you don't like it. But when the shoe's on the other foot, you don't like it, do you? You're really big on making these little innuendos and comments about my character or how much money I have, don't have. Who cares about the fucking money, dude? I got real fucking love, and you can't put a price on that. You just can't put a price on that. What I have in my life is real. What's your excuse for life? Oh, I'm going out for my 20,000 steps, but you sit down to a highly caloric, highly fattening meal. You're fucking kidding. You're trying to kid us, you can't kid yourself. Who are you trying to kid, Big E? With your traveling. Oh, and I can take my kids here and there. That's wonderful you can take your kids here and there. It's a good learning culture experience. I'm all for that. Hey, bravo. Bravo. But otherwise, you're not impressing me. You're not impressing anybody in here. With how many women you have in your life, whether you have an extra your marriage, whether you want to be an open relationship. Yeah, that is your business. It absolutely is. But you don't have to project it on here. What kind of a message are you trying to send out? And what kind of a message are you trying to send to your children, sir? When you have more than one woman in your relationship, it confuses the kids. And and it's relevant from everything I'm saying. From how people inspire other people through music, and how everything you see is not what you really see and hear, because there's always somebody that choreographs something. As people will choreograph their shows to gear it toward hating on others, putting out a bunch of bullshit allegations, trying to destroy somebody's reputation because there's something you're not happy with in your life. Why don't you correct the things in your life? Why don't you just try to correct it and live a better life, man? Well, I'm not Mr. Righteous, man. I know between right and wrong. I'm not Mr. Righteous. I'm not a healer, okay? And I don't go around on my job or a job, giving speeches to somebody about buying a fucking product that's probably not worth shit anyway. Putting out all the spiel about a product. But does this company know what he's like outside of his fucking job? Do you know what a louse this fucking guy is? No, they don't know that. We just pay him money to go travel. Hey, push the product, push the product. But what is he pushing on YouTube on his own personality? Does this company know what a louse he is? That's my opinion. I have a right to opinion. I think you're a louse, sir. I think you're an embarrassment to everyone, especially to yourself. Now, this is just specifically geared to this guy. We have a lot of creeps on here. Okay, we have a lot of creeps on here. Do something inspiring. Don't have to try to inspire us. Inspire yourself. Why don't you live a life of, fuck all the debauchery shit. All this debauchery crap. Get away from all the debauchery. Be fucking real for once in your life. Believe me, sir. And one day you're going to develop a health problem. And you're going to realize that Frank is not that important to you. Or your opinions on YouTube is not that important to you anymore. You'll realize that. How I'm not important. That your own life is important. And what's going to happen to your family after you die. Maybe that's important. Forget what you think I say on YouTube or how you classify me or how you try to label me. Take a good look at yourself. And I'm putting a mirror in front of you, sir, in particular. And it's not just you, of course, you realize that. And my viewers realize that. But I'm putting at this particular moment a mirror in front of you, sir. I am not impressed with you or anything you do. The travel is wonderful, that's about it. I'm not impressed with you, your lifestyle, certainly. I only need one woman. A man was meant for one woman, and a woman's meant for one man. And if you're all this religious, don't you think you're breaking some rules? So here's where all the hypocrisy comes in. Double standards and you name it. You believe in the scriptures, you believe you're all this religious, and you preach all this shit all the time, but what are you doing in your own family? One woman isn't enough for you? Why? Why are you with her? Why get married? If one woman is not enough for you? I don't know. Maybe she's holding a carrot in front of you. Maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. But I'm going to tell you something. People see it, they hear it, and you're a louse. You're a louse in the skin of society. Fuck your money, how fat your wallet is. You don't impress me with that, and you never will. Because I got something worth more than your money. I got an actual woman, real live woman, that appreciates me, that loves me deeply and dearly. And it's real. It's nothing about my money, because I'm not a rich person. It has nothing to do with money. Nothing. 9.5-year relationship, and we're still running strong. It has nothing to do with money. Not even remotely about money. I trust her enough to buy a fucking house for her. That's right. Now, there are simps that buy houses. They only met somebody a couple of months and they're buying them jewelry and houses. That's a simp. Sorry, I don't fall into that category. I waited 6 years, chump, before I bought a house. How many people own their own houses that are bloggers on here? Not many. I never heard of many owning their own homes. They might be renting. I own my own home. It's mine. Technically 40%, if you have to get really technical about it. But it's mine. I paid for it in cash. As far as me being broke, I paid for it in fucking cash. As I paid for everything in this house, to the furniture, down to the clothing that we all wear, is all paid by me. And her too. Not to put her out of this. She's contributed too. But I'll tell you what's real. Living the ordinary, like the song goes with Alex Warren. We started off with that. The ordinary. Sometimes ordinary is fantastic. And I don't need a big scenic background to make me realize how extraordinary life is, how extraordinary the world is, the beauty of the world. And these are the eyes that you got to see through of what's beautiful out there. They don't concentrate on the ugly. There's too much ugly on here. You have a problem with what I'm talking about, Strife? Do you have, I'm asking you straight off, do you have a problem? Then get the fuck off or don't comment. You got a problem? I like to try to be positive. And I'm not afraid to say what's on my mind. And I'm sure if you find something wrong with it, I'm sure you'll certainly try to find fault. But I'm not going to hold back on how I feel I'm here. I'm not going to hold back on how I feel about life, about myself, about my relationship. I'm not going to hold back on what I think about a lot of YouTubers and what their life is like. Look at Popeye, a sad sack if you've ever seen one. A man that just lives from his past and does not do anything positive in his present. All you can talk about is the good old days back in fucking Subic Day when you got laid, you got your dick sucked under a fucking table. That's not a life. Okay. You explain. I hear so much bullshit on YouTube. So much bullshit. Get a life, get a real fucking life, practice life and living. Living don't necessarily mean traveling. Have some kind of values that you could build up on. I'll be damned if I'll ever be grabbing my wife's breast on YouTube. I'll be damned. I'll be damned if I be pushing and promoting the fact of having an extramarital affair and having a baby with somebody right in front of your wife. Probably share the same fucking bed. How moral is that, Mr. Moral, who tries to down my morality when look what the fuck he's doing? You follow me, big boy? Because you know I'm right, don't you? You know I'm right. You know I'm right. I'm not impressed with you. I don't think anybody on YouTube is impressed with you and your fucking fat wallet. Nobody cares about your fat wallet. Yeah, YouTube has cesspools, that's for damn sure. Nobody's impressed with your wallet. To you, money is power, and power over women. Look what I can buy with my money, or a 5-star hotel or a 5-star meal. We're not impressed. I'm not impressed. I'll speak for myself. You don't impress me, sir. Nor does anybody else on here impress me. I don't see anybody on here that impresses me in any form or way. The ordinary, You know what? Sometimes ordinary is extraordinary. I don't have to push my lifestyle. I can simply say, and be very proud of saying that, I'm very comfortable with the life I live. I'm very comfortable with the woman I've been with for a long time. How many people could say that? Not many. How many even have a woman? How many people can't even get a woman? And we can name names on here with some antagonistic fucking YouTubers on here that like to be the circus clowns, the antagonists that run troll channels and beg for money. How many creeps do we have like that on here? I could name them. I don't need to. Big E has that special inner rot. Yeah, he has a lot of special things. Not special enough to impress me. Now, he's not the subject of my show. We've been kind of bouncing along on this broadcast, starting off with the music industry, talking about this one guy who's coming out with that song, The Ordinary. I never thought his voice was impressive, what I was trying to say when I heard him do a cappella type stuff. It's the build-up, it's the audio engineers, concerts, the lighting, the psh, when that moment that builds up of people's adrenaline, it's all choreographed. As a lot of things on YouTube are choreographed. I choreograph shit all the time just to get reactions from people. They don't even realize I'm choreographing it. I know when Popeye's going to do a show or the Copycat channel will do something about me. They don't have anything to say anymore. They just repeat basically what I put out of my show and they just record it. Oh, I'm so impressed. Yeah, I think I heard Frank's show. I think I'm the one that put it on. Well, I'm mistaken. So you have to put a show on? For what? And what's your point? What kind of a point you trying to make? There's so many fucking envious people out there. It's so embarrassing. So envious of others on here. Why be envious of me or anybody else? Live your life. Give us something to be envious about. Okay? I'm all for you, man. If you find that special woman and you're happy, man, I'm all for you, man. I'm behind you. I'm saying fantastic, dude. You did what a lot of people wanted to do, but they can't. Look at Big Cabin. It's never going to happen for him. Look at Nico. It's never going to happen for him. And it's not necessarily exterior, man. It's what they have inside that they don't have to offer to a woman. These are creeps, man. And it's not always the exterior. The exterior helps if you got a nice exterior, even with a woman, right? Am I right or wrong? It helps. But that's not the whole person, man. It's what's inside in their heart. Are they good people? Are they good people or not? That's what you have to determine. Kevin is not a good person. None of these people are good people that spend all their time trying to harass and bully other people on YouTube. They all got their own problems, their own set of problems they're trying to handle. Or maybe they're not handling it. Maybe it's out of control. But you guys get my point. I think I made it very clear. And yes, I have a talent for making things very clear on my show. I don't hold back anything. I don't hold back anything, and I don't want to hold back anything. I speak how I feel. Even with my own family, my own daughter, I will tell the truth. Doesn't matter how much love you have for a family member. If they're wrong about something, they're wrong, and I'm going to say it, brother. And I'm going to say it out loud and proud that they're wrong. That they need to examine their own fucking psychology before they tell me to examine mine. Clean up your own fucking backyard before you tell me to take the trash out of mine. Because as far as I see it on here, a lot of people have a lot of trash in their backyard that they definitely need to clean up. They're becoming hoarders to so much trash. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of things special about these YouTubers, especially how much hate they can produce. I don't know what your religion is, what you believe in and all that shit, but why don't you practice it? Maybe there is a fucking hell. Maybe life is your hell, and it's determined on what kind of a life you live as the living, not amongst the dead. It's what you do with your living life that determines what your life is all about as a living cell, as a living being. And you're not impressing people when you're attacking them all the time. See, here's the thing. I don't attack people. I'm the guy that goes to the store and buys that, full-length mirror, and I present it in front of these trolls. I say, here, take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. Quoting Phil Collins. When your life maybe is an empty shell, hidden by the facade of your money and power on a power play, which you think impresses people, and it might impress some desperate Filipinas that are looking for a paycheck or a better lifestyle. Maybe that's real. Maybe that's what it's all about. With any Filipinas that will go out with a guy of such horrible nature, horrible attitude, on a power play. Forget the power play. Because when your ass is sitting in a fucking hospital or home, and you can't walk, or you can't talk, or you're in terrible pain, or you got a terminal illness, tell me you're going to come on YouTube and start attacking me or anybody else. Because YouTube ain't going to mean shit to anybody when your health is fading. When you're going out, your life, not live stream, but your life stream is fading away. Are you going to be thinking about Frank? Well, maybe you're that sick, you probably still will be to your deathbed. I don't know. That's quite possible. But when something, or you're losing a loved one, or maybe your child is dying, or got hurt, or your wife, or whatever, are you going to be thinking about Frank? Are you going to be thinking about Big Kevin? Or all these wasteful fucking idiots, morons, desperados out there, trolls? Are you going to be thinking about them? Are you going to be thinking about your loved one? Are you going to be thinking about your life and your health? No, you're not going to be thinking about these idiots out there. But you take things for granted. I'm feeling good. My health is good right now. Even though I'm as obese as a motherfucker and I know that my life is limited and I can afford to talk about you because I have more money than you. Or I decided I don't like you. But meanwhile, you're a fat beast and your body's ready to explode. Your heart, your spleen, your fucking liver, your kidneys, your lungs, whatever. And you know you're on a bad path of destruction. Then that means your money don't mean shit. Your money ain't gonna mean shit to anyone. Ain't gonna mean shit to anybody on YouTube. Fuck that little carrot that you dangle in front of people. That carrot is not gonna mean shit. That carrot will be as limp as your fucking dick. Money does not impress me with anyone. And flaunting it, hanging that carrot in front of people on YouTube does not impress me either. Live a real life. Be faithful. Faithful to your loved ones. Be faithful. Pick one partner and love her. And love her to death. Show how much you care and respect her. Not to go out with other women and fuck other women and have babies with other women. What kind of respect is that for your own wife? What kind of respect is that? That's not respectful at all. Now, I'm not Mr. Moral. Believe me, I'm not Mr. Moral here. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. But to me, that's my opinion. It doesn't have to be shared by anybody on here. That's my opinion. Show some respect when you're married to somebody. That's why you married them, hopefully, that you have love and you respect them. But you're not going to be disrespecting them by having sex with other women and flaunting your woman on camera with her breast in a bar, feeling her breast. I can get away with this because I'm the big fucking ego. Fuck you. Fuck your ego. Your ego is as big as your fucking body, and maybe you should be concentrating on your own health and not worried about what goes on in my life. I don't care about your opinion of me. I don't give a shit about your opinion of me, sir. It don't matter what your opinion is of me, because I'm living my life, you're living yours. And I'm happy with my life. I'm extremely happy with my life. I may not have all the money you have, sir, but money is not everything to me. But it seems to be a very big thing with you to impress people. to go on your power play. How do you like this speech? One of my better ones, is it not, folks? Yeah, just call it like it is, man. Call it like it is and don't hold back. That's me. That's who I am. I call it like I see it. I call it like I hear it. And I don't hold back on anything, because it is what it is or it's not, right? Wow, if I did this all in one breath, I'd be dead. I'd be dead if I had to do this one show in one breath. Yeah. But I believe in free speech, though. I do, to a point. I think people get carried away. I mean, look at Barry. He agreed. Well, Barry won. Barry's winning. Barry never won anything. Where is Barry, by the way, folks? Let's refresh ourselves. Where's Barry? Barry, fucking prison. That's where Barry is. Because he got his fucking mouth. That's why Barry's in. He's going to stay there a little while longer, I think. He believed in freedom of speech. I believe in freedom of speech. To everything. There's a limitation what you can say on YouTube. That's a fact. Anyway, that's my morning show. Music industry, choreography, audio engineers, creeps on YouTube, people on power play. What a show. I guess I am a showman after all. But at least what I talk about is real. And I don't hold back. I'll give the facts, not fiction, not bullshit. Life is too short for bullshit, man. I call it like I see it. If it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry. But maybe you should examine yourself. And we're not just talking about him. We're talking about a lot of creeps on here who don't have a real life, who are pretending to have I moved to Southeast Asia. Dad, I don't hardly leave my apartment. I try to walk down the block to 7-Eleven. It's kind of hard for me, Why the fuck did you leave the goddamn country? Don't bring your health problems and your disabilities to another country, fool. What a fucking fool. To try to impress people. But no, it's the money. Because the Big E gave him money. Said, if you lose some weight, I'll buy you a ticket to anywhere in the world you want to go. Was Big E trying to impress people with his money again? Yes, he was. Did Big Kevin take the bait? Yeah, okay, yeah, free is good, man. That's like the creed of my life, even though I'm a Mormon. But this is the creed of my life. The real creed is actually greed. I could buy more toys. Never mind visiting my children. Never mind visiting my children. He don't even want to do that. But hey, if you buy me a free meal, I'll gladly pay you Wednesday for a hamburger today. He won't pay anybody anything. Greed, Kevin. Greed. That's your life? A fat blob in another country who can't even walk good, who'll get out of breath, can't even find a fucking woman, except take a picture with a lady boy and call it his girlfriend? God, man, you guys can't afford to talk about anybody else on here. You really can't. As the rains continue in the region, streets are getting flooded and possibly cleaned up. Who needs good infrastructure when you got rain, right? Okay, creates free swimming pools for the chitlins. The chitlins, right? Free swimming pools. Okay. That's one way of doing it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Almost afternoon here. I get this guy calls himself Close in the Sky. He writes me a lot. And he's one of my bigger critics on here. And I keep on telling him the same thing. But yet you keep on listening and watching. Always criticizing me for, now you think you know about everything. You think you know about music and this and that. I know a little bit. There's not much I don't know at least a little bit about. May not be expert on a lot of things, but there's a whole lot of things I know a little about. I understand the music industry a little bit. No, I'm not a roadie, nothing like that. I'm not any kind of a technician, a sound technician, never said I was Mr. Clouds in the Sky. But I could speak about it. Is that okay? But this guy's always critiquing me. And Timmy, Timmy. Down boy, Timmy, down boy. You keep on writing me when I tell you I'm not interested in the links you send me. I let you get away with one of them because I thought it was funny and I put it on. But Timmy, I'm just not interested in you. What is it you don't understand? Do you consider me family or something because you've been listening to me for a long time like many have? Is that what's actually going on? How about if I just be as direct as I can? Timmy, I'm not interested in your friendship. I'm not interested in your emails. The only reason I haven't changed my email because I got it tied to a few things. That's the only reason I didn't get rid of that. But you're still in my spam folder, and I check the spam every now and then. That's about it. But Clouds in the Sky, this guy's a real pip, this guy. He's criticizing everything I talk about, but he keeps on listening. Clouds in the Sky, I'm not forcing you to listen to my show, how often I put it on, what I have to say. Apparently, you're interested because you keep on coming back. And you're always critiquing me. Maybe you're actually learning something. Give me a little credit when it's due. Maybe you're learning something. Oh, you don't think it's possible that I have knowledge a little bit about this? Oh, a little bit about that, and a little bit about that too. Well, actually, I do. I do read a lot. I don't read books, but yeah, I go online a lot, and it's, a lot more than going on my YouTube channel. I do learn a lot. That's how anybody learns, whether a doctor or psychiatrist. Man, if I could analyze all these people on here. No, I don't want to do that. Might be scary. Boy, the wind is blustery, and we had those big ants that came out, the flying ones. Yeah. You got the ones with the wings now. Yeah. They're going to swarm in here. I have to watch the lights at night to get drawn to the lights on a rainy night. The ants love them. It's a great meal for them, even their wings. Mother Nature talks loud. But, I definitely got, speaking of resolutions, I definitely got a resolution for the diehard that listen to me all the time. If you don't like my subject matter, you don't like what I have to say, you don't even like the sound of my voice, you do have a choice. Yes, you do. You don't have to tune in. No, I'm not forcing you. It's not possible to force you to tune in. Boy, if I could do that, and I got monetized, maybe I'd make a lot of money if I forced people to come and listen to my show. But you still come. You've been following me for such a long time that you can't miss an episode on my channel. It's impossible. I got the same trolls coming over all the time. They got to hear what Frank says. What's the word of the day, Frank? Teach us. We want to learn, but we don't want to let you know that we're actually listening intently as to what you have to say, that you're actually learning something from me that mommy never taught you or your school never taught you. Oh, but yes, alas, it is possible that I have a lot of knowledge about different things. And it's, it's just called reading, and it's not really that much of a brain science. If you're able to read, you can learn. Your brain, no matter how old you get, it's still a little bit spongy. You could take in information and remember it, even at my age, my ancient age, it's quite possible. So I appreciate you listening, because if you have to comment and send me emails, it means you are listening, pal. You are intently listening, and you're enjoying, or else you wouldn't criticize me. Because you could just tune out. Hey, if I see something on TV, on Netflix or YouTube or something on TV, I check out the movie, the beginning of it, If I don't like it, I'm not going to force myself to watch that show, especially if I've seen it already. Okay? I just, surf. I hang 10. And that's what I do. I will not watch something I've seen a bunch of times before unless it's really a good movie and I don't mind watching it again. Well, I must be that good movie to you, Clouds in the Sky, and other people, because you keep on watching. Not by force, that's your voluntary action of watching me. That's all I came on to say. I did read your email, Clouds in the Sky. I kind of wish I had it in front of me because I'd read it off to people. But I would say, even though I have not the biggest number of followers on here, those that do tune in, hell, I got people doing some of the stuff that I've been doing, whether it's supplements or diet or something, you know. I sure do. They're not going to admit it to me. That's the last thing they want to do. They know when I'm right, I'm right. Okay, and if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. I have no problem with that. I never had a problem saying I'm wrong about something. Yeah. That's because I'm confident in myself. I believe in myself. I stand behind my convictions. I stand behind my integrity. And I don't mind saying what I'm saying on here. Just say what you mean. Speak from your heart, man. Let it all hang out. Don't do anything illegal, of course, but you can speak your mind. You're allowed to. You're allowed to have an opinion. Just how far you go with that opinion. That's the difference. You know, ask Barry. Oh, Barry came on. Oh, well, he didn't really come on. He posted on his, was it community? He had a nice little thing to say, of course. Apparently he's having a bad day at the office, as I call it. Something prompted him to come on and put a little graphic on there that he always does, pretty much telling people to fuck off and everything else. I guess he's having a hard time at the factory. Yeah. Oh, well, and this inclement weather, it must be affecting the prison in big ways, because it's been a lot of rain, folks. A lot of rain. God, I see those videos of Cebu and Mandawi and stuff. I said, holy shit, down at Cologne Market area? I guess that was pretty bad. But I'm look at that swill, the swill, and people, you know, just, you know, for video's sake, you know, people are standing in, you know, 5 foot, 4 foot high swill of the flooding to have a picture like, look at me, I'm standing in this swill. Well, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Go take a shower with antibacterial soap after that, bud. I would not even walk in that kind of shit. You know, you may be forced to get out of your business or something, but, you know, definitely go wash your clothes and wash your body after you expose yourself to all that flooding in the city. Isn't that amazing? They could build bridges, spend all that money on stuff, but they don't want to do anything about the infrastructure. Oh, sure, you got better areas of Cebu, like, you know, built up a little bit. Of course, built up on an old airport, which means the ground is not really as solid as you think it is. So I really hope their technology, for those that live at Avita Towers and all the places in IT Park, I hope everything doesn't turn to a soup and have the buildings all collapse, because that used to be an airport. And a lot of areas are reclamation areas that are built where water used to be built. Those are the ones that you have to worry about. Reclamation areas. That's the babies you have to worry about. Yeah. Know what, Marvin? Marvin, he wasn't good to me. Marvin, I don't hear that enough. Marvin, that name Marvin is either Jewish or black. You're either black or you're Jewish if your name is Marvin and your really name is Marvin, which I doubt it is. So which is it, Jewish or black? Okay. Am I right? Am I right? Be honest. Tell me. But anyway, the flooding, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's going to get worse. They're building all these modern buildings, condos and everything, and outpricing the average person, and keep on building more and more and more till a big ass earthquake comes down. And unless you have a gyro system going in there with the engineering, if anybody's familiar, because I don't know anything what I'm talking about here. I'm not an expert on most anything really, but I have knowledge about a lot of stuff. And yes, more modern buildings have it's kind of a gyro where basically the building will move with the earthquake, so it's not putting a lot of stress on the structure. And those are a lot of the more but you see the thing is what happened in what was it in oh, Bangkok or something, not too long ago, where buildings were coming down. They were built with cheap Chinese labor, and their rebar and everything else was not probably proper size, diameter, and strength, and other factors in there. What do you expect? Cheap labor is going to give you a cheap job. So, in other words, don't build on a soup. If you know that there's silt, you're building on silt. You're building on an area that was once covered by water. Well, duh. Hello, engineers. Yeah, reclamation areas, they call them. They're reclaiming an area. Well, that used to be the ocean, the motion of the ocean. And what do you think's going to happen one day? You get enough rain over a period of time, and the ground gets so damn saturated, you're going to have a disaster. The same as don't live on a hillside, an area that is known to get a lot of rain and has had landslides in the past, but yet you're going to live or build a house in a landslide prone area. Now that's brilliant, my friends. That's just fucking brilliant. I've seen that happen even in Washington State. I didn't see it happen. I've seen it on the news, but everybody wants that little oceanside thing on a little cliff. But then they don't understand that the ground could only get so saturated that it's not going to hold. And alas, you have a landslide. And just like people who want to live at the foot of a volcano, there's still people living in Pompeii. They didn't learn the first time. And other areas of the world, they're still living on what they call dormant volcanoes. Well, okay, dormant at the moment, but how long will it be dormant? Yeah, look at Hawaii, Kilauea. Now, I personally have never witnessed a fountain. I wasn't privy enough to, all the years I lived there, to actually see a fountain going off like that. I've witnessed lava up close, but I've never seen a fountain that goes 1,000 feet in the air. Madame Pele is releasing all her stress. I lived over 10 miles as the bird flies from that volcano. Never really had to worry about where I live, and it was not impossible that I could make it there. So I was fairly close to a volcano, but I didn't live right in Volcano Village up in town there. No, there's a lot of houses there, and they charge a lot of rent too, or if you're trying to buy a house. Why would you want to live there? Why would you even want to live in a desert? Well, maybe your well water is going to run out. Why would you live in a desert? People choose to do that. Live in a desert. Who's that comedy routine? What's his name? What was his name? He did a great little skit where he talking about all the aid, they were sending to people in Middle Eastern countries, in desert countries. And of course, the pirates, the rebels grab all the stuff, but they're sending aid, And he came up with a good one, and I can't deliver it. I don't have a good delivery on jokes, but he basically said, look, he takes the sand in his hands. This is sand. This is not fertile soil. Perhaps maybe you would move to a place that has fertile soil and you could grow your own crops. Hello? It was a great one. Yeah, I remember that one. And it makes a lot of sense, too. But people don't make sense. They do the stupidest things at the stupidest times. You decide where you're going to live, okay? And how dangerous is it? Well, the Philippines itself is very dangerous on weather conditions. There's oodles and oodles of volcanoes, earthquakes, storms, flooding, landslides, murder, mayhem. Remember, it's more fun to be in the Philippines, as the sign says, as you get out of the airport somewhere. Lots of fun. But be careful when you're having that fun, because if a cyclone don't hit you, if a hurricane don't blow your ass away, if a tsunami doesn't come and wipe you off the planet, if somebody doesn't come up to you to rob you at the ATM, or if a volcano doesn't put out a pyroclastic plume that disintegrates your sorry ass, or a landslide doesn't cover you with mud, you're doing good. You're doing pretty damn good. Come to the Philippines. It's a place to be. Well, I still like it despite all the disasters that happen out here. Like the famous doctor when the patient comes in. Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Then don't do that. Well, don't move to a disaster-prone area. Makes sense. Don't move to an area that's known for landslides. Don't move next door to a freaking volcano. Okay? There you go. Be a little sensible where you decide to move. Don't move in bumfuck Mindanao somewhere on one end of that town area that you know there's a lot of murders, kidnappings of foreigners. Who do you got to blame but yourself instead of bitching about it? Bitch about it. But you live there and you choose to live there. Again, those birds. No one forced you to move out to that part of Mindanao. Same as nobody's forcing you to listen to my channel. Okay? Am I making sense? Stop bitching and whining and complaining. I don't force anybody to tune into my channel. I don't force anybody to talk about me. I don't force anybody to have their whole lives revolve around me. Get a fucking life. Or maybe a resemblance of a life. Whatever works. Don't listen if you don't like what I talk about. And am I an expert on everything I talk about? No. Never claimed that. Never did. Let's just say I talk about a lot of topics because I happen to know about a lot of things. And no, I'm not an English major. Thank you very much. I'm not an English major. I make my mistakes, mostly in my typing. Because I'm a fast typer and I type with one finger. Yeah, one finger. Fingers, they used to call me fingers when I used to type. There goes fingers. Not only can I give somebody a finger, but I type with a finger. I make a lot of mistakes if I'm not wearing my galoshes. If I'm not wearing my glasses. I don't always have to wear them, but sometimes I do. Remember, I'm getting old. My eyesight isn't like a eagle anymore, okay? So sometimes I have to wear them when I'm writing. It's probably suggested that I do, but there's nothing wrong with my writing other than my negligence on correcting what I write. It's just my negligence. Okay, Region's back. I wonder why they hang off every word you say. Yeah, why not just tune out? That's the point I'm making here. Yeah, I got this goober that writes me here and there. I got a couple of people, actually. And that weird son of a gun, Timmy, man. Boy, I'd love to see what that guy looks like. I kind of wish he'd send me a real picture of himself. A picture says 1,000 words. He doesn't, whoever it is, don't sound stupid, but I mean, I think the person has some intellect, but he just doesn't absorb things like Barry don't absorb, Kevin doesn't absorb, you know. They got that part of their brain function that's not working. Timmy knows I don't want him to. I'm not looking for friendships with him or anybody on here. But Timmy's always writing me, just, okay, I'll leave you alone. Then he comes up with something, he sends me a link to a movie or something. And I gave in the other day when I did copy something he did, and I forgot what the hell it was. But he probably took advantage of that and said, oh, okay, so Frank is open to me sending him. No, I'm not, Timmy. Okay? Remember, I'm not interested in any friendship with you. I'm not interested in any communication with you. You bore me, okay? And I see you making comments on other people's shows, so it's not just mine. Seems like you have a lot of time on your hands. I have to ask you, Timmy, are you handicapped? Are you in a wheelchair or something? Do you have some kind of a disability or mental disability? It's one of the above. I don't even want to know. That's why I'm telling you not even to write me. I don't really care. Yeah. No, I don't know, Region. They hang off every word. Every word. I don't know if I should just be flattered. How I look at all this, I don't know. Should I be flattered? They pay that much attention to me. But the dude always writes me clouds in the sky. By the way, it's on a Proton mail account. It could be anybody from Allo to anyone who have Proton accounts. So I don't see many of them, if anybody's ever wrote me. But, Proton, yeah, Proton. It's key, actually, to the identity of a few people anyway, possibly. But, to say, he don't like my voice. He don't like what I talk about. You think you're an expert and everything. No, Mr. Clouds in the Sky. I wish. I'm just saying, there's not much that I don't know at least a little about. Okay? I could be topical on here, and that's why you listen, but you're getting so upset with me. But I say the same thing to any troll that writes me or makes a comment anywhere in any other channel. But yet you still watch and listen. So I really need to write. But yet you're criticizing me, but yet you still listen. You don't like what I have to say or talk about. No one's forcing you. I'm not forcing anybody to even make a comment on my channel here. Nobody's being forced against their will. But you come back. And what was the last thing he said, Clouds in the Sky, about, I haven't been listening much because I've been away for 2 weeks or some things like that. But no, you're not. You're listening to every single show I do, whoever's behind Clouds in the Sky. You're listening intensely, profusely, every single day, just like the other trolls are. Isn't that right? Maybe that should be flattering to me after all. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. Perhaps not. But it is flattering. I just wish I had 100,000 watching me. Something to say about that. Maybe I'll have sponsors to pay for hotels, food. Wouldn't that be nice? Some have it. Glory be to them who get a show that could work on its own, turns its own motors, works on its own power, never have to get accommodations and pay for it. That's wonderful. It is, really. No kidding around. Ain't that nice? Get your meals taken care of. Well, some people have that ability. Not on my show. That would never happen. I know that. You know that. Okay, I'm not going to go into a long speech. I'm off. I thought I'd just come on here and address a few things. And in general, let's just chalk it up and say, if you like my show, keep on watching. If you don't like it, you can tune out. I don't want to hear your bitching and crying about what you think of me or, oh, you don't know anything about anything. Well, I don't know where this information comes from out of my mouth. There's no ghost behind me. There's not a ghost writer. There's not a ghost vlogger behind me. It's me. And what I talk about, I learn, and you could do it too. It's not that hard. Read and learn. It's that easy. 15 obsessed lurkers. Yeah, 18 on there now. I know. Isn't that something, man? I mean, this is like, make a great psychological study. I'm sure they have, I'm sure. They must. I mean, internet's been out for a long time. YouTube has been out. Social media's been out for a long time. I'm sure there's been papers written on this. There has to be. I mean, I know there has to be. But you know the funny thing? If you could actually go into the lives of these people and see what they look like, oh my God, and see how they're living, and I don't know, that might be scary. But I think the one common denominator they all have is that they're out of their fucking mind. They're out of their fucking mind. I know, but how do you define insanity, right? Well, it's when they do the same things over and over again and not getting their results, like getting me thrown off YouTube or getting me deported or something like that. Hasn't happened yet. Until that day happens, don't hold your breath, folks. More to come, Mordecai. More to come. You can't, you know, get a good man down. Keep a good man down. Perhaps I'm smarter than most on here. That's why they hang on every word. They want to see if I make a mistake in my language. No, I'm not an expert on the English language. You know, proverbs, and so on and all. I was never an expert in the English language as far as writing, but I'm not a bad writer when I actually put something together. I may do something quick on here, type something, and I make a mistake in my grammar, my writing, but that's just my doing of being quick on my typing or not wearing my glasses or something. Other than that, I can spell quite well, actually. You might not know it on my typing when I leave messages, but I assure you, I'm not really bad in spelling, and my grammar, well, I'm not 100% on grammar totally. The only master of the English language I have is that I could actually speak to you and you could understand me. And some people, I can't even understand them. How could you listen to something? Da, 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 yeah, da, 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 yeah. I'm sorry, that's why I draw the line, okay? I'm not interested in listening to somebody that bad if that's what I have to listen to. I could be quite eloquently spoken, and I usually am, and I got the voice for it. Yeah. If you don't like it, just tune out, Charlie Brown. Regent says, as pathetic as Kevin is, he's probably doing better than some of these oddballs. I don't know what better means, in what respect, better. He can't walk very well, he can't talk very well, he can't comprehend things very well. So I don't know what you're referring to. They're all a bunch of fucking losers, man. Look at Abbo. Look at all of them. I gave a great show this morning, didn't I? I let it all out this morning. I think that was a really good show. I had somebody in mind at the time on that show in particular. Regent says, did you see the apartment that Passport TV rents? I don't watch Passport TV. He was so proud to show he painted the walls orange, but he ended up showing how ghetto his place was. Not everything is what it seems. I told you that, man. You may think Passport is a bon vivant lifestyle, traveling to these Eastern Bloc countries or whatever, and living in poverty in chicken coops and shit. He said, Regis said, Passport lives in one bedroom, 60-year-old rented apartment with the view of a brick wall. Oh, really? Well, I don't watch Passport. He had the nerve to show that. I like him to show himself. What country is he now again? Is he still in Hungary, or where the hell some godforsaken place he was living in? I guess he had relatives or something in this country. That's why he goes there or something. Yeah, Regent says, Passport does voiceovers on other people's videos. I know he does that, because I recognize the voice. But you can simulate somebody's voice too, so it's hard to tell. He quickly took the video down when he realized people were laughing at his living conditions. Poor sap. And they talk about me, huh? There's nothing wrong with my living conditions here on my dusty island. We got to dust a lot more, Gilda, because we're living on a dusty island. Get the dust mop out. Get the air filters out. Yeah. All right, I got to go. I just don't feel like talking anymore. Not that I don't have a lot more to say. I have plenty to say. I just don't feel like talking. How many times a day you want to hear me on? 10, 12, 20? I got the topic matter. I got the ability and energy to do it. But, even I bore myself sometimes. If I start boring myself, I'm not going to bore my viewers. So, ta-ta. Enjoy your lovely lives while I join my healthy life in the beginning of my 70s looking good, feeling good, doing good, mood good, energy good, woman good, dog's good. Even my dog's got the life. I got a veterinarian that just came over to look at her eyes, look at this and that. I got manicurists that come over, pedicurists that come over, hair stylists that come over. The good life, the good life, the good life. I don't have to go to a 5-star restaurant to eat something decent. I have the capability of putting a meal together myself. We both do. What's the good life, really? What is the good life? Well, it's really on a personalized level what you think is a good life. Okay, later, man. And thank you, Mr. Clouds in the Sky, for being one of my biggest fans. Keep up the good work. Remember, trolls, I'm here because you're there. Let's not forget.
But I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forgive, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. And while you're sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid, it's my turn to chase the monsters away.
Well, I never really heard of Ray K. That's Ray Kay. Ray K is a musical producer, director, photographer. And not too long ago, he came to my dusty little town here in Santa Fe. And other than, not having the greatest nightlife in the world, he found it quite charming. I guess now he's in Manila, checking Manila out. I haven't read or seen his video yet on that. It's Ray K, Ray Kay. Sounds British. But he seemed to really give a fairly good review of my dusty little town here. You'd be surprised, there are famous people that will come to my dusty little town. And there's always people checking out things they hear about on the internet. Most comments I ever get about people in regards to the Bantayan Islands is very positive. I would have to agree with them. Nightlife, but I don't know. If you're not a drinker, who cares about the nightlife? I'm not out dancing all the time and drinking, and I, except for maybe the need and concern to have maybe some good restaurants to go to. Yeah, that would be up my alley. I would love that. But, it's really nice to have people traveling around, people that in their own circles are very well known and famous, that can spread the good word for a very good place that they visited. So, I never had the opportunity. If I'd known he was in town, I would have tried to met up with him and kind of showed him around and show him what this place is really all about. Because most people actually that come here to Santa Fe, there's a lot of things they haven't seen or known about. There's hidden parks of sort, natural environmental areas here in Santa Fe and Bantayan Islands. There's actually a lot of little places on here that am I coming through here? I wasn't sure. I hit show live video. I don't know. There's a lot of places here that people haven't seen. There was even a couple of places I haven't even seen that I wound up finding out. So you just have to explore when you visit a town. Now we have passing by here. Okay, more tourists. It is a weekend, but the ferries were not running very well because of the inclement weather. So I don't know what's going to happen for the tourists that were coming to weekend or the continued rain and forecast. I think this big storm is moving out of the Philippines. Still at a level 2 in some place category. But here, we're just getting a lot of on and off rain. I can definitely tell you that. Last night, first night in a long time, that I felt comfortable. Just had my window open in my bedroom. Just my ceiling fan on low. No air conditioner. I didn't need it. Felt good to have some good fresh air coming in, instead of air conditioned air around you. I don't like air conditioned air all the time, contrary to your belief. I don't. So I never liked being in an airplane a long time. And I don't know, I think he's just rebreathing everybody else's air in there. It just gets recirculated around, pretty much, I guess. So, yeah, long plane rides, that's something I've ever really liked. But Ray K, he produced albums for Britney Spears and all kinds of people. Imagine somebody of that caliber coming to the dusty island of Santa Fe. Well, Santa Fe's coming up in the world, huh? Well, if somebody of his caliber wants to come here and check it out and gives a good review, I'd say this dusty island has a little promise. Not that I want everybody to move here, mind you. Come here, play, then go away. Spend your money, the tourism, have fun, and say bye-bye. That's what I say. Yeah. I don't mean to be a snob about this. I'm just saying that it's a nice place to visit, but you wouldn't want to live here. Well, you wouldn't want to live here unless, of course, you're retired, you want to settle down, you're a family man. Hey, come on. Hey, bark at everything, I'll tell you that. Is it Mama coming home here? No. We had a car tourist trying to go toward the beach area, and down my road, they didn't want to fix it up over there. I said, oh, no, this car is just too, the clearance on the car isn't too good, and there's some really rough areas right down the road here. The guy went and turned around and said, screw this, I'm not going to ruin my car for that. So yeah, the infrastructure around here is not the best either, I can tell you that. I live here. Not many sidewalks here, I can tell you that too. But, the town has its own charm. Main thing is, I like it. That's why I'm here. Now, I haven't had a chance to explore a shitload of towns in the Philippines. But, who threw up? One of the dogs threw up. What's with that, girls? I don't know what that's all about. Big chunk of, whatever they ate earlier. Hell if I know. Well, I guess I gotta go clean it up. But, God, what is that all about? The problem is, I don't know which one did it. Don't scratch. No. Scratch all day. We had the vet come over today. Yeah, we have a vet guy that comes over here at the house. Of course, you got to pay for the visit, any medications or something like that. But nothing's for free. I don't owe. He doesn't owe me anything. Ooh, this is nasty. Okay. Is Mama home? One of them threw up in the living room. I don't know who did. One of them threw up. Mama's home. Yeah, nasty. I wish I knew which one it was. I'm trying to think of anything unusual that they ate. I can't think of anything unusual that they ate today. Vet came over, but there was nothing that they consumed, like a pill or anything like that. So it can't be that. That's really hard to say. They're not used to eating regular dry food anymore. Well, they always eat kibbles, but we always put the gravy in. And they're so used to having it, they're spoiled. So used to having their little gravy packet in there. Well, we decided, not to give them the gravy packet. Because I don't think it was all doing good for their teeth. Their teeth are fine, but Usually wet food will rot your teeth. Pardon me, because I'm actually multitasking, picking up the vomit. Such a busy man I am. So give me a few seconds here, you know. Oh boy. Not the job I wanted here. Somebody's got to do it. Guess it's me. Who do you call when you become undone? Hey, call Uncle Frank. That's what you do here. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Did you do it or did you do it? Oh, you think it's Ginger? Yeah. Well, I don't know. She's getting older, this, that, this, that. Sorry, you're going to hear a flush here. Okay. Well, having animals. Well, people vomit too. But anyway, what am I talking about? I came kind of sidetracked with the lovely dusty island of the Beeching Islands, the dusty islands. That's what we were talking about. Well, yeah, that would have been interesting talking to a gentleman of that profession because, you know, him and me were both in the industry, of course, you know. And he with my big movie experience and my history of photography and interesting in stars and all that glitter and glamour. Well, what are you eating?
Biko.
Biko. You bought Biko? I'm not eating that. Well, did you get what you had to have done? Did you get what you had to do done? What? Well, where did you go? You went to Pattaya for a reason, right? Did you or did you not? I'll forget it. Her hearing is as bad as mine. Her hearing is as bad as mine. Okay. And I got bad hearing. Okay. Oh my, oh my. It's out with the girls. She's got her friend here. They go out. Oh yeah, I gotta bring a dress to have it. Something fixed on the dress. But they're out for like an hour and a half or so. But it's a social event, is what it is. You gotta get out of the house. And she does. She's not a prisoner here. If I had a hell of a lot more things to do, I'd be out of the house a hell of a lot more too. But as I said, although my dusty little town is a little bit sleepy. It's a little bit sleepy. As nice and charming as it is, that's why you gotta go to the big city. I'll be going to the big city next week, early next week. The lovely Cebu, Cebu, the big city. I'll be there. Yeah, we go back and forth quite a bit, actually. Maybe this time I'll do a little food shopping and bring some of my comfort food. And I don't care what it is. If it's edible and don't look back at me, I'm going to eat it. If it has preservatives in it, I'm still going to eat it. Well, I'm going to try to buy as healthy as I can, of course. Of course. So I hear that passport's living in a little fucking dump in Eastern Europe. Orange walls or something. Yeah, somebody said Passport posted a video on there. And he showed this really dumpy little dwelling that he was living in. What's the true story of Passport TV? Remember, not everything that glitters is gold. I told you there's always a story behind somebody on YouTube.
Repeated insults, belittling, humiliation. There has to be an intent of the your boyfriend belittling you or the boyfriend telling you that, you're fat, you're ugly, etc. There's maybe an argument. It's verbal abuse if there's a threatening harm, constant criticism that causes emotional suffering. A single argument may not usually qualify for a verbal abuse unless, of course, the argument is part of a pattern, or involves serious threats of harm. And that woman should be a person with whom you have sexual relationships with, and not just any other person.
Okay. So if a foreigner is arguing with a woman who is a vendor because she overcharged him, that can't be verbal abuse.
Unless, of course, the foreigner has
Kind of a bit of interesting information. And I was watching Filipina P's show, and it was kind of related to Stefan or Steven, the British guy that's always putting on a lot of shows. We came up with a topic: if can you have a verbal argument that he's talking about a man that's spent 3 years in jail waiting for his court case or whatever, and I don't. But they found him guilty of something, but there was no physical attack. There was no physical attack on the Filipino with this guy. And with this guy, a lawyer that was on Filipina P's show, is kind of interesting. And believe it or not, what gives validity, or as far as the justice system out here in the Philippines, unless you were like in some kind of a sexual relationship with a woman, she makes a complaint against you that you verbally said this and verbally said that, it's not carrying a lot of weight. Now, even that came as a surprise. But basically, that's what this lawyer said. So you'd have to go to Filipina's Peace show and kind of check that out. Hello. It's kind of interesting to hear. I've had a complaint put against me. Lord, no. Good Lord, no. But never met the woman, really. But it doesn't mean they can't file a complaint on you. They can file a complaint, and you kind of see where it goes, really. But generally, the rules out here in the Philippines, there's a couple of things we're going to talk about, too. I'm going to combine them in one show. I want to do this in one show. As far as self-defense in the Philippines, too. So instead of doing yet another show, we're kind of combine both topics. And I'm not going to go into great detail on either one of them here, but according to this lawyer on the Filipina Peace show, that there has to be certain elements in there that's going to give gravity to somebody's complaint or even a case against you. And it seems to be stemming from the fact that you need to have been in a sexual relationship with a woman before she could really put a complaint in on you for verbal abuse or anything like that, or physical abuse. Let's prove it otherwise. It seems that you would have to have at least met the woman. That would be something. You at least met the woman, okay? In my case, there's a person involved here I've never met personally in my life. Okay, so according to this attorney on the Filipina Peace show, and he's basically saying, and directly or indirectly, that there's gravity on a situation if you've had a relationship with the woman, if you actually have ever been sexually involved with the woman, and that gives kind of gravity, shall I say, to her complaint. Now I want to segue into something real quick here too. So I'm not going to go into I want to watch a movie here or something. I just ate. And as I said, I will talk about things as they come up, and if it's interesting enough to talk about it, I'll do a show about it. Secondly, next topic was self-defense. That's the next one. Are you legally able to defend yourself as a foreigner in the Philippines? The answer is yes, but there has to be certain conditions on there. Now, for example, I've always said, let the person make the first move, and hopefully you've got witnesses. But that's why cameras come in very handy. They make jokes about this, but I never go anywhere without my camera. For all you know, I might have one of those little secret cameras on my buttons on my shirt. You just never know. Not with me, you don't. You got to be careful out here. You got to cover your ass on everything. Trust me on that, as I found out. Um, you are allowed to defend yourself if you feel that your life is being threatened, that you will get hurt from the situation. You have a right to defend yourself. Certainly, as police once told me, I had a rap session with somebody once. They said, don't be the aggressor. Just don't be the aggressor. And don't be highly verbal either. You know, if a person wants to have a beef with you physically, unfortunately, in the best scenario, you're going to have to wait till they raise their hand and arm toward you. And hopefully you'll have a camera. Hopefully you'll have witnesses to that event. Now, you can't obviously prove it if you're in an isolated area, because it's, you know, it's he said, she said situation. But yes, you are able to defend yourself as a foreigner in this country if you feel that your life has been threatened. If you're, for example, an older gentleman or woman or whatever, you got more of the law on your side. If it was a younger person trying to attack you, it's like double indemnity or something. That's what happens. But yes, you can defend yourself. They would suggest that you don't kill the person, because it's going to really complicate things, unless your life was really that much in threat. And this guy was actually, it was either his life or yours. So in a situation like that, yes, you could defend yourself. But again, importantly, okay, witnesses would help. Who, you don't know who lifted their fist or arm first, who made the attack on the other person. That's why documenting things like that is very important. People make jokes about that. Oh yeah, Frank carries his camera. Well, I do carry my phone everywhere. Of course I do. I might not want to, I may want to record something, or I may need to record something. It's just called being smart. That's all it is. You have a smartphone, don't have a smart brain. Capture the evidence on video. That's all you need. Yes, I'll answer that. You certainly can protect yourself in a situation where you think your life is threatened, or you're trying to protect family members, etc., etc., etc. The law is on your side with that here. Now, the other thing we'll go back to about person putting complaints about you. They have to examine other elements of the case. What would cause somebody to put a complaint on you? Were there any extraordinary circumstances going on with this? Could it be considered retaliation? And they see and hear all this stuff. A retaliatory action, a revengeful action, such as in the form of a written complaint. So I was listening to Filipina P, as I said earlier, and there was a lawyer on, and he was talking a little bit about this, because Stephen, or Stephen, I never remember the name of his damn channel, the British guy says, hello, you lovely people, okay. He always has a story. Personally, well, he got to be on the Philippine Peace show, video on there. So he got himself a little bit famous there. Maybe he'll get more subscribers. Nothing would, surprise me, actually. But maybe that worked out good for him. But I honestly think Stephen, I think he makes up a lot of, and I think there's a few vloggers that do that. A number of them actually do that, really. That need something to talk about, so they make up stories. Oh, he had this friend. How many friends does this guy have? Since he's been on, he doesn't hang out with anybody. He don't usually leave his property, and he lives in Mindanao. And sometimes he talks politics, which could lead him to a world of hurt and trouble. I don't think Stefan or Steven, however you want to say how it's spelled, can cause his own problems. Just like that guy who was in Mindanao that's been missing the whole time, and they figured he's been killed. I even forgot his name. See how it fades out? It's been such a long time. He's considered dead. And, he talked about a few things on his show that he probably shouldn't have, and that probably would got him in trouble. We could definitely assume that he's dead. Nobody's trying to leave the country by his name. Nobody's ever seen him, so we would assume, we come to a conclusion that he was killed. Now, Stephen, does talk about some kind of sensitive topics on his show, and I never really see him going anywhere, really, except walking in front of the house, passing by a pig pen and a bunch of roosters, and he's always walking the same path. I don't know if I've ever seen him on any shows going anywhere. Sometimes I think he's afraid to leave his area, is what I think. But I think, Stephen, this is my opinion, you don't have to agree with me, I think he makes up a lot of stories on here. So is Mike's Philippines retirement. I think these two guys have a lot in common. I think to keep up with the pace of their show, to keep the viewers in, to keep the attention, I think a lot of vloggers actually come up with phony stories. They just make it up in their head. So, you run out of topic matter, so you got to make something up. I've never made anything up on my show. My show is always based on what I've heard and seen, probably what a lot of you guys have heard and seen. So I could validate my shows, but Steven on his show and Mike's Philippines retirement, I don't buy half the shit or more that they talk about on their show. I just don't buy it. I'm pretty clever with that. I just, I read between the lines. Some of these stories are just absolutely too fantastical or not credible, And when does Mike Philippines retirement ever leave the house? He's there with his wife, Janet, and he hardly ever leaves the seating unless he's going to have a rare meeting with another YouTuber. I don't see a whole lot of that either. So a lot of this information on here on people's shows is just, poof, the magic dragon, They make this stuff out of their head because they got to keep the audience interested. And if you can't think of anything else to say, and I've never had a problem with that, I think you would agree with me on that. I've always got something to say. It never stops me. But I think a lot of these people, they make up these stories and topic matters, or they just simply use the same topic matter they use about 300 times because they ran out of things to talk about. That's when YouTube could get awfully boring. Oh, is he talking about that again? Oh, please. Give me a break, Maybe go out a little bit more to get more topic matter or something. I don't know. I'm a wealth of information, I'm a wealth of information, and I like to share it with my viewers. There's no good feedback for that, really, on my show. There's really not a lot of, I think I've been appreciated in some ways, but I think I'm not as appreciated much compared to some other shows. I think what I tend to talk about is valid based on true information that, as I said, maybe you've all seen yourself, which is maybe elaborate on it a little bit more. So that's what I do. But to believe some of these YouTubers on here, some popular ones that you're beginning to know if you didn't know them before, no, I just don't buy their stories. And, it's not just thinking out of my hat, it's, I listen to them, and I hear what they have to say, and it doesn't jive with their lifestyle or what they tend to show us on their shows, so it becomes very unbelievable. Now, according to this guy, Steven, where he lives, he's, oh, I feel safe over here, but then he makes a lot of shows talking about feeling unsafe in the Philippines, what could happen to you, and this and that. So it kind of solidifies my belief, at least to myself anyway, that this is just a lot of nonsense. It's so important to do a show every day to, if you're monetized, because you have to get you got to get your viewers in, you got to get the watch hours, you have to get all that shit, to really get your AdSense in to make a couple of bucks every month. But when you start getting into deep politics, that's when you're in trouble. A good example was that one show, and I was talking about recently, with the arrogant couple. She's 22 years old. Yeah, Santini and Sophia. Well, they attended a political rally. Now, they're pretty green at this. They don't know all the rules. They already know you're not supposed to be showing people's faces on here. They broke that rule. Secondly, they are too busy with their arrogance and showing how beautiful his wife is, or wife to be, and his muscles. to pay attention to anything else because they want to make money on the show. Though they have their own, because basically they're what do you call babies? You know, they got money from the parents. That's how they're able to travel around. They're young. What do you think they're getting the money? You think they're independently wealthy? Well, on some level they could be. With one of the rich parents, trust fund babies, you know, as we call them, trust fund babies. And yeah, there's a lot of trust fund babies out there. And what was that guy? And Ricky's always arguing with other people. Snitchy, what the hell was his name? Was over in Thailand, where they had an inheritance of, like, we're talking a lot of millions. And the guy has a brother. They had his show taken down a couple of times. Forgot the name of that guy because I never really watched his show. Really, they used to talk about him quite a bit. Not Snitchy. What the hell is the name of his show? Okay, well, not really important. But the point is that this guy had a lot of trouble with people. He had a lot of money, and I guess he was always fighting going on with his brother. You know, they both were heirs to some supposedly big fortune. I don't know. It makes you wonder why they have to go on YouTube. I think they'd have more of an exciting life to have to go make asinine shows on here. Go figure. It's hard to believe anybody on here, and I really don't take people's word to be true and trust hardly anybody on here, really. But yes, to answer any questions, to defend yourself, as was the topic too, why not spread it out? Why not steal some topics from other people, as they do all the time? I think it's interesting enough, and yes, you can defend yourself out here if you feel your life is in danger. You absolutely can. The advisable thing is just get it on video, get witness, make sure they raise the first hand or throw the first punch, or don't get heavily verbally involved with the person and start yelling to attract attention, which might make people think that you started it up. You got to be calm in a situation like that. Let them do all the work for you. Let them do it. And hopefully they will be on camera, whether you have a secret little hidden camera in your shirt, whatever you might have that ain't too obvious, I would suggest it, to see who really is the perpetrator. Sometimes you have to do that. Even in a relationship, you never know. Maybe your woman tried to kill you or hit you over the head with a frying pan or something. You know, if you catch it on video, well, there you go. If you had a case going, you'd win it because you got the video evidence. That's the way it works. Why do you think Barry's, had to go to trial? I had video evidence of what he did. So keeping that in mind. And the other topic, of course, was complaints. And they were talking about that too on Filipina P. She had an attorney on there. They were talking about the subject, which again was being brought up by Stephen again, or Stefan, the British guy. Hello, all you lovely people. Okay. So, I don't even think that Stephen is really even that happy in his relationship because he makes a lot of what sounds like some serious jokes, whatever, about his wife and a relationship and the things she talks about, and he kind of brushes it off, but yet he talks about it. It makes me wonder how bad was it in Britain for him that he's in a relationship that I don't get the feeling is a totally comfortable relationship. But you see, that's my own personal opinion and nobody has to agree with. As I said, I listen and I read between the lines. And a lot of things that Stephen talks about is very negative. Dangers of living in the Philippines. He'll talk about relationships, including his own. Some of it sounds a little sketchy, but I do listen. And I kind of put my own numbers together and I come out to my own conclusion. Not have to be agreed by the masses, but it's my own opinion. I don't think all these YouTubers are really happy living out here. The ones that actually live out here, not, talking from 10,000 miles away to their computer or cell phone. The wannabes, can-bees, never-bees, the bumblebees, the keyboard warriors that are not even living in the Philippines. And they have a lot to say about the Philippines, a lot to say about the Philippines people, a lot to say about Philippines YouTubers. So there you go. Well, I hope this has been informative in some way. Yeah, you could put a complaint against somebody, but the way the which sounds like from this attorney, not mine, but from listening to this attorney that was on Filipina P's show. You should listen to it. And the way he's talking, and I don't think I got it wrong. I didn't listen to the whole show, but I got the, oh, excuse me, I got the hiccups, got the gist of it. So he's basically saying that more than not, it's a yes or no situation. If a Filipino could win a complaint or case against somebody, they are more likely looking, what was your relationship with the Filipina who put the complaint and or case, two different things, against you. Were you involved in a relationship? Have you had sex with this person? Were you physically involved in that way? Have you even met her? Have you even met her? These are things that they take into consideration. So, just filing a false or fruitless claim against somebody is not a guarantee that they're going to win their complaint or claim, because there's going to be a lot to be examined, and on both sides. So that's the way that kind of works, especially if you never met somebody. How could you be harmed? Did you ever try to meet somebody? Did you stalk them? Did you go to their house? That would be something that would be against you in a very big way. If you've never been to the abode, to the residence of a Filipino who's making a complaint against you, you never even met the Filipina, well, it's not going to be stacked generally in their favor. And I can understand why. There's no physical confrontation, which does not mean that there's a threat. Okay. Now, the argument was that, in which Stephen was talking about in Filipina P, can you be verbally abusive to a Filipina? Well, the argument on Stephen's part and otherwise is that couples do argue, or people do argue with each other. It's part of human nature. Does that require, or will it actually validate a reason to put a case or a complaint against somebody? Generally, when there's nothing physical involved. Now, Stephen claims that there's this guy who's been in jail for 3 years because a Filipina had put a case against him, but he was involved with her sexually, though. It's a different story. That he was waiting for 3 years in a holding cell. It doesn't sound right to me, but, we can see that's possible by this other guy that we know very well. And then he gets off on some charges, but then was still charged with some kind of verbal abuse. But then the lawyer would say that, well, if you are sexually involved with the Filipino who put a complaint or a case on you, either one, that could weigh bad for you and weigh better for the Filipina. So what's the answer to any of this? Well, it's not your country. Just try not to get involved in any arguments with any Filipinas or Filipinos, for that matter. It's not worth it. The laws are different out here. And what you think might apply to you and be in your favor may actually work against you. You have to understand the law out here, and I don't understand all the law. I just pick up different pieces of things that I learn, like anything else I talk about. You read, that's what you do, You read and learn. But yeah, there's a lot of an infinite amount of details that go in a complaint or a case that has to be examined by prosecutors, because if there's retaliation involved, they'll recognize that. Have you ever met this man that they might be asking the woman, a lawyer or a prosecutor? No. Have you ever been to your house? No. Is there any reason to be physically afraid of him in a physical matter? Yeah. And why is that? Well, he said some bad things about me. Well, did he really say any bad things about you? Number one. You'd have to go before that one. Okay, so is it just retaliatory actions, or what is it? That has to be determined. But I think you're just better off, period. No matter what the law says, you're better off that if you're in a relationship with a Filipino, for example, and you've been intimate, I would basically, if you're having trouble, I would just bow out of a relationship in an amicable way. Just have a talk and say, I just don't think things are working out for us. I think you agreed to, right? And you want to handle it with kids' gloves, because I'm going to tell you out here, yeah, A lot of foreigners don't have any more rights that you think they do. They do have some rights, though. They do. Don't get me wrong. Obviously so. Barry Jordan case situation. Okay. Obviously so. But I would handle it differently. I would not get into some big old bang out, verbal, carried away discussion with a Filipina because although Filipinos in general are friendly people, if you think you're going to win an argument with a Filipina, especially a Filipina, in general Filipino, you're kidding yourself. They know that you're a foreigner. They know that they have more rights than you. But if a Filipina, oh, forget about it. You know, forget about it. They can be really out there. They could be very verbal. And they'll always change the story. You're going to listen to this foreigner? Hey, I'm a natural born here. You're going to believe this foreigner over me? Well, sometimes they do. You know, a woman scorned. You know what they say about a woman scorned, right? Well, yeah. You see, then comes in the saving face portion. That's where you're just going to have a hard time with a Filipina. Because Filipinos, especially knowing they're wrong, they're going to do everything they can to save face. For example, you're a foreigner that breaks, or it doesn't have to be a foreigner, it could be another Filipino. You have a relationship with a Filipina, and he decides to break off the relationship, right? Okay, but that's not going to sit very well with the Filipina. She'll turn around and say horrible things that he's supposedly done to her. Oh yeah, even if he didn't do it. Okay, and she's going to try to save face. They all will. Remember, saving face in this culture is like one of the number one rules out here, unwritten rules actually. Saving face to family, to friends, to yourself. They'd like to think that the people think that she broke up with the guy, right? In a situation, in a relationship, you know. She'll come up with a story and say, well, I broke up with him because blah, 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 he was cheating on me or whatever. He was too cutty put or something, you know. She's never going to admit that the guy, how dare him, broke up with her. That's not possible. It happens all the time. Saving face, just like getting married before a child is born. Getting married before a child is born. And I'd like to answer some of Jay's ridiculous, soliloquies. Why don't you marry the girl? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Well, I'm not interested in being married to anybody under any circumstance. I'm over 70 now. I've been married once, and that was enough for me. That's why I sowed my oats all those years in between the time I divorced my wife. I had a lot of fun in Washington State, mostly. Women up to kazoo. I enjoyed myself. I wasn't just playing the field, really. Sometimes I was. But I was looking for a permanent relationship. Always was. I always was. Not everything worked out all the time. And maybe for the best in many situations, and I think back on it now. But no, I was never a runaround. And why don't you get in the norm? And why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Apple man, why don't you get a girlfriend, period, okay? I can say that to you. Why don't you move out of your mom's place? Don't mind about my business what me and my girlfriend do. We're happy where we are. We're happy what we do. It has nothing to do with you. Shave your chest or something. Do something. Do anything. Move out. Get your own place. Jesus Christ, man. It's embarrassing. Anyway, hope this has been a learning session as usual. You're welcome to leave your comments after the show. That's the situations. Yes, you can protect yourself out here if you feel threatened. And a lot of times, a Filipino puts a complaint against somebody, well, such as a man, whether he's a foreigner or local, don't matter. Well, it's not always on her side. Did you have sexual relationships with the woman? That might seal the deal for her. If you didn't, you can prove it, never even met the woman, well, you got something on your side there. Just hope for the best. Okay, that's my show. Thank you very much. There's a lot of things in life that kind of grab me and fascinates me. Now, this show is non-related to anything Philippines, but I every now and again I follow a show. It's called Big Banks, BANKTZ, I believe it is. Now, this guy's from Oklahoma, and he likes exploring abandoned properties, and we're talking mansions, all the way down to my topic's going to be a little house in Appalachia. It's a good story. I'm always fascinated because I don't understand when somebody leaves, say, they don't sell it, where things are just left behind that were left in. Now, this one particular story fascinates me, and about 950 square feet in Appalachia in the South, in the United States. And this little home was apparently abandoned just 3 years ago in 2022. Now, in this house, it's very obvious that the daughter or mother of the house, I think there may be 4 people living there. There was 2 bedrooms. Not an elaborate home, just a little Appalachian home. They don't seem to be a rich family. But when you walk into the house, it's like somebody just up and left. Reason? I don't know. Now, how did Big Banks, how did he find this house to begin with? And if he knows about this house, which I don't know how he knows about the house, why hasn't anybody gone there and just looted the place, as of all his videos, with elaborate mansions you wouldn't believe? Why, with a Barbie doll collection, now the mother or daughter collected Barbie dolls and other statuettes and different collectibles, worth easily, what they had in there, easily $100,000, easily. We're talking about Barbie collections that go way back, very valuable, all in a box, never touched, all intact, and other different collectibles. There was a compound bow that the man of the house, the husband, used to hunt out in the backwoods. Even a rare kind of a blow dart, elaborate blow dart gun. Everything was left in place, even the letter that was opened and read by the husband from the wife, who had different illnesses and died and succumbed to her health conditions. He, apparently a couple of months later, died after she did. Possibly a broken heart. Who knows? But the mystery of places like this, as in this particular Appalachian home, everything was left in place and somebody just didn't want the responsibility and left. Now, the craziness of this is that even the bed had all kinds of clothes and stuff on it. The mattress was stained and dirty. The floors were covered with sometimes litter. Even some snakeskin was left behind, meaning that there were snakes that got into the house. And in that area, they got some very poisonous snakes. It was like somebody just up and left. What doesn't make any sense is that why would they up and leave any remaining family members and not take all the valuable Barbie dolls, porcelain dolls, highly collectible, in the box, other valuable collectible trinkets, the mysteries? And as a tour through the house, it wasn't a big tour because, well, small house. Even the food in the refrigerator was left in there. It was something he couldn't handle. He opened the freezer and the refrigerator, and it just smelled like the dickens. There was even a container of some kind of food that was left in there to rot after 3 years. And it seems that this was abandoned around Christmas time because of all the Christmas ornaments that was around there, left on the kitchen table and so forth. The question and the mystery, and I love these mysteries, why did somebody just abandon that? Knowing that there were indeed valuables in that house. These are not fancy people, understand. He worked with his hands, as he described. I don't know where they generated their income. No idea. I wish I had the other pictures in front of me so I could kind of read what he wrote on his description, which would explain a lot. But I think there were 2 children. There was a mother and father, and she did die. But the house was left as is, as with all his videos. And this is what this guy does. I don't understand where he gets the money to travel around, as I don't understand what a lot of shows on here where people just get to travel around the world and they're still pretty young and they, well, I don't know, trust fund babies or whatever it might be. But this guy does a really interesting show, as much as having 750,000 viewers and growing. And he's traveled around to mansions you wouldn't believe, estates that were so elaborate. And we're talking about something that was left behind, either taxes owed to the state. I don't know. There's always a mystery to it. But how does the public not know about it? And how does he know about it? Imagine a mansion, even though maybe the furnishings, and some of them the furnishings were still there, left behind, and certainly worth a lot of money. Even down to the doors in the house that could have been elaborately carved, or chandeliers that were very expensive. There's even clothing left behind in some of these mansions. And what amazes me and just bedazzles me is how the public doesn't know about this and why looters have not come in to reclaim the riches from the house. Even everything down to the copper wire, as we know, and we've always heard of stories where people will loot abandoned places, even if it's just for the copper piping that's worth money. And that's why it's always a big mystery to me why these places were not looted when there was thousands of dollars to be made for somebody who's aware of the property. Why isn't there a caretaker to some of the more elaborate properties like mansions that were left behind? The mysteries of why they were left behind. This is the kind of stuff that really fascinates me. Hello. And that's why I'm kind of fascinated a little bit about history, but mostly having to do with historical structures. If you want to get more local, there's a St. Peter and Paul church over in Pattaya that was built around 1580. Can you believe that? Now, during that time, this church right over in Pattaya town was still standing, still operational. Had had a few disasters, fires, weather, storms, and it's been rebuilt sort of a couple of times. So the last would be in the 1800s, this church, St. Peter and Paul, Catholic Church here in Pattaya, still standing, still operational. But if you look at the outside, it's deteriorating. It's black, mold, even the original plaques, depicting the year the church was built and so forth, and history, still there, but needing some kind of restoration, as well as the other parts of the church, which is it needs a lime cleaning, it needs pressure washing, and supposedly there is efforts going along with the Historical Society to basically remedy structural faults with the church, and so forth. And it always bedazzled me to not understand why something that is a historical site is not upkept. Now, if it's deemed as a historical site, then the government usually will allocate money to restore such a historical site. Amazing in itself that the place, which was built by the Spaniards back in 1580, in this particular church, and we're getting more local here in the Philippines and local to my town, it's a fascinating church. And even if it was built in 1580, and even if it suffered a number of disasters having to do with storms or fires or whatever the situation was on there, it was rebuilt, but that was in the 1800s. Remember, this thing goes back to 1580, if you could imagine how many people have been in and out of that church, how many lives were lost in time through hundreds of years, babies that were born from people going into this church, the millions of stories that go behind all the people that visited this church, the fascinating stuff like that. Stands today, looks like shit from the outside. And every time I've been in Pattaya, I always even comment to my girlfriend, I said, I still don't understand why this place is being allowed to just deteriorate. And you can certainly see that from the outside. There needs to be some structural things going on to be fixed. Of course, the place could use a whole pressure washing, but there's maybe an art to that because you could be damaging the original stone. I guess it has to be done intelligently and quite sensitively, really, not to destroy what's already there and deteriorate the stone, mortar, and whatnot that the church is made of. Things like this really fascinate me. And he continued to, but getting back to big banks, BANKTCZ, you might want to look that up, and I'm probably not spelling it right. It's a fascinating, if you really want quality stuff to listen to on YouTube instead of all the trolls and all the bullshit going on here, you might kind of try to force yourself to watch things that are worth watching. Now, of course, this latest one was a house in Appalachia. Looks like it's all woodlands around there, and nature is beginning to take over around this little 950 square foot home. But to me, it's so baffling, as with a lot of his videos, on the properties that he photographs inside. First of all, with the elaborate mansions and so forth. Where does he get permission from to go into there? Certainly the doors must be locked. I had never understood any of that. And trying to write him, I never really get an answer, but why isn't everybody else in the public, every Joe Blow, going into these mansions? Oh, cool. Oh man, hey, that's probably worth about a couple $100. Oh, that's worth about 1,000. Well, that chandelier could probably go for 10,000. The mysteries. How could a mansion, for example, exist? And you could see the beautiful grounds used to be the swimming pool even, or elaborate fountains. Items that were left behind, even furnishings, in many cases, that were worth thousands of dollars. Who's watching these properties? Is there a caretaker? Does the bank own the properties? Even if the bank owned the properties because of back taxes, it belongs to the state. Why hasn't the banks sold these properties to get paid back the taxes? So the mysteries of properties and historical structures absolutely fascinate me. It's a mystery. The history behind them, the people who lived there. Some of these are owned by big stars too, some of these mansions. How could you leave a mansion that's worth millions what went wrong in your life, or maybe what didn't go wrong and you were rich enough so that you could just abandon something and walk away from it. Maybe bad memories. Just leave it behind. People are generally greedy in nature, as we all know. And it seems unlikely that somebody's going to leave a place and not sell all their valuables first. And how does this guy who does these videos even know about these places? If he knows about it, then people in the local populace will know about it too, and will get curious and want to go check it out. And some people with greed in mind might break into these properties and say, man, I'm bringing a fucking big-ass truck here, and I'm just going to walk out of here with all those lovely chandeliers and stained glass windows, even down to the doors, which are probably worth a lot of money. Some of them being very elaborate, heavily carved doors. In older properties, older mansions, the antiquities that are in these structures, why were they not looted? A lot of mistakes here. But off at the little home in Appalachia, very collected actually all these Barbie dolls, vintage Barbie dolls, everything from the Christmas anniversary, whatever, Barbie dolls, and Ken. Some of them were Ken dolls too. Other things were porcelain dolls and different trinkets that were collectible. Everything left in place, even if it was a last meal on the kitchen table. Remnants of food in the refrigerator. It was just left in there, not eaten, and left to rot with no electricity. And you can imagine when he opened up the refrigerator, what it smelled like in there, rotted meat and so forth. Why wouldn't any remaining people in the family come there and reclaim whatever's considered valuable, turn that into cash? Was the house left because of back taxes? Or was the upkeep on this house just too much? I mean, we're talking about a house that was left as is. If there was food on the table, it was left there. Personal paperwork from the wife to the husband saying, don't open this until my death, and a personal writing to her husband, who died then a couple of months later, as I said, maybe of a broken heart. But everything left in place. But the mystery of why in the bedrooms were the beds so dirty, clothes and everything just piled on top of there, stuff on the floor. It's like somebody just left, up and left. But why was the house in such a bad situation inside, as far as litter on the floors, bedrooms very disheveled, kind of a situation where someone just up and left. But why was clothes all over the place on the beds? Why was the mattresses stained and smelly? They just left. Now, the average person is not going to leave valuables. Even if it was tax purposes, they had to get out, they would take valuables, and why would they not just sell the valuables to pay the taxes on the house? That's a mystery. Might make sense to you and me, but it's really not making sense at all on here. And the guy who's doing the videotaping, well, the question is, why isn't he trying to contact, through the state tax records or whatever, the owners or remaining family of the owners of the house, and try to ask him in an interview and say, what happened here? You realize you have valuables in there. Now, of course, the guy never gives out the address and the location, because if that was the case, every looter in the country who is a collector is going to go after those Barbie dolls and all the other stuff they had in that place, even down to the compound bow that the guy used for hunting. There's plenty of stuff in there that was collectible. Furnishings, hardly any. There's hardly any places to even sit down in there. That's the crazy thing about this house. With every little room in there, not big, only 950 square. There's hardly any places to sit down in there. I don't remember I've seen any couches in there, any places to sit down. Very unusual, mind-boggling, and I love stuff like that. the mysteries of a home. Got to think about the Okay, my apologies for the last broadcast. I got cut off because we had a small brownout, blackout, whatever you want to call it out here. Put the generator on, everything is fine. It went back on again, but sometimes it happens. Not only that, but I also find that my satellite system is really not all it's meant to be. Although I do like it, but unfortunately, even with satellite, if there's any obstruction at all, and that's why when you get satellite, it is in an unobstructed area, but if you're going to go behind the house or something out of the signal of the dish itself, then you can get also periods of well, what normally happens with me. I get disconnected. So that's what goes on here. Would I say it's worth satellite? I'd probably say go with fiber if you can, if it's available in your area. Hell, there was a time I was only working off, even in Hawaii, over 15, what is that, megabytes or gigabytes? That's all I was working off with the system that I had, the internet that I had when I was living in Hawaii. I'm not even sure how I was able to do uploads and so forth on it. It was just terrible. But here in the Philippines, this is what you're going to expect here. You're going to get blackouts, and if you don't got the right internet, we're kind of behind, if you haven't figured it out in this country, behind, the modern technology that's available on, well, countries like America and otherwise, even some other Southeast Asian countries which have a lot better internet than we actually have over here. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little story there I shared with you. As I said, I find that kind of stuff fascinating. The history of where people lived. What did they do when they lived there? What was their life like? Why did they abandon their properties? So to get a chance, and I'll call it a promo on that show, Big Banks. You'll be able to find it. It's not spelled B-A-N-K-S. It's like B-A-N-K-T-C or something like that. And you might want to check it out just for the hell of it. There's a lot of interesting stories in there that if you're bored, but you want to listen to something decent, you could always go to YouTube channels like that, and you'll find hours and hours and hours and hours of entertainment for you to occupy your lonely time. And it would be channels like that that'll be very advantageous for you, I think. I've learned a lot on YouTube, and not just about human nature, but I've learned a lot about a lot of different things on YouTube by just kind of looking it up or watching certain YouTube videos that actually give out good topic matter. Imagine that. But they do exist. God, there was one thing I was going to go into here in my other show before I got abruptly taken off by a power outage. I was going to segue into something else, but ADDH, whatever, takes over. It's not senility. It's not Alzheimer's. Nothing like that. Good old ADDH. I think a lot of us on here share a lot of that, I noticed. Okay, from that point on, where we're going to go with this. I never realized, you don't realize how dependent you are on electricity until it goes out. Every function in the house, from your internet to TV to this to that, it plays havoc. I can't see how some people live off the grid. And that would be hard for me to do. That would be extremely hard for me to do. I mean, I could adjust to just about anything, really, if I really tried. But I admit that would be kind of hard to not have certain amenities, air conditioning, the television, internet, all that stuff, which most of us pretty much depend on. Not necessarily air conditioning for all of us. Some of them are happy with fans, and they seem to acclimate to the weather, and a fan is usually good enough to get them by. But I would find that kind of hard going to bed at night with a fan. But I've did that before, and it worked real fine. Because according to how bad the weather is, how hot and humid it is, that might make a big difference on that. So yeah, you're exploring to come to the Philippines. There's a lot of bugaboos you have to explore before you come out here, man, because I understand your interests are in women and stuff, and I'm not you're going to win any award for tourism. I'm definitely not going to win an award for tourism for this country because I pretty much tell it like it is. And that's what you have to do. After all, you're living out here. You want to share your experience of what it's like actually living out here. And I think I've done a pretty good job of that, actually. And I will continue to do so for as long as I'm going to be vlogging. And just kind of think it out. Spend as much as 6 months out here and explore everything from rundown neighborhoods to wealthy neighborhoods to big city areas to, you know, provinces and island provinces and so forth. Kind of get a good feel. But, you know, as I always say, don't sell the farm before you do it. I don't know, things are changing out here. I can't say for the good. There's been no progress with the infrastructure in most places in Philippines. That's a problem for some people that are used to having conveniences, real sidewalks. Oh, Cebu has them if you want to go to IT Park and places like that. Manila certainly has it, pretty built up in areas. You wouldn't even know you were in the Philippines, but to live in such areas, you'd have to pay quite a bit of money, especially in Manila. BGC, whatever they call it, Cavite, all these places out there. If you're willing to spend more, you'll have that Western feel, that lifestyle. You'll probably have a lot of restaurants that serve the kind of food that maybe you were used to eating in Western culture and society. But there's always a price to pay for just about everything. Just keep that in mind. You could live well out here on very little, but it's according to what you do, whether you're a drinker, you know, you have a girlfriend, you have a wife, you have any children, you could do okay. But I think it really stretches the budget with all the above. If you go out a lot, you travel a lot, that's going to shrink your wallet. Children, you got to feed them, clothe them. Wife, girlfriend, same. And if you don't own a property, well, you're going to have to pay rent. So if you can get a little gig going, a legal gig going to bring in more money, then by all means do so. Because I'll be the first to admit that even my Social Security, it gets a little bit stretched out on what we could afford on that alone. Of course, we don't just have my Social Security alone to live on, but, and we're fortunate for that, but if I were to, right here, live on Social Security alone with growing expenses out here and things that come up, that I admit it really would be starting to really stretch it out. So keep that in mind, and forget about all this shit about $500, $700 a month living out here. Just totally ignore it, because that's what most people, especially ones that just move out here, they're always talking about the cost of living out here in the Philippines. You're going to hear it even for people that have lived out here for a while. It's an old topic, it's gaining rust and mold, and it just doesn't apply to everybody. That's all. We don't have to go into a big speech about that. It doesn't. Everybody's individualistic with their spending, hobbies, habits, and so forth. You can't go by what people tell you on here. Anyway, I'm going to get off. I just came on to tell you that I was cut off on my last stream because of a temporary blackout. Okay, folks, being financially wealthy does not determine being mentally healthy. And I think we've seen that on here. Let's be real about the whole situation. You guys have been listening to all kinds of YouTube shows on here from different types of people, from different backgrounds. And what's your conclusion? Mine is that there are a lot of mentally ill people out here. But, you know, everybody has a bugaboo somewhere. You could be actually depressed because maybe you don't have money. Maybe you're not surviving, all right? That might cause for some depression in some cases. But having a lot of money doesn't make you mentally well. So you guys spend a lot of time listening to all kinds of videos on YouTube. I don't know what conclusion you guys have come to, but it makes you ask that question. Do I really want to be part of this menagerie of mental illness on here? And, you know, this is not me saying bad words or labeling people per se based on no evidence. Evidence is crucial, legal or otherwise. But you have to admit, if you've been an avid listener of my channel, we talk about different things and people, and you listen to other people's channels, you'll all come up with that, pretty much that realization that not everybody is working on all cylinders, not carrying a full deck of cards. And it's very apparent by their behavior. We have grown-ass adults on here that act like infantile children. Why? Well, because they could, because they're not very emotionally developed. Duh. Okay, yeah. Hey, I'm not going to be here long. I got a chore to perform. I got to go downtown, so I will try to make this as short as I can. Even some of the more famous vloggers you find out here, they all have something to say about something. I could use names in this, like Mike's Philippines retirement. God, he never leaves his house at all to do any broadcast. He sure knows a lot. He hasn't been in this country a long time. Does he have any mental issues? I think he does. Kevin? Well, obviously. Now, the question is, what came first, the chicken or the egg in his situation? Is his condition because he got a bolo knife in his brain? You know, or was he something like that before he got brain damage? Okay. We got people like Abo Man. I don't know, fixation with his mom. Can't live his own independently. I've personally never heard of him living on his own independently. I personally never heard of that at all. So, he's still sucking off his mother's tits, still weaning when he's a grown-ass man in his 50s. Bad habits. There's always something psychological behind really, really, really bad habits and how much they do with these bad habits. Excessive smoking. I mean, you know, chain smoking it's called. Excessive drinking. There's always a reason behind that. But the drinking part is part of a syndrome where you're trying to hide certain emotions. Now, with Abo Man, you've heard him being very sensitive on here. Do you remember the one video years ago when he was just breaking down? He said, I can't take this anymore. Leave me alone. Leave me, like practically crying. We've witnessed that. I've witnessed that. It's not hard to get Abo Man to set him off at all. It's easy, especially if he's drinking. But then the question is, when is he not drinking? That's probably the bigger question on his part. You know? Okay, so we know everybody about Popeye and all what his problems are, and he needs to get laid, obviously. I think he'd become a different man if he did. He's getting on the older side, and, you know, Super Day Bays are way over. His marriage time is way over. And you can't just sit there and rot to death. I know, you're in the comfort of your own home, you got your daughter living there, and that's your company, basically. But there's really got to be more life than that, than making skits about this guy called Frank. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to continue this another time, because I have to leave here. There's lots to talk about on this. But meanwhile, why don't you just kind of formulate your own opinions on what the topic matter is, and next time I'm on, you can get back to me on that, and we can elaborate on this a little bit more. I want honest opinions about a lot of the, you know, regular YouTubers on here, trolls and so forth, and what you guys actually been able to figure out on that. Is it all hype? Are they just trying to get people's goat? Is that what they're really like off YouTube? Those questions are going to be open for grabs. So we'll catch you later. There's been a few people asking me, when is the Bummer, the Waffle Flipper, going to be released? I don't have any updated information on that. A couple of people wrote me, actually, to thinking I know something that they don't do. Usually I do, but in this case, it's just, it's going to be a while. And he's been in there a while now. He's going to be in there a lot longer. And, you know, there's never a win-win situation for Barry after all. Yeah, he's been incarcerated a long time, I admit that. Did he deserve it? Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely did. And hopefully he gets a lot more time. And apparently the high roaders, nah, did not help him at all. So pretty much gave up on him. Well, they didn't trust the guy for one, where the money was going to go. His past pretty much sealed that deal on that, I guess. But no, I don't have any idea. I just know that as long as he doesn't pay the court judgment on there, then he stays where he is, and I don't know any legalities that will let him loose if he did not cooperate with the court order from the judge. So it's kind of a, in its own sense, it's a Mexican standoff in a way. We're going to keep you incarcerated unless you pay the court all these fees and so forth. And he can't pay, or nobody wants to help him. So he remains where he is, in prison. Who would have thought? Well, I would have thought. But for a while I was thinking, well, I don't know what the judge is going to do. As it turned out real well anyway. He wound up in prison no matter what. And his whole world fell apart. Well, how does it feel, Barry? You're trying to tear my world apart, aren't you? You and your girlfriend. But like I'll say to both of you, don't hold your breath. You might turn blue. Rot in jail, Barry. Rot in jail. We'll talk about that in a second here. I get some viewers. Perhaps. Psst. Hold on. I'm sure everybody's been watching that fight, but I'm going to leave this live on anyway. Keep on talking. And the way it works out on there is that, as with prior arrangements, and the reason people came to pay for this is because Manny was the draw card on there. Hello. Manny was the draw. Manny, with all the revenue, everything coming together, it's going to wind up with about $18 million. And Barrio, from the Barrio, somewhere around 2.5 and whatever, which is still a good paycheck for somebody. So I got to watch the fight from the 7th round because I was out doing something. While we're watching the fight, no? Yeah. For a 46-year-old, let me tell you. Oh, and they agreed that both of them would like to have another fight because it came to a draw. But even Barrio, from the Barrio, admits that for a 46-year-old, that Manny's pretty good. And I say he's pretty good. And not because I'm living in the Philippines, but the damn guy is good. He's got the T-Rex arms, very short, but when he gets inside, that's when he gets his shots in. I think a lot of people were surprised it was a draw, but Barrio, from the Barrio, admits that Manny is a tough fighter. And Manny, I guess, doesn't want to retire. Because I really think he wants to retire with that title. And it was a disappointment to him, I'm sure. And, of course, a different disappointment to the man from the Barrio. Barrio. So, yeah, I do believe because of the draw they made because of such a great fight, and Manny Pacquiao being the draw, really. Okay, let's face it. Mario has had his own little notoriety. But together with Manny, it was a big event. A lot of money in betting was out there on this fight, folks, all over the world. Millionaires, billionaires, regular people like you and me. Us fucking losers. Well, speak for yourself, right? It was, for what I saw of it, it was a good fight. And I didn't see it from the beginning, so I don't know how many punches that Manny got in. But the guy was good. But realistically, let's be realistic about this. If they were the same age, Manny would have tore this guy apart. But the fact that Manny was 46, you gotta give the guy credit, win or lose. Who could stand up to that? He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. To have that kind of endurance, I don't. It's just phenomenal, man. Endurance like that. Some of us old farts. Yeah, we're lucky we can last 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and we're very fortunate. But it goes to show what working out and having that kind of endurance can do. That age, my friends, quote me on this, age is just a number. If you got technique, you can take the biggest clowns down. And I still believe in that. I absolutely believe in that. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. That's my statement today. So Manny did a great job from what I can see. And actually, I guess it was a pay-for thing, but somebody was broadcasting it, and my stepson basically showed me. I came in the house because I had to go out, and came back, and I says, a fight on? It says a pay-for thing, right? No, they got it live on Facebook, he said. I said, shit, I didn't even put my things down. I went right off to the phone, got him to find me that Facebook page. The guy who was running it was making money from an engineering firm. He was making money himself from that. I'm not sure who he had in the audience there that was even allowed. Were people in the audience allowed to do things like that live? Or I don't know how that works. But I don't know where he gets this strength. I don't. It goes to show you, Manny has fought bigger guys, and you would think that there's no way he could win this. The shorter arms are usually the case with Manny, and he's kind of on the short side. I don't know if he's even 5'6". I don't know. And you got bigger guys, and you think that they could take advantage of Manny. But when you have technique, I guess it's all that matters. But it's two things in combination. It's technique and endurance, and I should underline that word. It's endurance. Because a lot of people can peter out after a short time. That's why, Muhammad Ali used to use a roper-doper shit. It was a way of resting, really, of catching his breath and let the guy wear himself out. And a lot of boxers use that technique. I didn't see that in this fight at all. Manny was just out there, period. He's got a good-looking wife, too. Well, a Philippines billionaire. What do you expect? Yeah, he's got a hottie for a wife, that's for damn sure. What'd you expect? I can make suggestions on here of who he could be with. Yeah. And I don't think Manny would want that. Just don't think so, Anyway, for those who are watching the fight, I hope you enjoyed it. I wish I was broadcasting it myself here, but I'm in no position to do that. I'm not a big boxing fan, actually. I'm actually more into mixed martial arts because you can kickbox and do other fancy things that you can't do in boxing. So I do prefer mixed martial arts over boxing, but I'm certainly willing to watch a good boxing match. I have no problem with that, but it's not my preference, actually. I don't know, since women have come into these divisions, with MMA, they became very interesting, and people snared at that. But there's some really good fights. People are not used to see women fighting in a boxing ring, or MMA. Women fight with each other on the streets. They get mad at each other. They scratch each other's eyes out like cats, and that's true. But yeah, in the ring, it's a little different. They can still scratch each other's eyes out if they want to, but then they're gonna get cut some points. Okay, so it's not worth doing that. I'll be honest with you. For what I saw in the fight, I didn't know where it was going to go, and I came in a little bit late to see the fight, and I know there's some power punches going on with him, but there was some power punches going on with Mario Barrio. I like saying Mario Barrio. he's pretty good. But the denominator here, the key points, my friends, or foes, Manny is like, I don't know, what is it, 13 years the junior of this guy? I mean, the senior of this guy. Oh, Mario is the junior. And it makes a big difference at age 46 as Manny is. I mean, you generally don't have that kind of gusto, that kind of energy, that kind of endurance. The guy's got a really good heart, pumping very well. He's in excellent shape. In fact, he only said that he only worked out really about 2 months before the fight. He wasn't working out as much as he wanted to. Now, the good thing is, I see a future fight coming. Yeah. And both of them were asked, would you be willing to fight him again? Manny and Mario agreed, yeah, I'd love to do that. Because they have a score to settle on this. They were very gentlemanlike. I mean, Mario was cool. I mean, I got nothing against Mario. He was actually very cool. He was very polite. He wasn't knocking Manny or anything like that. He just admitted that, yeah, for 46, I mean, this guy's got something. Of course, Manny wants to retire with a title. And that's why he said he's open to do a rematch. Now, of course, it's going to be a while because this is a big fight and they got to allow space. They got to have contracts to be signed and so forth. Boy, Manny is just so super rich. Does he deserve it? Yeah, that was his game. His game was boxing. Your game might be a big-time YouTuber with 100 million viewers. That's your game. Okay, you might have a business selling women's lingerie. That's how you make your money. Whatever. But he's making his money by boxing. I don't think he'll ever become president of the Philippines. I think he made senator, but I don't think he would ever go beyond that because although he's a favorite of people are not really totally going for the favored person, the popular person, necessarily. I don't know. I think he probably would be a good president, but I'm going to stay out of politics, as I told you. That's as far as I'm going to go with politics on here. I'm just saying I think he'd make a good president if he had the opportunity to do so. He's very disciplined. He understands money. He's a fighter. And he feels that he owes the people. So I don't think he would give any hard shots to the people of the Philippines. If anything, I think he'd be more caring and maybe he'd put together better programs for infrastructure and everything else. I think Manny is capable of doing that. Of course, not knowing him personally, I don't know, but everything we do know about him, he seems like a sincere person. He's very goal-oriented, and he's a fighter. Hey, I've been on here for 10 years. I'm a fucking fighter. I'm not doing it with my fists. I'm doing it with my voice, with my opinion, and with my knowledge. I don't make any money on that. I'm not even monetized. I do it for free because I could. And I am not concerned about making money on here. And I hear a lot of little snide comments on here all the time. Frank's not even making any money. Well, could it be? Could it be because I'm not demonetized? Could it be because I didn't put the PayPal up here? Anything else, really? Could it be? Well, it could. It could. What is the barking now for? Okay, on a lighter note, they do expect more rains to come, and I'll tell you what I've been witnessing on videos, it's almost hard to believe. Parts of downtown Cebu, from Mandawi and other places, Talisay, downtown Cologne Market, pretty freaky, man. And the rain's not over yet. We got some puddling going on up the road here, and I know if I went down my road toward the beaches and walked down to where these local sorry stores and so forth are, it'd probably be impassable. Well, they can go through it. It's not that high, but a lot of that is going into the stores. So it's a mess out there. It's a mess. Oh, okay. So, what do you think of these pictures? Yeah, not looking too bad. I had to excuse me, I had to redo my passport photos here. Let's take a look at this. Imagine all the people living in harmony. Not on YouTube, I don't imagine that. Okay. I've always been a dreamer. I certainly have. All my life. Dreaming, dreaming, dreaming. Okay, let's see this photograph here. Oh, cool. Pretty cool. Not too bad for a guy my age. Brothers and sisters? Not too... Well, that's a smaller one. Let's go to the bigger one here. Wait a minute, that's a smaller one. Living in harmony. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, that's not bad. Looking good. Well, I think so. Yeah, I've seen worse. I've seen Don seeing people like him. I've seen worse. I saw the light. I saw the light. I saw the light one day. When he displayed himself on camera, all I had to say is, "Wah!" I saw the light. I saw the light when they exposed themselves. And what did I see? Did not look pleasing to me. I am happy to be me after all. There you go, man. All right, so we got the Manny fight over with. Everybody's looking forward to that. I'm sure everybody had it on somewhere. I don't know if this was a pay-per-view thing or what it was, but they didn't have live on TV. You had to go to Facebook and through maybe private people's pages, and that's exactly what we did. I'm glad it's over. I was looking forward to it. I wish it was a big, big martial arts event. I would have enjoyed that a lot more. But yeah, I support Manny. He's very representative of the Filipino people out here, and he's a pride of the Filipino people. And I really think in this country that the Filipino needs somebody to look up to. You know, if they can't look up to their president, they want to look up to somebody. And I think Manny kind of fits the billing for that. I think the people of the Philippines need a hero, just like you need a hero on YouTube, and I'm always glad to accommodate you. Winds are a little bit gusty out there today. Clouds are terrible, and so is my internet. You know, you do realize I have a satellite system, which is great, but as I said, any obstruction, even heavy clouds, is going to kind of fuck my broadcast up. But anyway, I said what I needed to say for this time of the day. Thank you for tuning in, and hope you all saw that fight and enjoyed it, what you saw of it, and what I saw of it. I enjoyed it. And let me see, where did I begin off and where did I end? Okay, there's a beginning and an end to something on here. My show, there never is. It's like the never-ending story. But thank goodness for me, right? All right, guys, thank you very much. We'll catch you on the next show, whenever that will be. Remember, I'm here because you're there. Don't forget it.
We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby.
Exploitation at its best. Paul in the Philippines. For one, the master of exploitation. For views, for subs, equals pesos. You know, people are far more dependent on YouTube than they want to tell you. Well, of course, those that are monetized. Now, a lot of us have been listening to Paul in the Philippines for quite a while. He's been on for a while. We remember when he barely started off with enough people to get monetized. Now he's like pushing maybe 100,000 subscribers. But how did he get there? One of the tricks of the trade, and I've talked about what draws people to your channel. Well, you have all these little elements in there. You got maybe the kid, the dog, the wife, their little adventures that they go through. And well, here's I can't leave Paul out of this one though. I couldn't go on to my next day if I didn't leave Paul out of this. Some people who weren't talking about don't want to give people the credit to promo their channel, unless I think they really run a good channel. But Paul has actually exploited Filipinos, period, people, period. And that's what he does to make a show. It's always some sorrowful story, whether it's some poor schmuck foreigner who got taken advantage of a Filipina. That's one of his favorites. And he has had many guests on his show. That's another secret. Have guests on your show. And they're always going to give a sad sap story. Oh, man. Oh, the formula for success, right? That's all part of the formula for success. Sad sap stories. But what he does very well is when he puts Filipinas on his show, like the last one, whose home got pretty fucked up from recent storm, roof, wet inside the house. And all it is him saying, please send money. Please send money. What is he doing for her? Oh, she needed a little food or something. I'm sure he gave her something. Paul's got to do that. But the majority of his shows, or a good many of his shows, really, if you've been following Paul in the Philippines, is exploitation. He's exploiting the hardships of Filipinos and Filipinas, mostly Filipinas, to get ratings. How low will this guy go? Always some disaster. Or some poor sap that got taken by a Filipino. Because the fact is, Paul did himself in the past. So his last victim, as I call it, of course, a little bit of the waterworks went on with her a little bit. How much of this is choreographed and not, I don't know. But everybody likes a good sad sap story. And there's plenty in the Philippines. I always say, you can't save the world. It's not that he's trying to save anybody. This is how he draws in viewers. Let's not forget, okay, Paul's last job. He was a car salesman. Okay, does that tell you anything? Paul knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. You don't spend a lot of years as a car salesman and not know how to manipulate people, manipulate his audience. He's a smooth talker. You can't be a car salesman unless you're a smooth talker. Got a real cream puff here. Only driven by a little old lady on to go to church on Sundays. That's Paul. We have to talk about Paul. Don't forget, he started off exploiting his own girlfriend prior to him being married, always displaying her on there, even in a bathing suit. And she's a skinny little thing. Personally, I wouldn't display her. That's all I'll have to say about her. No model. No real eye candy as far as I'm concerned, but that's me. That's me. Paul knows how to utilize people for views, subs. Car salesman. Look at Ricky. Ricky was a insurance salesman. You got to utilize those talents, right? Now, Paul occasionally comes up with some good topic matter. I'll give credit when it's due. But he has a game plan. You don't get 100,000 subs for nothing. Unless you're, in his case, exploiting Filipinas all the time. Which is wrong to do. Getting success for your channel based on the disasters of others, by the hardships of other people that they've gone through, and displaying that for sorrow, grabbing at your human emotions. Oh, the poor girl, what she's going through. Now, look, I'd understand if deep in his heart he was a charitable man. But understand, what Paul is doing, he's utilizing these Filipinas to try to be the hero on YouTube. That Paul cares so much about your problems. That Paul cares so much about the Filipino people, especially Filipinas. He just wants to draw you into his channel. Yeah, car salesmen are that good. And he worked a lot of years as a car salesman. Tells people what they want to hear. I'll give you a good deal. See, car salesmen, when they're selling cars, they'll sometimes overinflate the price. Then when the customer wants a bargain, no, I don't know, I can only pay. Well, tell you what. Maybe the car is selling for $35,000. I'll make you a deal. 33 cash. But actually, it's already been overpriced. You think you're getting a bargain. Just the kind of guy. He's a snake salesman is what he is. Sometimes you got to call people out for what they are. You don't have to. You can just turn your head and say, what an idiot, what a buffoon. But sometimes you got to call people out on their bullshit. Good morning. Paul needs to be called out on his bullshit. And truthfully, if it wasn't for his revenue, he wouldn't be surviving that well from YouTube. Loser says, I think it's embarrassing how Paul's wife dresses, and we know it's only for views. She's skinny. Skinny as a rail. It's just an observation. That's all. Not a knockdown. But she's skinny as a rail. Personally, I don't find anything attractive about her at all. I'll say it. Not against the law of saying, hey, I find this woman to be very attractive, or I find this woman to be not attractive. That's my observation. And that guy, pro-life traveler, uses many Filipinas for his videos. Well, like I said, what's the elements of drawing people to your channel? And there's so many elements, actually. And some of them weren't very good at doing that, but then they learned and they got very good at it. They know how to manipulate their audience. And Paul is the master of clickbait. Oh, actually, him and Philly in the Philippines, I would say, are the masters of clickbait. And there's nothing that just irritates me that much is when you're going to clickbait in your title. Paul does that. Philly in the Philippines does it very well, too. You know, it makes you really think that these people really do actually depend on their revenue. Me, I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about that. I don't mean because say I'm rich or something like that. I'm just simply not monetized. I'm not going to care. Honestly, whether I have 13 people watching or 45 people watching, 1,000 people view, whatever, because my channel is not based around revenue. That means I could come on here and say whatever I want, really, and not worry, unless I violated some YouTube law. You know, I could come on here anytime and just do a show, not give a shit. I'm not trying to go try to find women in the street somewhere. Hey, do you have any problems that we can talk about on my show? Are you guys, you and your family starving? Anybody have an injury or an accident? Or, remember, you talk about a car salesman here. You know, did the storm affect your life? Tell me about your troubles. You know, I want to make sure my audience here gets some, it'd be tear joke. It got to be a tear jerking story. Good morning, Ed. See Popeye back bashing. I don't know what you mean. He's always bashing. I don't know. Do you have a show on or something? I don't know. Pretty little flowers. Da, 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 da. But it's fun watching some of these shows because, I mean, look, it's like this. It's obvious to me. Okay. Well, maybe some of you don't see. I see very clearly. But, you know, it means you're... See, the thing is, I go on YouTube a lot, and I do a lot of shows. YouTube. I'm not married to it. And you got to get married to it when you're monetized. Because it's greed. When you're on a roll, oh, gee, last month I got another 1,000 subscribers. And you build up on this, and you build up on this in your mind. And it's just like a rich person. You got to have more. They're never satisfied with, you know, $50 billion. They want it to be $100 billion. That's just the way it is. It becomes almost a disease. It's like, you know, it's an addiction, really, when you think about it. It's a money addiction more than, you know, just an addiction to go on YouTube. And I got to do shows all the time, like Frank does or anybody else, right? Right? No, you look at the figures. And a lot of these people are in fear because, you know, they hear so much on here about the economy, what's going to happen. I mean, they need that YouTube show to survive, Jack. Believe me, they need the YouTube show to survive. I don't need YouTube to survive because obviously I'm not monetized, okay? I'm not monetized. So I don't give a shit. And quite frankly, if YouTube was to Google whatever was to take me off for some fucking violation, I say, jeez, they just did me a big ass favor. I wish they would, because I guarantee you I would not try to redo a channel again. So if you guys want to get rid of me, just make a whole 1,000 reports against me. Maybe that's the only way I could get off. See what I mean? It's a roll you're on. It's a roll when you're on a roll. Whether you're making money or whatever, you feel the need, you got to do a YouTube channel because you like to vent, you like to express yourself like I do. Maybe sometimes you just got to cut the cord. Your umbilical cord to life, YouTube. A lot of people depend on it. I don't depend on it. It's just a choice I do to make to go on here. You could easily just listen to YouTube, and get the same satisfaction, really. But when it comes to money and it being so highly dependent, that's your life. The umbilical cord. Paul was only able to put away money in the bank for this or that because of YouTube. I forgot what Paul said that he was making money from Social Security. So we figured out the formula. Let's put my phone in a bathing suit. Oh, don't. Please don't. Eye to beholder, Eye to beholder. Eye candy stuff. She's not no eye candy as far as I'm concerned. He thinks she's a goddess. But look at Paul. Old and grizzly looking. And one statement he makes on his last show, answering somebody's comment. I'm always willing to help the Filipino people. I care about the Filipino. No, Paul cares about his wallet. He's got to support that gal. How do you think he got her to marry him? She saw peso signs. Did I think she went and got a channel of her own, didn't she? Isn't that how it works? Yeah, he was on Big Kevin's show this morning. Who? Oh, Popeye. Big Kevin had a show this morning. It's only 6:30. Well, I don't know. Well, the reason Popeye was because I recently talked about Popeye on my show or made some comment about him. That's why. Popeye's very predictable. If you mention him enough on a show or something, he'll come on and have to either do a skit or make some comments on somebody's show or something. I told you I could set my clock to Popeye. Bash me as usual. Well, what do you expect? How do you like Kevin's day out, right? Kevin was partying, right? He didn't go anywhere. They went out drinking and eating and they paid for their own or something like that, No, if Kevin went out with anybody, you know damn well they paid for his meal. Kevin don't let loose his bots, whatever. Kevin does not let loose. It's like the scorpion, you know what I mean? It's always gonna sting. It's in his nature. And that's Big Kevin, man. All the way. All the way. I got to know these people. I mean, after all, I've been on YouTube a pretty long time. You get to know these characters after a while. Their MO is, Yeah, actually, the only reason Kevin goes out when he offers free meals. You guys don't have to worry about these creeps, especially Big Kevin. He's on his way out. And you think I use those words loosely? No, I don't. Kevin's on his way out. And if you don't consistently hear Ricky on, it's because he couldn't find somebody, a woman or a lady boy, whatever, to put on camera. Because when Apple's not around, that's when you'll notice that, suppose he's been hanging with her lately. But she's only available certain times. She does have other customers. So, you gotta understand, Apple can't be there all the time. Unless he kind of ups the ante, whatever. If he offers her a little bit more money than usual, yeah, she'll be there. I'll be there as long as you pay me well. I'll be there. Otherwise, go to hell. If the money isn't really good, I have to think if I really should reach out. Ricky, reach out to me. Anyway. Yeah, Ricky could be first. For many reasons, actually. I'm serious, actually. I saw what shape he was in, even the last time, but now he's in worse. He's not losing no weight or nothing. I don't know. A lot of people are just fooling themselves. Kevin's fooling himself. Oh, he's having a great time. No, he's not, man. The only excitement that comes his way is when another YouTuber happens to be in town, he gets together with and he gets a free meal. That's the only time. Seriously. You guys watch the shows. You know what's going on. You have to listen to me. You know what's going down in Funky Town. You don't need Uncle Frank here to tell you the facts. Use your own imagination. Well, not imagination. Use your own, logic. Logic. Well, I also I don't have to listen to Paul, right? Let's be real. I say that to my viewers. Don't have to be bothered by what people do on their show. That applies. I watch the show and not have to make comments about it, right? That applies to me too. Or something, whatever. It sounds like Jay's words. Yeah, I've been getting these nasty emails. I finally figured out, I think it's Rambo, man, that's sending me this. Well, the words that are used in their terminology, there's different things. I know how Jay talks. And when he writes something, I think of Jay, accented all, and other little put-downs Jay has made toward me. And it kind of adds up that it's kind of like, it sounds like Jay. I'm almost at the point where, let people get their aggressions out. Here's the thing. If they really have a problem with somebody, that big of a problem, first of all, they got to examine, what is the problem that you really have with the person? What, because you don't like somebody who stands up for themselves? Come on, let's be real about this. Once and for all, let's be real about this. Why would one YouTuber be challenging or whatever another YouTuber for what? Did they actually get their feelings hurt? Did not like the fact that somebody spoke the truth about them that may have more information about them than they figured that they had? So when one person puts it out, oh, you can't say that about me. Oh, this is war now. This is war. I'm now your enemy. They're all talk, no action. See, let me tell you something. If you sneeze wrong, you're a foreigner. If you sneeze the wrong way in the Philippines, you'll be up on charges for something, for somebody or whatever. You know, the Philippines law system was always somewhat based on Western law, but they have their own little nuances. I mean, really, they have their own idea of law. Some of it might be radically different than Western law. And really, Filipina, remember she had a show recently, and she was talking about that you can actually verbally. She went into all the detail about this. She had a lawyer on there. And she was talking about how somebody, because of Stephen or Stefan, the Brit, hello, all you lovely people. I think he needs a new line, quite frankly. All you lovely people. Everybody has their little thing to catch their audience. They want to engage their audience by telling these people they're all lovely people when they're obviously not all lovely people. Okay. They're far from lovely people on here. That's his little thing. That's his little catchphrase. These are people that draw, also, keep in mind, they draw much too much attention to themselves. What they talk about. They start getting into a little bit of local politics, which, oh man, that's the last thing you want to do in the Philippines. It is true. You do got to watch what you say out here. But you see, you have a lot of brave trolls out there that we figure, well, like Papa, I don't live anywhere in the Philippines, and I'll never be able to afford to go to the Philippines. I got too many enemies in the Philippines, and, I'm not going to set my ass out there, but I'll sure join the Philippines genre here and run my mouth and say whatever I want, because as he said of his own mouth, you're not going to do nothing to me. I'm like 11,000 miles from you. I can sit behind my computer screen, smoke my Camels, and drink my scotch. And you're not going to do anything about it. So I could call you Frank. I could call you a child predator. I could wish you dead. All that lovely stuff, right? Hello, Vilo. Pennywise greetings. A lot of people figure they can get away with this, but sometimes, historically, I'm sure there's been a lot of YouTubers that got big surprises from their adversaries. Where no matter where they live, they just happened to be in the United States at the time. And they decided, maybe I'll just make a trip to Florida. Let me look up old Popeye. Let's see how brave he is when I show up at his front door. Don't forget, historically, Popeye has run away many times when he felt genuinely threatened by somebody. Somebody that was actually going to stalk him was going to actually come to Florida and actually present themselves. When he had those threats, the one thing you always remember, if you've been watching Popeye and keeping up with all the bullshit on here, you'll know that historically, Popeye would go into hiding every single time. There was numerous occasions where he was threatened by somebody, then all of a sudden, bam, he disappeared. Sometimes you didn't hear from him for 6 months or a year at one point, I think. Yeah, hit and run, that's what they are. I call them hit and run people. They're going to make all the comments they want about somebody. Then if somebody actually is threatening him and saying that they're coming to Florida or something, he goes into hiding. because he's a coward. Same thing as Jay. Same thing as Jay. Jay has had a lot of opposition since he's been on YouTube. Well, he'll threaten people. He's going to kick everybody's ass. The only thing he could do is punch a rubber dildo in his shower. That's Jay's aggression. Take it out on a rubber dildo. Or some woman. Jay's got some big problems, man. Huge problems. Come on, man. You can't be like in your 50s. Let's get real, which is hard to do on here with most people. I get real. I tell it like it is. I don't hold anything back. Jay is a coward, and he's an alcoholic, and he's a grown-ass man who's still living with mommy. What does that say right away about him? Historically, and I mean this with all honesty, I remember Jay's exploits. There's been numerous occasions where he was challenging people, but then when the chips were down, time to meet up, Jay went the other way or came up with some excuse, or you just didn't hear him post anything anymore. See, that's why Jay, he'll post things, but he'll take it off. In his case, he takes it off because, he's famous for hit and run. Well, Roberto was like that too. But Jay is famous for hit and run. He's a hit and run guy. He'll come on and say some horrible things, and sometimes very illegally bad. I mean, The fact is, the reason Jay is in opposition of me, first of all, Jay is jealous of the fact of just about everything about me, really. I'm obviously better looking than him, even for my age. I'm not overweight like him. I'm not losing my hair like he does. That's why he wears a cap all the time. I don't exploit women like he does. I'm a one-woman man, always will be. I'm actually settled down, I'm grounded, I got a house, a long-term relationship, a very good one, in fact, if I may say so. Jay doesn't possess any of that. Any man in his 50s who supposedly has money does not live with mommy. No. You will be independent from your mom. You can still help your mom out if you're financially helping her out. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you should. But in Jay's case, Jay's just scraping by financially. What is he? He digs ditches, he works construction, he digs ditches. He digs ditches. Fuck his Bitcoin shit. That's all bullshit. He may have dabbled in it, and I think he actually did. But then he lost his ass on. I remember a number of times when Bitcoin, whatever, crashed, and he lost his ass. Okay, let me see. Velo says, the ET elderly tranny is a weirdo trying to join our community by attacking you. Oh, who cares about ET? He's in fucking Thailand and he's out of his fucking mind. Pennywise says, Big Kevin hoping that Jay will invite him to Australia so he has somewhere free to couch surf while trying to visit his kids. He ain't visiting his kids, not in his lifetime. My situation with my daughter is entirely different than Kevin's, Now, in Kevin's situation, he chose to just go to Southeast Asia than to just go to Australia. And really, anywhere in Asia, it's really only a hop, skip, and jump, really, to Australia, really. It's not that far to go to Australia from Southeast Asia, if I'm correct on that. No expert in geography here, but I know from the Philippines, it's really not that a terribly long trip. He could have visited his kids at any time. But he chose not to and go to South. In all these years that he was begging for money and the high roaders were giving him money for this and that. Why do you know how Kevin wound up in how he wound up in Thailand. He had an agreement with Big E, the master ego meister, to lose weight, and that the big ego will pay his way anywhere he wants to go, whatever country. That's what motivated Kevin to get off his fat ass in Kentucky. Or else, he would have never paid out of his own pocket. Never. Some people think Kevin is just really broke. I don't know. I'm kind of divided on that because he doesn't really spend any of his money. Doesn't he get some money from Alaska government, some pension of some sort, to some degree, for working in Alaska? Then he gets his Social Security now. He was on a disability. Then it turned into, when he turned 62, it turned into regular Social Security. That's how it works. Because I was on a disability status, and then when I hit a certain age, I'm on regular Social Security. That's how it works. But it's just they kind of move you over to a different category. You're no longer considered disabled or whatever. I don't know. You're on regular Social Security. Yes, you did. So if that's true, he should be making enough money to survive very well. But you don't see him spending money except, of course, his toys. Boy and his toys. And these people, even like Big E and all these people, they get sucked into Kevin's kind of clever manipulation. As much as he had damaged his brain, as a part of his brain, when it comes to money, knows how to manipulate people. And Big E and all these high roaders, they fall for that shit all the time. But I feel sorry for him because, well, look at his show. Look the way he talks. Look the way he acts, emotionally void. I mean, like a child. He has the emotions of a 6 or 7 year old. And maybe some people feel sorry for him, but I wouldn't feel sorry for him for a lot of reasons. Because he's an expert manipulator. He's as good as a car salesman, as good as Paul. Feel sorry for me because I had a bolo knife in my head. But yeah, but we want to know the real story on that puppy, don't we? And believe me, it's nothing like what he told. I think he fucked with somebody's underage kid is what I think he did. That's what he probably did. It was probably the father or something that went after him. It wasn't a brother-in-law or some shit like that. Let's get the real story out here. Would you love to know the real story on this? He did something pretty bad, because I'll say it again. Nobody but nobody gets a bolo knife stuck in their brain unless they did something that was so dastardly. Had to do, what story to give? Had to do, the brother-in-law was drunk or something like that, and the story changes a little bit. I don't know the exact on it, but I think it had to do with a brother-in-law or something like that. The guy was drunk or whatever, and he's never really elaborated on the story. You don't like to talk about it. But whatever he did was not his story, and it was pretty bad. Let's be honest, man. Come on. Nobody's going to go after you for... You got to have a damn good reason. Damn good reason to go attack somebody with a bolo knife. That's pretty radical shit, dude. That's why he don't want to go back to the Philippines, and he's resisting. Why do you think it is? Even Dandy Don C tried to escort him to the office in Thailand or whatever, immigration, to, try to get him to start to take care of his immigration fees that he owes in the Philippines. That's one thing. He has not paid his immigration overdues and all that, And also the fact is, he's not making an effort to want to go to the Philippines. And it has to be a reason behind that, because he knows that people are after his ass. That's why he ain't going to the Philippines. He was so gung-ho on the Philippines because he did spend years in the Philippines at one time. He did love the Philippines until he got himself in trouble. And that's why he won't come back to the Philippines. He's afraid for his life. That's why he fled the Philippines. Well, he got knocked out. I mean, he was, he got pushed out of the Philippines. He was like, what the fuck was it? 13 years? Non-payment of his visa? He got ousted out. And he could have remedied this. The high roaders, we're going to give him money to go do this. And even they figured out that, no, he's not going to go back to the Philippines. Why do you think he chose Thailand and then Vietnam? Whatever? Why do you think he did that? Because he can't go back into the Philippines. Because legally he can't go back. And secondly, because he's afraid of his life. As I said, nobody gets a bolo knife in their head unless they did something pretty bad to somebody else or somebody's daughter. So how many years service did he have in the mining job? I'm not sure. Kevin mining? No, he was the cook. Kevin was a cook. He didn't go into a mine. Kevin was a cook, if you didn't know that. He was a cook. He wasn't a real miner. He was a cook. That's what he did in Alaska. He was a cook. That's about it. Then he started eating the profits, whatever. Became Big Kevin. Yeah, he's blacklisted in the Philippines. That's why he ain't coming back. Well, he owes a lot of money. But I guess the big ego didn't take care of all that. Kevin resisted. They even tried to help him. I think Don C., while in Thailand, brought him over to the immigration office. Yeah, Kevin has to have somebody take his hand to get anything done, literally. And I think even Don C. tried to help him out at the immigration office. Here to take care of this. Why don't you get this paperwork going? Why don't you do this? Kevin didn't want to continue. He resisted. He did not want to have to pay any money unless somebody paid it for him. Then he'll graciously accommodate the person. Say, yeah, okay, if you pay this for me, sure, I'll do that. Kevin can't have people carry his ass all the time. He's got to stand on his own 2 feet, which I know is very hard for him with his bum leg. But he's a grown-ass man, 63 years old. He needs to stand on his own 2 fucking feet, as hard as it is. He wants everybody to take care of everything for him. Don't kid yourself. I think Kevin's got a pile of money. He just doesn't want to spend it. For a lot of reasons. One could be in the formula that he knows he's not exactly the best physical specimen on earth. That if he gets into some serious emergency in Thailand, that he's going to have to pay for this hospital. Can't always expect Big E and people like that to come to his rescue. But he's too dependent on people helping him out. And he became really greedy with that. He figures, I can get away with this, and I got away with this for so far, I can continue doing that. No, I believe that Kevin's got stashed money. He's got a stash. He just wants people to feel sorry for him. Put a little jingle in my put a little jingle in my pocket. Come on, people, donate. He's not embarrassed about even saying that. Not at all. Pretty little flowers. Pennywise says, so the big rollers are confused which guy's problems they have to pay off first. Kevin's visa fines or Barry's court case. Well, I know he's a loser, Regent. He knows he is too, but that doesn't stop Kevin from doing shows and begging as he usually does. Oh, he had a night out. Oh, I'm exhausted. I got a hangover. Well, okay, let's look at that statement, his last show. My woman friend. He doesn't have a woman friend. Well, we mean that transvestite? The transgender? That he posed a picture with a huge fucking head? Gargantuous head, a new species on its own? No, it's just, Frank's a photographer. He should understand that. Her head was not that big. It was her position because her head was like a little bit out from where my head was in the picture. You're right, I do know photography. And that's not the way it would work in that situation. No. Her head was not sticking out that much more than Kevin's head. Under normal circumstances, if she was way in front of him, of course she'd look bigger than him. That's just the way it goes. Depth of field and all that shit. But no, that wasn't the case. This man-woman that he posed with was gargantuous. Her own species. Giganticus, in scientific terms, gigantitis, like different species of shark or whatever. The bigger species, gigantus, big ass, whatever, big ass-ish, She was huge. So he went out into town or so. I didn't come back till 5 o'clock and, oh man, I had a good time though. He didn't go anywhere and somebody paid. And they paid for their own meals. But I gave. No, Kevin doesn't unleash his pocket to anyone. He never will. Never will. Oh, excuse me, I'm wrong. I'm not totally right. Kevin will buy drinks for a woman just to have companionship and say, I've been dating her for 9 months, that he claimed he was with this gargantitis woman. What 9 months? He had went to fucking Vietnam after Thailand. Then he came back from Vietnam. We've been together for 9 months. Who said I don't have a good girlfriend? No, you don't, Kevin. You have perhaps an occasional boyfriend. Come out of the closet, Kevin. It ain't working for real women. So you got to get the next best thing. I would understand if you found a little hottie that was a transgender. Some guys will go for that shit. I don't care if they got a 3-piece set. She looked good to me. Really? Come on, man. Come on, man, as Ricky says. Come on, man. But then Ricky does the same fucking thing. You see the similarities with a lot of these YouTubers? They got so much in common. Now, what's going on with Barry's girlfriend here with her shows? She's doing these little, these little short things. She shows a street scene for 3 seconds. That's a show, because Barry told her, keep it going. We're all tied on the same account. We need the AdSense, or I need the AdSense, and doesn't show anything. But the one thing she's been doing, and this is as far as I'm going to go as I was talking about her, got to watch every word of mine. She's been sending out a message. She's miserable. She's running out of patience for either me to get deported or Barry to get out of jail. And one of her second to last shows or whatever she did. And I think Big E came on and said, how you doing? Well, I'm okay, but something like she's waiting for something to happen. I'm really bored, she says. In other words, she's being impatient. She wants something to happen, either Barry to get out of jail or for me to be deported. And then a lot of her shows, I forgot how many of them, were geared around drinking. So what's with that? So apparently karma does work, doesn't it? Karma does work. And this is her own shows. I'm not saying nothing wrong. Not saying nothing wrong, nothing illegal. It's what she put out. Thinking about drinking or why she's drinking. And she has like an AI voice come on there and talk about drinking and how this and that. So she's now apparently become a drinker, drowning her sorrows, because she was never known to be a drinker as far as I know. Not really. Barry was the drinker. But now she's like getting into drinking with her friends, her cousins, even does a show with like an AI, whatever, narrative or something about alcohol. And there's one thing about boredom, and there's things about, you know, she's even had this one scene where she's in the store and the alcohol aisle and there's somebody in there trying to make a choice on what kind of alcohol. There's some kind of a narrative or something on there. So apparently she's getting into drinking. What is it, guilt conscious? Is that what it really is? Is it guilt conscious? You should. Karma's a bitch, man. You don't have to marry one. Make a fucking false report like that. You deserve to have everything coming at your ass in a big way. It's just starting for her, and she don't even realize what's going down in town. I could tell you shit going on behind the scenes, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm in full preparation of something. Oh, I am. Let's see. Pennywise says, Kevin probably worked long enough to get vested. Yeah, in the pension plan at the mines. Just the minimum years, because then he ran off to the Philippines for 14 years. Regent says, Big E's another weirdo. Okay, well, yeah, you know that, I know that. What's this? Hold on. Pretty little flowers. What is this? Hydrates. Oh, she sent me. I don't. My girlfriend. Oh. Pretty little flowers. Big E likes that song, doesn't he? Pretty little flowers. These fucking Calhouns on here. Bunch of Calhouns. People with no fucking direction, chasing their ass at a later age in life. What are you thinking? I mean, seriously, what are you thinking? I should be. Actually, it's something I really need to do right now. I don't mean go to the bathroom either. That's another thing. I'll be on here just a little bit longer here. I better. Okay, hold on here. Trying to put together something here. We got a trip coming up in a couple of days here, boys. You go, girl. Yeah, that I do. That I do. Got to take care of some business, you know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I'm always taking care of business. You don't know, have a clue what the fuck is going on behind the scenes, my friends. You have no fucking idea. You have none. If you only knew. I'm not always on YouTube. I'm doing some other things too. For the good of myself. That is a fact. You got to do things for yourself sometimes. Things that you won't want to do. You really don't think I really wanted to get involved with a court case with Barry? Do you really think that was the first thing on my fucking mind? No, it wasn't, man. I don't want to get involved with all that court shit, but, you know, sometimes, you know, people force your hand. What are you going to do? I'm glad I have no regrets. I have no regrets with the money I spent. I have no regrets for the trips I had to make to go to court. I have absolutely zero regrets on that, because the idea was to accomplish something. Sorry, I had to have private conversation. Pennywise explains the intellectual disability, not the bolo. Kevin ran in the Philippines to escape the responsibility. He leaves a path of distraction, you mean destruction, behind him every time he runs away. Well, what do? You're always running away. You can't be running away from something all the time. You gotta be running towards something. I always say that. You know I always say that. You gotta run towards something, not away from something. What's the purpose? No, they're just doing things the wrong way, in my opinion, anyway. They're not handling their life very well. That's why they're having so many problems. I mean, you can only do something so many times, and maybe you learn from your mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. I've learned from them, though. Process all the time. So we've had an interesting topic here between Paul in the Philippines and his own type of manipulation of his audience. He's trying to be Mr. Good that's trying to help so many people out. The do-gooder, another high roader in his own way. Just bring some poor sap Filipina on there. And most of them are going through all these disasters anyway, financially. So let's just exploit them to get views. That's what Paul does. He exploits people, mostly Filipinas. Oh, let's help out this poor Filipina. Well, I'll tell you what, there's about 75 million of them that you're going to need to help out, Paul. You got a big list to go there. Can't have them all on your show. But he does that to bring people to, oh, let's feel sorry for this girl. Now, if he really genuinely wanted to help somebody, I'd understand. But it's all for the numbers. He's not genuine. And most people aren't. It's all about the numbers. All about the numbers. All about the viewers, the subscribers, donations, perhaps, If Paul did not have, because he elevated his lifestyle a bit, if Paul did not have be monetized on his YouTube channel, Paul would be suffering. He wouldn't have been able to afford his eye operations and all that shit. And let me tell you, something went radically wrong with that. Because guess what? Many, many, many years ago, I also had a cataract surgery. And yeah, when you walk out of the office, you're going to wear sunglasses, you're going to have eye drops, your eyes going to be dilated. But I didn't have to walk around with a patch on the eye. I didn't have to, keep on wearing sunglasses. In less than 2 days or less, my eye was fine. Something went wrong with whoever he decided to do the operation. And for the longest time, he couldn't even see very well. What doctor he went to, I don't know. It had to wear his sunglasses. Then he decided to get his eyes done. Now, he claims that the bags under his eyes was causing him some problem with his sight. Oh, I suppose that's possible, because Paul did have some bags. Me, I'm not going to have no fucking operation. I earned my baggage. But his bags were a lot worse than mine. Papa's going to get a brand new bag. Shit, man. I was glad not to get extra baggage fees when I used to check in my luggage. But it's not that bad as people exaggerate it. In my case, it's partial because of my allergies. A bad boy. I don't always like taking these fucking antihistamines, Lortitine, whatever, and one of them, Claritin. I don't always take it. I haven't taken it for a couple of weeks, actually. I've been doing good, surprisingly. I'm still going to sniffle a little bit because I'm really sure that I have a kind of a partially deviated septum on my right nasal passage. And you get mucus that builds up, and you got to go. You hear me doing that a lot, like I'm a coker, like I'm coking it up. But a lot better than some of the disabilities some people have on here. Life is a disability to most of these fucking clowns on here. Surprised I can walk at all, nevertheless talk. I put two fucking words together. The high roaders. The high roaders. Nobody is helping Barry. Here's what's going on with Barry in my mind. Barry wants to hold on to money, number one, because there's going to be someday, that he's going to be released. I don't know when that's going to be, because all I know is that there was a court order. He has to pay me and has to pay the court. And they're not going to release him until he does. And some people thinking, and even I looked it up, you would think that there's some kind of an end line on this, Is it in perpetuity? Is he going to be there forever? I don't know. But the court made an order. And don't forget, it's not just the money he owes to the court, money he owes to me. Oh, no. He probably still owes his lawyer money. He probably still has to pay the balance or whatever he owes for almost 7 years of purposeful, not administrative. Not administrative. My case is administrative, period. It's not my unwillingness to want to go pay my dues, because I've always paid my dues. Always. I got a clean record. It's administrative because his girlfriend decided to put a complaint against me, totally bogus, made with vicious intent. And she's going to be found out to be a fucking liar, perjuring herself, and she's going to have to face her own little demons. Maybe that's why, remember, disclaimer, according to her own videos. Repeat what I said so you know I'm saying it right, nothing illegal. Did she or did she not put on numerous videos having to do with her drinking, seeking sympathy, or perhaps guilt, to hide her emotions, because she knows what she did is wrong. The good Catholic girl knows what she did was fucking wrong. And it was. I don't care if you're a troll or a good follower of mine. What she did was wrong. It was illegal what she did. You heard the lawyer on Filipina's P channel, what he was talking about. I even posted a clip of that, didn't I? I'm in no sexual, God forbid, I'm in no sexual relationship with her. I never even met the girl. And if you listen to this lawyer on there, he spelled it out. Unless you fucked a woman and have an intimate relationship on there, she ain't got no heavy ass complaint on me. There is a reason why, and I'm still not going to tell you why. When I said Mexican standoff, I meant it. There is a Mexican standoff going on here, and I'm not going to tell you the details of what's going on. This is between me and my attorney. We know what's going on with this. This could be carried out another couple of years, so if people are holding their breath for me to be deported or something, and even if they did decide not in my favor, like I said 1,000 times, there are avenues that we can address for this, and that'll take time too. Oh, justice is going to prevail, believe me, but it's not going to be in her favor. She knows what's going on with me. She knows I'm serious, because this is a pretty radical thing, trying to interfere with my life and my family, to try to separate us. It's different between her and a boyfriend. There's no fucking love there. Well, not as far as Barry's concerned. She may actually love the guy for whatever godforsaken reason, But, life's strange, I happen to have real love in my relationship. I'm 71 years old. You want to separate a guy from his only family that he has these days? That's cruelty. That's vengeance. That's revenge. You're talking about a real relationship here. That will also hurt my girlfriend, too, in some ways. It's vicious, very vicious what she's trying to do. Very vicious. Calculating, and she had the high roaders help her. Well, who do you think was paying for the fucking lawyers? Just take a wild guess. No, it wasn't Ricky. Just take a wild guess. Who do you think has been paying for that? Paid for the lawyer? Who do you think has been pushing this shit? Because somebody decided they didn't like me because I spoke up about them and I painted a picture of them that was very clear and concise. And they got their feelings actually hurt. So they stepped aboard the ship of fools, the sea of inequity, on the sea of inequity. The ship of fools on the sea of inequity. I'll get even with Frank. You wait and see. I'm not going to do anything directly that people are not going to see, but if I'm going to be behind the scenes and I'm going to finance this woman, because she's a woman. It's funny not financing Barry. Barry has a three-piece set, as far as I know. Okay. And they're not going to help out. The high rollers are not going to help somebody with a three-piece set. It's got to be a woman. And they have to have a reason behind that because they have some problem with me. It's not because the complaint that she put in was valid and real. I told you, man, I've read that fucking affidavit of hers 10 times, I'm sure. Maybe more. Read between the lines, looking for evidence, valid evidence. There was nothing there. I know. My lawyers know. Said the same goddamn thing. But there's a reason why this is lagging out. There's a reason for it I'm not going to discuss on here. There indeed is a Mexican standoff going on here. I almost wish, maybe later on when the smoke clears, I could talk about it. But I cannot talk. There is a real Mexican standoff going on here. Oh, yeah. They got the sombreros on. Oh, yeah. They got the Spanish fly. All the elements of a Mexican standoff. Let's see. If Don C. is so wealthy, why is he driving around in a dented up 25-year-old CRV? Good question. No, people have the idea. I'm not getting involved in that. People know the company that he's working for. Their day will come. It will. Regent says at Penny, Ego is a sales rep for HVAC company based out of Texas. Yeah, I know the company name, and a lot of people do too. If Don C. was wealthy, he would be retired. Why is he? He would be retired fully and not still be working. Yeah, there you go. Look, not every Sorry, I had my push button on there. I said, no, his family probably does come from wealth, Big E. I think Newport Beach was where the ground zero is, where it started off, at Newport Beach. Same as like Tim K's folks, I think originally came from Newport Beach. That's money. Okay, hold on again. Now let's see. Pennywise says Stanford MBA grad, but working as a sales rep. He should be running the HVAC company. Yeah, you would think so. Oh, he says he's into some management or something. I don't know. Velo says LOL, bucktooth a pilot? More like a dance pole operator. No comment on that. No comment. I'd like to say something, but I won't. Oh, what I'd like to say, but I just can't. You know, there's a legal atmosphere going on in here. I cannot say what I'd like to say. Let read my thoughts. If you could read my mind. Oh, oh, okay. I don't know, guys. Sometimes you just have to read my mind. But there's too many legalities and shit. You know, you gotta watch everything you say. Because they're trying to find something against you. Anything. I don't care what it is. Anything and everything. I've learned that. I've learned that. But they're trying to nitpick on every little thing you say on here. They'll record it. They'll emphasize it. They're desperate to find fault with me. Stanford grad, really, but working as a sales rep. Yeah, there's something kind of odd with that. You don't become a Stanford grad and just be a salesman for an HVAC company. Yeah, you're right. There is something wrong with that picture. I must agree with you on that. Something radically wrong with that. I don't think he needs the money. And let me tell you something. If anybody has any doubt he has money, I'm sure he does. But I don't think he's gotten rich in any form of way with, you know, with the job that he's presently has and has had. I don't think so. No, it's family money. I believe, I could be wrong, but I've heard it. I've heard it. A background, Newport Beach. And that's not a place for the poor. No, that's definitely not a place for poor people. So they got all this money backing and all that. They just use it for evil, power. They're power hungry. They're power crazy. But money's not everything, man. In a court of fucking law, man, money's only going to go a certain way. Unless you want to go bribe people. Money can go a long way out here if you're trying to bribe somebody. You could bank on that. That's how some people do things to get what they want out here. You know, it's not, nobody's ever going to tell me that this country is not corrupt. Sprinkle a little fairy dust here and there, you know. You get what you want, right? Okay, hold on a second, folks. Sorry about that. I had to take care of something here. Yeah, he's Social Security age. I don't know. Well, good point. I don't know. He might. Yeah, I still believe he is. Or he's about to. No, and I don't think money's. In all honesty, I don't think money's ever been a big problem for him. No, I don't think so. I think that's for real. I think he's got a few bucks, but I think most of his money is inherited money. In other words, he didn't fucking earn it. Just be blunt about it. He didn't earn it. Because, you know, you go out for meals with your family and you got to feed how many fucking mouths? That adds up. Or a nice hotel or something. Yeah. That takes money. So I think it's pretty valid. I would say that he's got money. But to use it as a power tool to get what you want, yeah, it's almost evil. And that's all he got to really brag about. The fact that he's got a few bucks. It don't make him any better than anybody else on here. Doesn't give him the clout that he's trying to project. 31 people. Am I writing right? No, that's 21. Is that 31 people? 31 people here? Wow. We got a good audience this morning. Everybody's hiding behind something, man. I think we all know that now. I think I presented enough either documentation or facts on here that actually proved me right about most of these people. I've done a pretty good job so far. Oh, they like to try to expose me on this or that, but I think I've done a good share of it myself. No doubt. They don't like that. It's okay for them to try to expose people on here. But when they get exposed, that's a whole nother deal. That can't happen. Oh, that just can't happen. And that's why they get so upset. Because they just don't like people knowing much about them. And when you expose people to this, oh yeah, they get absolutely unglued. They get unglued. You can set your clock to it, really. All right, let me see what I got here. I'm kind of multitasking at the time, as I usually do. Sorry about that. Oh, you found some of my new socks? Wow. I go out and buy new socks all the time. Then we got the kids' socks, and some of the brands are same as the kids' brands, and we get them mixed up. What's that, Pennywise? If he reported his kids as an American born abroad, then the mother can possibly get child support if ego left them. Yeah, that's possible. What's that? I wonder if he reported his children to the embassy to get them U.S. citizenship as American born abroad. I don't know what's going on with him. I really actually don't care. There's a reason he don't want to live in the Philippines. He's talking about these other countries, how much better they are, but he was pretty gung-ho in the past about the Philippines. Till that Facebook incident thing. He just took off to Vietnam. Something was going down. You saw the Facebook page, right? You saw it. You saw it. It spoke for itself, the Facebook page, when he posted something on there. And people put it public, what he had to say about something that was going on financially or some argument with his old lady and all that stuff. There was a lot of shit going down, man. There was some heavy-duty shit. A sword is being held over his head. I mean, yeah. Henceforth, the move to Vietnam, he took off without her in Vietnam, and then they kind of settled something amicably. And all was well. The smile was there on her. Happy-go-lucky, that telltale smile. Oh, everything was just rosy. Yeah. A little money can do, huh? Oh, yeah, it could turn your frown into a smile. It certainly can. I was going to use my watch there, but it's not I can't find a charger to that watch. No, I looked in there, unless I'm blind as a buzzard, man. That little thing with the magnetic piece on it. And I don't know where it is. Yeah, I looked in there, unless I just, Yeah, let me know if you find it. I have not found it. I have no clue where it is.
Up there.
Look where? On top of the shelf here? Okay, let me look. Oh, I'm not seeing it. No, I'm not seeing it. Unless I'm blind.
Where's your watch?
Huh? No, I'm not finding it. The special little one there that has the little magnetic thing on there. Oh, I've got a smartwatch too, folks. You found it? That's the one. It'll just stick to it. Yeah, let it charge. I'll probably, yeah. Pretty little flowers. Jeez, I tell you, all the chicanery that goes on here on YouTube is just amazing. What people are hiding, what they're hiding. They want to tell everybody's story, but they don't want to tell their own true story. Remember, not everything that goes on, or what they say on YouTube, is what you see. There's a whole lot going on in the background. A whole lot that you just don't know about. That they don't want to reveal. But if you knew, some might be surprised and some people may not be surprised at all. A lot of shit going down behind the scenes. Okay, I'm just reading the comments here. If you report, okay. Velo says, Buck Teeth got ego by his balls. Velo says, her smile is so fake. Pennywise says, you think her teeth are real or oversized dentures? I have no comment on that. I have absolutely no comment on that. I'm just reading what you write. That's all I'm doing. Zero comment on that, my friends. You formulate your own opinions, make your own statements, valid or not. I'm going to stay out of that one, Jack. Definitely stay out of that one. It's to each his own type of thing, you know what I'm saying? That's one area I'm going to stay out of. I'm not going to be attacking his girlfriend. He wants me to, but I'm not going to be his girlfriend. Or wife, or whatever. Or one of his wives. I don't know. Like I said, I wouldn't want to be him for all the money in the world. I wouldn't want to have his disposition, his looks, his size, his obesity, for all the money in the world. If I was offered offered life or death, but I'd have to come back as him, and that was the key. I'd say keep me dead to rot. Money is not everything. And you'll know that. And like I said, you're on your deathbed, you got a terminal illness, you ain't going to be thinking about attacking somebody on YouTube. You're just not going to be doing that. Because YouTube would be so irrelevant. It would be useless. When you're feeling like shit, your body's in pain, you're dying, you think you're going to get on YouTube and put down Frank? I don't think so. Regent, did anybody seen the photo of Captain Billy Jack? Man, that guy looks like he's lived a very hard life. Yeah, I did. I've seen the photo, so I'm going to say I saw him. And bad genes. Mestizo kids don't look like that. Okay. I'm just reading your comments, folks. That's about as far as I go. I either agree or I won't, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm smarter than that. I'm under the gun all the time on here, you know. Find fault with me, watching everything I say and try to use it against me. In a court of law. Desperation. 32 strong, man. What the fuck? Regent says that we know nothing of Ego's 2 other baby mamas in the U.S. The guy has 5 kids with 4 different women. Real stand-up guy. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. No disclaimer on that. Just like Kevin. I told you, people have some of the same elements going on. Look at them. Look at the similarities with a lot of these people, even down to the bald head with some of them. The big belly, the bald head. The pretentious lifestyle for most of them, anyway. I'm just little old me. I don't boast greatness on here. I just come on and do a fucking show. I'm not boasting anything great. I tell it like it is. I got nothing to hide. I seriously don't. I don't have anything to hide. What do I got to hide? Nothing. In some ways, my life is like a fucking open book. Or has become, when you think about it. What do I got to hide? Nothing. They've done enough research on me. They probably know more about me than I know about myself. Who knows? I mean, what the fuck? There's another shirt here. Okay.
More power. Just 2.
Hold on. I'll finish off. I've only got a couple more minutes, guys. The eldest child in the harem is his wife from another relationship. I lost track, guys, to be honest with you. I lost track of that kind of shit. I lost track. I can't keep up with the whole family bloodline, all that shit. Whose kids are whose and whose is not. I lost track. That's what you call living a very complicated life. And then, you know, when you're in Filipina, you know, she's the one that is really going to hold on to the land or homes or whatever that you own. She's the one. She's the one. So you got to keep a good relationship with your Filipina, really, you do. They have an argument or something. The guy's going to be in fear. Does that sound familiar? Even remotely. Remember a Facebook posting? Does it all sound familiar? Does it? Yeah. Sometimes Filipinos will have the guy by his nuts. And they know it too. They know it. They know it very well. And you have to be very cautious, Very cautious because the Filipina holds the cards. Let's face the reality. Filipinas hold the cards. They're holding the cards. You decide to get into a relationship or a marriage with a Filipina man. Yes, they are holding the cards. I don't know. It's like an existential thing, you know. It's something that's going to kind of go on and on. You know, they got some certain rights that the foreigner doesn't have. Let me see your eye. Let me see. And they're holding the cards, basically, no matter how you look at it. They're holding the cards. They're holding the cards. And these guys, they know it too. They have to be extra kind. They have to be extra generous. Because if they don't, and the Filipina gets pissed off, they know very well that they got a situation going there that could clean them out. I think he got cleaned out one time in another relationship, didn't he? There was something to that. I remember something on that. He done got cleaned out. And it can happen again, and it almost did, apparently. Am I making this shit up? No, man. I'm not making this shit up. You all got ears? It's either fact or fiction. You either heard it, seen it, or you didn't. Which is it? You have to decide on that. Which is it? Now, in the case of Barry's girlfriend there, you all know I never said any of that shit. You all know that. Never said it. Was never a threat, never met her, never had a sexual relationship with her. And you listen to the Filipina Peace show when she had that lawyer on there. Listen to it. Go review it again. Go listen to what he had to say. Ever had sex with that woman? First of all, that would never, ever happen. I can say a few things as to why it would never happen. But I won't. I'm thinking before I speak here. Something I have to learn to do. Never met the woman. To make these allegations against me, so absurd, so desperate. Vengeance. Regent says, ego claims to be hitting the gym 5 days a week and walking 10,000 steps. I thought it was 20. Okay. Daily, but he looks to have gained 50 pounds in the last 1 to 2 years. Notice how he never shows himself anymore. He doesn't because he's pretty large, man. Regent says 25 plus lurkers hanging off every word Frank says. There you go. Pennywise says a 2-for-1 party consisting of the eldest child debut party and a harem initiation freak-off party. I'm just reading. Regent says the only reason that Ego's baby mama accepted the harem and new baby is because she has 0 options. Just reading the comments. Well, like I said, if he's hitting the gym 5 days a week, the last photo I seen of him, and it's an observation, nothing illegal to say that, nothing at all. I'm watching every word. It's an observation, and I'm allowed an observation, even in a court of law. I could, you know, can't hold that against me. Yes, he's extremely overweight. My observation is his face is awfully large. His body goes with it, but he's working out 5 days a week with Mick. Mick at least is accomplishing something there. But the Big E? Oh yeah, what's the use of walking 10,000 steps and going to the gym if you're going to shovel food into your mouth and highly caloric, high fattening, high saturated? I mean, What is the reason? What is the purpose? All right, I could be the good guy and say, well, it does help the heart. It does. For the cardio. But still, you're carrying around all that extra weight. And no matter what you do, you work out, your body's working extra hard. Don't worry, we're not going to bring this into a health show. I know you guys fear that. God forbid. But I will tell you that I could say that it's not beneficial. That I could say with total clarity and knowledge. It is not beneficial to be carrying around that kind of weight. I don't care how much money you have, it's not going to resolve your problem. The weight issue is extraordinarily important. It is critical, absolutely critical. You're carrying around that kind of weight, it's not going to be beneficial. Bottom line, it's not going to be beneficial in any form. Good morning. Any form or way. It's not going to be beneficial. What good is all that money if you're not taking care of yourself? What good is it? Really? What good is all that fucking money? If you got to be in fear of your own partner, if you do something wrong, they could possibly hold this over your head. And you tend to lose a lot of money. God forbid. I don't want to be in that kind of relationship, man, where they're going to hold something over your head. Watch what you say. Watch what you say. I'm a Filipina. I got you by the balls. And you know I got you by the balls, big boy. God. Who wants to persevere a relationship like that? Seriously. Not me. I don't have that kind of worry here. I most certainly do not. And I never will. Say what you want. But I have my own opinions and I'll exercise my opinions. You want to find fault with it, then try to find fault with it. But I will tell you straight up, I'm happy to be me. I'm happy to be who I am. I don't have those kind of complications some of these people have in their relationships. The financial woes about, God, if I say something wrong to her that, I'm going to lose property or lose an enormous amount of money. God, you can't live that way, man. You just can't. I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't. Okay, well, I have to go here. I got a few things I need to do, folks. And with that being said, I need to charge this phone too, actually. All right, I got to go. We had 30-something people on here this morning. Hear what I said, Big Kevin? 30-something people. Oh, Kevin don't like that. Kevin, my last word of advice to you, my boy, stop fooling yourself, man. You're miserable. You're miserable with your own body, your own mind. You made a mistake moving out of the country. You made a big mistake. You know you did. Face reality. Stop bullshitting about your conquests out there. You don't have any conquests. Your biggest conquest is finding some Vaseline for your dick so you can rub one off or something, whatever you use. Super Glide, whatever the fuck it is. If that's your existence in another country, then man, in that respect, I have to feel sorry for you. But you made your own decisions. You did. Nobody forced you to move there to Thailand or Vietnam. No, sir. Nobody forced you. But now you're suffering because you had to take advantage of something that was free. Free is good. Free is good. I had a dream. I had a dream that someday somebody would pay my way to another country. that I could beg on my show and not have to go into my phone, Lord. Free is good, free is good, free is good. Damn. See how many similarities he's got to Barry? God. I mean, seriously? The similarities. Bald head and all. Bald head and all. The similarities. All right, I gotta go. But I want to thank you all for tuning in, of course. We had a really good rap session this morning, didn't we? Let it all hang out like we should. Let it all hang out. Sometimes the truth can hurt people. I mean, you're either guilty of something or you're not. It's going to be one thing or another. They all float. Have a wonderful day, Frank. Must be a way to pretend, Velo says, must be a way to pretend to sell a fan and get a free trip on an expense account. Yeah. There's a sucker born every minute. You know how that works, guys. A sucker born every fucking minute. And Kevin is sucking it all up. Anything he can get free in life, he's there. He's there. But that's not living life, man. That's not living life. Fact is, he don't know what the fuck to do with himself. Truth be told, he doesn't know what to do with himself. Make up all these stories. Oh, you went out there, he was drinking. I had a really good time. I had a really good time. Did you really? Did you actually leave the house? Oh, I believe he'll leave the house. If somebody's out there and going to offer him, a free meal. It's a shame. All the work he went through to satisfy big ego and all that. And then what happened? He gets his free trip. He lives in a tiny little room with all his toys, pretending to be killing it, an expression that he likes to use, originally derived from Ricky, who was supposedly killing it too, when the fact is, at the risk of being repetitive, the only thing they're killing is themselves. And we, my friends and foes, are here to witness. We're here to witness it. Don't cost us anything but just to listen to somebody's show. So all you need to do is just listen. Listen and learn. I think I've come out victorious for the whole fucking time I've ever been on YouTube. I've come out victorious. Oh, they're all hoping for deportation and all that crap. As I said, don't hold your breath. I may know things you don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But there are things I do know. And keep in mind something very important. Administrative. I'm not a criminal like Barry and these people who will purposely not pay a visa and things like that. No, it's out of my control. It's out of my control. The truth shall prevail. And his girlfriend is, well, she's spazzing out, man. She's spazzing out. She knows certain possibilities of things that could happen as a result of her blatant fucking lying. Blatant fucking lying. Shame on her. Shame on her. The drinking. That's an indicator right there. Why is she taking the drinking? Why is she taking the drinking, folks? Anyway, I gotta go. Thank you all for a splendid, brilliant show this morning. I'm afraid we're not giving the Copycat channel much to go on today. Because what I've said is the truth. Verifiable. What else you want to know about me? Am I happy out here? Yeah, I am. Do I got a good relationship? Here I am. Do we have a house? Yes, we do. Is it a nice house? Yes, it's a nice house. Is it on a swamp? No, it's not on a swamp. That means everywhere else is a swamp. Go look at Cebu right now. Go look at Mandawi. Look at other places. They're fucking in water up to their chest. Who's in a swamp? If it's a swamp, it's a lovely swamp. My dusty island. My dusty island. Let's not forget about my dusty island. Let's not forget about that. It's quite dusty. Leaves a little sweeping up, huh? All right, guys. I do gotta go. Later. Love you all. No, that wouldn't be truthful. I don't love you all. And Timmy, stop writing me. I'm not your friend. Oy vey. Enough is enough, dude. Clouds in the sky. He's the other one that writes me some horrible things. Horrible, horrible things. I think that's Abo Man. By what he talks about, I think that's Abo Man. Not 100%, but I think it's Abo Man. And Abo Man, I'll leave some final words. Break free from your mummy. It's too embarrassing, dude. Break free. I've got to break free. Break free from the strings of the apron of your mummy. If you got all that money, you could afford to be independent and have your own place. Embarrassing. I'm out.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes.
Oh, yeah. Gotta take the drinking. Someone's stressed out. Someone has to drink to cope. Because they know they're guilty. Guilty as charged. Gotta live with yourself, darling. You gotta live with yourself. You know you're wrong. Yeah, payment comes in many ways. Taking the drinking is really not helping the situation at all, darling. Karma's a bitch. You don't have to marry one. Oh yeah. When you do wrong, you do wrong. It's either right or wrong. You have to decide. You have to live with yourself. Drinking, that don't help. I hear you're stressed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, yeah. Well, you don't think about the other parties, do you? Yeah, selfish. What did you accomplish so far? What did you really accomplish, darling? You accomplished shit except to make your life more complicated. Didn't you? Moody and cold, but you become undone. Moody and cold, when you become undone. Think about that, darling. You guessed it, folks. S&R, baby. Came at a really bad time. Where are you, Ricky? There you go. S&R, baby. I'll pick up a few things while we're here. Got some business to attend to. I started the whole world crying. Okay. Blueberries. Bet you they don't have them. Blueberries. We're gonna look at everything. I'm not sure what the hell I'm getting. I do want to get some frozen vegetables, though. Even peas, I don't care. Broccoli, I hope so, but yeah, this is not the time to come here. To be honest with you, when we used to come here, we'd come in here when the first, right behind you, ma'am. We come here when the place would first open up. Uh-oh, they got them. High brush blueberries. Oh, I'm gonna faint. No, they're right here, baby.
Yeah.
Right here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Not very big bags though. $2.48 a piece. Get a couple of these. Maybe more. Okay. This is the start. 2. Should I get more? Like strawberries? Peas. No. Garden peas. So I gotta put in my dog's food too. Get some garden peas. Okay, thank you. Probably want to get more blueberries. I'm just gonna see that. Any broccoli? Get it? Broccoli? The E. coli outbreak? No. No broccoli. They got one thing or they got another. I started to joke. There's no question. Another blueberry. I'm not playing a game. Get 3 of them. Jesus Christ, Frankie, I'll just do it. Now this is the famous aisle that we always go down. Just gonna kind of peruse it, see what they have. Oh, good old Marie Callender's. It's not even the biggest box either. Oh, that's the large size. So what do they charge for it? I know, is it? It's not the healthiest thing. Right? What's the price on there, though? Marie Callender's. And they got it blocked off. They don't want you to know the price on there. Homestyle mini meatballs. No, I think I'm going to pass on that. Sisig. No, I don't think I want that. White Castle, baby. What? 400 pesos for this little thing of sliders. Sliders. I never used that terminology. Oh, cheese ravioli. Cheese ravioli. I gotta get some cheese ravioli. Small bags. Ooh, it's cold. How tiny these damn things are. What? 260. What? Hey, folks, is it worth that? The 269? One little. What do they want for this? 269 for this. Cheese ravioli, small bags.
They don't have the other one.
Not that I'm seeing. I'm looking here, folks. That's surprising.
How much this?
$269 for that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is that worth even bothering to get? You want to get it? I'll throw it in there. Make a small meal or something. I feel like ravioli. It's the same old shit here. They do have some Gordons, and I don't mind buying Gordons. Some beer battered. Uh-oh, beer. Oh boy. I don't drink. Beer battered. You want to try one of these?
No.
Huh? Folks, I'm just not seeing a lot here. I'm not seeing a lot here. Chicken achu? God bless you. Oh, that's the. I thought a kid was screaming. That's the forklift here in the background. What do you want to get?
Chicken katsu.
Chicken katsu? That we was buying?
Yeah.
Wow. Are we on a bad day here or what?
Chicken strip.
That's chicken strips. It's not katsu.
Yeah, it's okay.
God, we haven't come here on a bad day. I'll tell you that. I'm really having a hard time finding anything that's worthwhile. It's like one of the big disappointments of mine when I actually do go to S&R. I want to go there so bad because I haven't been there in a long time. But I'm looking at all the shit they got. Well, Jay's worried about all these processed foods, but oh, come on, Jay, really. Flaming chicken tenders. If anything, I'd go by a better name, really. You know, it's also thinking about the kids, too, what they eat, too. It's nice to have packages around the house and something quick to eat or something for them. You know, I bring this big this big thing here for frozen, but I generally don't need it. You want to get one of these?
Yeah.
What kind would you like, sweetie? Knowing that the kids are going to pick on us. $5.89 for that. God, that forklift is really sounding like kids screaming for holy hell. All right, we're going to pick something here. Can you believe this? They got chicken skin? Chicken breaded skin? Seriously? What do we got here? Flaming, succulent,
I don't know.
succulent chicken breast
Spicy.
with hotter spice. Well, some of the hot stuff's good too. Oh my. So you're going to settle for the Pure Foods chicken breast nuggets. Price, folks, about $4.89 for your information. And what do we have here? Steamed fresh vegetables. Okay, we got carrots, corn, and broccoli. I don't know, I suppose. There's another. I gotta get you. There's another bag inside here, so you're not getting a lot. So is it worth it? I'm the king shopper here, man. They'll go to meat section. Now they do have the Angus beef patties here, but is it worth spending $1,799? You've got about 8 patties in there. Just buy hamburger meat. Buy some lean hamburger meat. Oh, the old favorite, the old banquet, brown and serve. 179 pesos for your information. Impossible chicken nuggets, meat-free from plants. I think I'll pass on that. No, they got the chicken fillet burgers here, though. I don't know. Do you want this instead of the...
Oh, yeah, they pick that one na lang.
You want one of these?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kids could make some burger sandwiches out of them. $7.59 for your information. $7.59. We're going to trade off because we'd rather have this. We'd rather have this than the chicken freaking nuggets made of cardboard or some shit. But then again, this is probably... I don't know, Jay, am I supposed to read off the ingredients in here? He's worried. Jay's worried about preservatives. What'd you do to your body, Jay? Come on, man. Come on, man. As Ricky says, come on, man. Where's Ricky? Ricky comes here, I think, in the mornings. Yeah, I think so. You know, the truth is, guys, you have to go to different stores to find what you want. Because you can't always find what you want over here in S&R. And other stores like Landers and other places, you could find stuff. But I think it's really going from store to store. We don't have a lot of time to do that. So we're here, we'll pick up a few things, and let's just do it. A lot of things to do. I started a joke. You always got to ask, do you have Big Bird? Do you have Big Bird? This is actually, is that one bird? No, that's 2. That's 2 birds. These are 2 birds. 2 birds. Huh?
Small.
They're small, 2 birds. Nobody has Big Bird. Remember, you got to say Big Bird. You got to say it the right way. Oh, what do we have here? Beef top blade. That doesn't look too bad. According to how you cook it, really. Top blade. I don't know. Some people like that marbling in there for fat, but you know me. What do you think on these meats? You got something better over there? Let me take a quick look. Got this fat lady over here. She wouldn't move for shit. Gilda trying to get through her cart. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. I have no fucking idea. Alright, what is this? Beef chuck bone in. Chuck steak is, you know what? It tastes the same to me. Oh, chuck steak is the cheapest thing you can buy, Frank. No, it's actually not bad. It's how you cook the dang thing. Should I get some chuck steak? Where are you, Gil? Gina, where are you, Gina? That's like chuck steak, which is not the best cut. And what is that? Strip loin ain't bad, you know. Strip loin ain't bad. I'm gonna get some strip loin.
It's not so fat.
You find the one with the least fat on it. Maybe this one. Just cut off the fat.
No, sayang. Another one.
This one here,
Yeah. Not really.
not too bad. Okay, we'll get that. Now keep in mind our condo unit, well, it's got to be able to fit this stuff, so we're limited. Normally when we're ready to go home, we buy stuff until we go home, but then
Chicken breast, letter naman. In
chicken
Livingston.
feet. You like chicken feet, folks? We'll get the chicken breast actually at Robinson's. Okay, we're gonna go to that other section with butter and all that stuff. We need cheese. I see you got all this variety of sausages. You know, Hungarian. Oh, don't put Ricky around this shit. He almost ate my family dry when he came over. Talk Hungarian. He'll be at the house. And not to kick my ass. He'll want the goddamn Hungarian sausage. No, we're not open for biz. They'll call it Italian, they'll call it whatever. Come on, Hungarian, Greek sausage. You want to know what they go for anyway. German bratwurst, $5.68 to kill yourself. I wouldn't mind going for some sour cream. Is that what we'll use for? That's right. Tortilla flats. I gotta buy these. If they have them here. Ladies and gentlemen, Greek style, Farmers Union, Greek style yogurt. You think sour cream? Do they have any of those flour tortillas? Where would they have that?
Are we really fine?
Yeah. Where is the sour cream?
Other
Sour
side.
cream, sour cream, sour cream, sour cream, sour cream. And we'll give you prices too. That's what we're here for. We're good for something. Okay, do they have any blocks of cheese? That's the problem I'm always having. Okay, here we go. We got some blocks. What do they have? Oh, that's marbled jack cheese. I don't want jack. Mild cheddar. You getting that or? Okay. Mild cheddar, California natural, sour cream. There you go, babe. Only the good stuff. You know, I kind of stopped buying this stuff here. I would always buy the Nutaflex olive oil, but I don't know. I don't really know. I'm just buying real butter because although this is made with some fairly good stuff, I mean, it's actually dairy-free, lactose-free, nut oil-free, what you want. Gluten-free, yes. Soy-free, yes. Cholesterol-free, salt-reduced, vegetable, vegetarian and vegan, natural flavors and colors. Well, it's not really bad. I might just go for that. What's the calories and everything else on here? That's what, the crazy ingredients on here. I'm going to go for one of them anyway. I can't go too bad on this. Uh-oh, bakery section, but they don't have a whole lot because they got sold out this morning. That's the way it is. You got to come here early. Hey, nothing stops me from a good chocolate chip or something, but they're kind of lacking here today. Oh, here they got the it's the whole wheat tortillas. They got the whole wheat tortillas. You want to get that? Yeah, we got the whole wheat tortillas. I'll go for that. Well, whole wheat is not the same as whole grain. So, I don't know. Do they have the regular? They don't have that here. Is there another place for that? Let's go take a look, folks. Come along with me. I'd rather go for the regular flour. Oh, they're right here. Let's check it out. That's what I want. They got whole wheat. It's not whole grain, though. Yeah. Tortillas. And I could use this for eggs in the morning. I mean, this is so many things you could do with this. Seriously. So many things. Okay, what do we have here in the baked goods, if anybody's interested? You got blueberry muffins, you got espresso. No, thank you, that'll wire my ass up. What do they go for anyway? They're $2.49 for these cupcakes, by the way. You get just 4, basically. The chocolate ones are, well, I don't know. I'd rather go look for those good cookies in the aisle. We'll go back. No, they have cookies, not here. But in the other aisles, I might have to find some Pepperidge Farm or some equivalent.
Bring that one.
Okay, got the cart. So we're really not buying a cotillion of stuff here because I'm not finding things I want. But you know what? This is nothing new. I go through this all the time. I don't know. I have such expectations. I don't know if this is better. Mission Ways. 6 Mission Wraps. I've never heard of the other stuff. Mayo's tortillas, you get 12, and the one I just bought, you get 6 wraps in there, 144. How much was this? I'll go with what I got. No, they got some other brands, but you don't get as much in there, I think. Oh God, my little rye bread stuff here, you know.
Did you get that?
I don't know.
What's that?
No, what the hell was that? I have no idea.
Not that.
So you guys want to get an idea what bread and stuff goes for in there? What would you use these? Oh, English muffins? I get the Thomas's if you could find them. Thomas's English muffins. Uh-oh, we can't find romaine lettuce. Now that's a problem. That is a problem. Or equivalent. Can't eat that iceberg lettuce all the time, folks. It's really not very nutritious. It's better than a kick in the ass, I guess. You found?
Yeah.
Wonderful day. She found. And how much is that? We're going to give the folks. It's 127.48 pesos. Okay, dear. Do they have our purple potatoes?
It's not the No.
It's hard to find that, isn't it? We like the sweet potatoes. We like the purple ones. They're the best. And in Hawaii, they call them Okinawan. Okinawan. Just leaves his cart there right in the middle so nobody can get by. That's right. That's right. Jesus Christ, people, man. I don't care if anybody. I got to do my business here. I don't care if my car is holding up somebody else. Jesus Christ, humanity is suffering. Suffering. Uh-oh, she's looking for Big Bird. Big Bird. That's Small Bird. What are you looking at? That's a tiny bird. These are the tiniest birds you could buy. No Big Bird. No Big Bird. Almost took somebody else's cart. All right, now we go to the kind of dry goods aisle, whatever you want to call it, you know. Gotta remember what we normally buy. Well, all right, go down the next aisle. Oh, cereal. All right, that's a consideration. To look for some cereal. Something I could handle. Oh, I need more of the good oatmeal. I'm glad I remember that. Here it is. It's the Quaker, and Quaker's fine, by the way. It's the whole grain rolled oat, if you're going to buy them. And if you want to know what they are, how much is that? The whole grain rolled oat. I'm trying to give you prices to kind of help you guys out a little bit. This is the kind I always buy. And I'm trying to give you a price. Oatmeal. Oh, no, that's Herman. I don't know. There's not a price here, but don't matter. Well, anyway. We're buying it. Not the best choice of cereals in the world. If you're a sugar freak, you're going to buy Cheerios. Horrible, horrible. Cheerios or Special K with red berries. Horrible. Frosted mini wheats. There you go, Jay. Your style. Honey bunches of oats. Yeah, that's a killer for $8.19. Kill yourself with that. I die of fucking sugar overdose other than my cigarettes if I have to go buy shit like this. Hell no. Hell no. There you go, Nico. Artificial grass, that's what you need. You don't have to waste your money. Artificial grass, Nico. Boy, talk about obesity. Jesus Christ. Give me a break. Christ. You know all the sugary products they're going to be buying. Okay. Where's those, and speaking of sugar, here I am. I'm talking about sugar. I said I will indulge. If it's the right cookie or something, I will indulge. We always buy our laundry, well, we buy our dishwashing liquid here. We buy it locally and it's just, nah. You don't get your money's worth. And we buy a large container. Is that what you're buying? Zip? I don't like,
like this bento.
Which one is that?
But no, big one, only zip.
I like it in a container.
Container, ganun.
Well, what's wrong with this?
Lemon?
Dermatology tested? Yeah. Lime? Why not? Buy it. Now, I want to look for some dog biscuits here. I like to buy them a little treats. They're kind of available. It's not the healthiest damn thing for the dogs. I can tell you that. Nothing new with that. But where's all the dog stuff again? They move things around here.
Maybe we buy this one.
The freezer bags?
Yeah, the small one.
Sure, why not, babe? Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye, birdie. Sorry to see you go. Bye, bye, birdie. Hope you know you know. Okay. I'm in the right area. I'm in the right area because we got big bags of dog food here, but where's all the other dog food products? I don't know if they move things around. It's trying to confuse us.
How about the other side?
No, they have all the dog food around here. Asparagus in a can. I think I'll pass. Mm-hmm. There's a pedigree, different stuff. What the hell?
No, it's not.
I want to know why. Where is all the dog food stuff? Oh, cut green beans. I haven't seen that in a while. Oh, the French cut. Oh, I love the French cut green. Oh, French cut green beans. I love that. I love that. French cut green beans. I used to buy them at home, back in the real world. Fresh cut green beans. You mix that with anything. You mix it with meat. We'll get 3 of them. Fresh cut green beans. French cut. Oh, that's fresh cut. See how they got you? It's not French cut. It's fresh cut. See, they got me there, but I'm going to buy it
Oh,
anyway.
fresh cut.
But it's called French cut. Usually it's called French cut. French. Like, parlez-vous français? No lack of things with sugar in it around here in this country, that's for sure. Jeez, if you're not diabetic, you'll become one. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Here we go again. She's not watching that I'm over here at my cart. She's going to stay there till she gets what she wants. Coming through. She's doing coming through. Pardon. Pardon. Hello. Oh my God. Can you believe this? She don't even hear me. She owns the aisle. She owns the aisle. Go ahead. See, I have courtesy. There you go, sir. I let this guy through. I didn't cut him off. What has happened to humanity? Somebody, anybody, tell me. What has happened to humanity? Going to hell in a basket. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody. Nobody. I was going to get the dog some dog biscuits, but I don't think that's going to happen. I suppose a blowjob's out of the question too, huh? Humanity. Hey, watch this, watch this. Oh, all right, she went the other way. Look at the size on these creatures. Oh, skinny one there. Oh, amazing. What is this? Ah, now they got a... Okay. It says, you see, okay. That's their style, we say. They have a whole new aisle here that they moved over for the dog stuff. How about that? But I'm still, doesn't look like I'm finding any... Oh, they got grain-free dog treats. Well, oh, you got to buy a big-ass box of that. We only got so much room in our traveling. They got grain-free dog treats, peanut butter flavored. See what I mean? Everything artificial ingredient. Or simple ingredients, they say. Well, it's not real peanut butter, but peanut butter flavored. And folks, you got to understand the difference. Flavored and real peanut butter are two different animals all together. Okay? What else they have? You don't want to give rawhide to a dog. That's another thing. You don't want to give a rawhide. Their stomach cannot digest it. They're going to get gastrointestinal problems, perforation. If you do what you want with your dog, I'm doing what I want with my little loved ones. I just thought I'd buy them some treats, but, well, grain-free. No, that part sounds good, but 5 simple ingredients. Really? Okay. You got pea flour, coconut oil, which you don't want coconut oil, canola oil, pumpkin puree, okay, that might be good, and peanut butter. And peanut butter, or it says peanut butter flavored. Okay? You know what they want for this? 1,199 pesos. I don't know, folks. They change things around here. They had an aisle where they had the cookies. You might be able to find like the Pepperidge Farm or something. Okay, here we go again with the traffic. Okay, it's a bad time to come here at 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon at S&R. That's why I normally go, but we got in pretty late. And that's why I figured let's get the S&R shit over with. If you need anything else, there's a few stores we can go to. It's not going to be crowded tomorrow or so. So we'll go with that. Alright, we're back down this frozen aisle again here. Oh, they have some cookies here. Yeah, here we are. That's what we're looking for. Okay. You got Mrs. Fields, and they're soft. I don't like soft cookies. If it says soft.
Dark chocolate with hazelnut.
Yeah.
Focus, delicious.
Well,
Ayun na.
it's chocolate. What is this here? Nougatella,
Yung ka na siya, Nutella. This
hazelnut. I don't know if I like hazelnut. They got the Mrs. Fields, but those are soft baked. I just don't enjoy soft baked cookies. I just don't. Let's see, delicious cream filling, no. Mrs. Fields. $3.70. Are you fucking kidding me? Tell me you're kidding. So yeah, it pays to be fat, huh? Yeah. As I said, I indulge here and there. I'm not perfect, but I'm not your average YouTuber here. That's for goddamn sure. Dark chocolate and hazelnut. Okay, that sounds interesting. Dark chocolate and... They have dark chocolate and hazelnut, but...
That's why I told you, dark chocolate with
What do you get? Pistachio cremos? Oh, God. Bye-bye, birdie. Bakehouse Chunky Chocolate Cookies. This can't be made in Ireland. Well, home of Irish biscuits, milk chocolate chunk cookies. See, I'm looking for... there's dark chocolate. 25% less sugar. You don't get anything in it. Oatmeal dark chocolate chunks. That's soft bakes. I don't want soft bakes. Oh, here's the chunk. Oatmeal dark chocolate chunk cookies. Soft baked. Dang, brother. 25% less sugar. Everything is soft baked. I don't like soft baked. Delicious hazelnut cream filling. Dark chocolate hazelnuts. Dark chocolate hazelnuts. What's with the hazelnut thing? Dark combination of chocolate and hazelnuts. $1.44 for your information. Brownie cookies, no. Okay, I don't know what to get. What's this here? Wait a minute.
this yung wala.
Oh, it's the hazelnut cream filling. If anything, maybe the dark chocolate with hazelnut. What did we buy that was sweet already? We bought something, didn't we?
Right?
We bought that. Did we buy anything else that was from the bakery?
No.
All right, then we can get that. Oh, what's this? New York? Oh, New Yorkers. White? No, I don't want white chocolate. No. White chocolate sucks. New Yorkers? I should buy it just for that. New Yorkers. Now, white chocolate ain't cool. Chips Ahoy! Chips Ahoy chunks. God, I grew up with that. I also loved dunking it in my milk. Loved it. going to do a last minute here on the frozen section. See if there's anything that I missed. Anything that I missed. Oh, Jimmy Dine. Yeah, I used to buy Jimmy Dine. I used to buy the breakfast sandwiches. You want to know what Jimmy Dine goes for? $5.59 for biscuit roll-ups. My God. Vegetable dumplings. Got, oh my goodness. Let's thoroughly check this out, folks. Yeah, I mean, I'd buy the cheese wrap. Didn't I bought one, didn't I? God, that forklift sounds like kids screaming. Oh, there's Ray Berry's Philly's cheesesteak. Okay. Oh boy. Ray Berry's Philly cheese, baby. That's going to be a toss-up. I don't know. Forget about Totino's Pizza Roll. That shit really sucks. Don't waste your money. What do they want for the Ray Berries again? Oh, that ends at 1,199 pesos. You get these small. I bought them before. You get 6 little supposed Philly cheese. They wouldn't know what a Philly cheese sandwich was if you were in Philly. Oh, burritos. I gotta admit. I do like to have a few burritos now and then. This is beef and bean and green chili. Yes, I will get that. Yes, there's cholesterol in here. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. I know. I got 2 hands. Oh, the package is open. Oh no, that's going to shoot everything down. I felt like, to be honest with you, I felt like having burritos, but the package is open.
Yeah.
So what do you think on that? Could this bacteria have gotten in here? Oh no. They give us a discount. There's no more burritos? Oh, here's broccoli here. Oh, that's teriyaki broccoli. No, we're not going to buy teriyaki broccoli. Fried lice with cheese? What? Fried lice with cheese.
4 o'clock already.
I know, and we got to check in. Okay, well, I think that's the end of our shopping here. Oh, lasagna. Stovers. Good Lord, $8.99 for a small little tray of lasagna. Are you kidding me? Stouffer's meat lasagna. Large size, 25 grams of protein. Must be cooked thoroughly. Marie Callender's. I'm going to buy one. Fuck it. It's expensive, but I'm going to buy it. That's it, folks. Hope you enjoyed the show. Try to give prices as best as I can. So you kind of know about inflation and everything that's going on here. And our shopping is not over on our trip because we just started. We know that there's other stores we can get a few other different items. I'm glad I found the blueberries, though. I could shut up about the goddamn blueberries. Goddamn blueberries became part of my daily, just like my green tea. I think you guys understand. Oh, you're very understanding of me, you know. I don't understand you, but I think you understand me. Actually, I don't think you understand me at all. Okay, I think that's it. You bringing your mama something? I don't know. We might be making a trip to later. Chocolates. Where's the good chocolates? No good dark chocolates. We like quality, and we're willing to usually pay good for 100% cacao. She likes all these little snack packs there. Now maybe more for the kids. Oh, here we go. Just 0 sugar. Oh, it's chocolate candy, aspartame free. No, it's not dark chocolate though. There's a difference. Okay, we're just looking. Milk chocolate, no. Toblerone, I'm sick of Toblerone here. Toblerone. Dairy milk, no sir. Milk and Oreo. Come on, folks. I mean, come on. Seriously? I don't know. This is not exactly the country that's exactly health conscious. Not that I say I'm perfect, but comparably, I mean, seriously. Nah, there's nothing here, man. Nothing here. And while I'm waiting online, I'll give you an idea about vitamins here. No, we're not buying any of that stuff today. Collagen, I always suggest that. Yeah. $16.99, baby. $16.99. Cohen's and CoQ10, absolutely. $1,029. Get it cheaper elsewhere. Wild fish Alaskan, I like that. I am kind of getting low on that. No, that's Nature Made Magnesium. No, they're wrong. Somebody just put it down. Omega-3, look at this charger for that. Wild Alaskan salmon oil, $2,449. Can you believe that shit, man? Coaching chondroitin, I got plenty of that at home. Oh my goodness. Wow. Apple cider vinegar tablets. What the hell are you going to spend 600 pesos? Go buy a bottle of apple cider vinegar. This is ridiculous. What moron is going to buy that shit? Milk thistle, don't do shit. We're just looking. I'm just giving you prices and what they offer here, folks. That's all. Prostate plus health complex. You know how many bottles I got of something for this? And that stuff just don't work, really. Stinging nettle and, you know, they got different things in there, but, you know, it's not proven to do much of anything. I got plenty of Kirkland vitamin C. Find out where you want to go store. We have one at home. 2,199 pesos. Okay. All right. Centrum. Over 50. You know what? You might as well eat the plastic container on this Centrum. People are so sold on Centrum. 1,889. B100? No. I need B6 combination of B12, B6. Don't have. There's glutathione. Only 250 milligrams. That ain't gonna work. 799. Oh, excuse me. Wrong. 1,679. Turmeric gummies? Turmeric gummies? Seriously? 1,249. I buy a little thing of turmeric in the store. I ain't gonna spend no 1,249 pesos on that. Damn. Here's something interesting, but you're gonna shit a storm. We got dark chocolate covered raisins, plump and sweet, covered in rich dark chocolate. And they want 469 for that. Yeah, the raisins, they're good. I love raisins and dark chocolate, but man, I don't know, man. I'd eat a lot of these things and I'd be shitting like a racehorse. We could take one more quick walk. We're gonna go over to the where they sell the pizza and all that shit here. I don't know. We're gonna need something quick to eat when we get back to our condo residence. So I don't know. Now serving. Oh, you got to get in line. By the time I get something from here, I don't know. I think they have a good salad here or something. Anyway, you've seen all this. And what do you got here? Savored 100% beef and our new cheeseburgers. 85? No. Do they actually have? I might even go for that. What does it say? Classic favorite made with all beef patties, sliced cheddar, signature sauce on a soft Kaiser bread. No sauce, I would say. Or double up the goodness. There you go, Kevin. Right there. Only you go for triple, quadruple. Oh. I need an appetizer. Okay. Oh, I don't got my card on me. God damn it. Every time I want to buy something, she's got the card. So I'm not going to get anything from them unless I got the card, but she's in line. Yeah. I guess I'm going to have to be real quick about this. Yeah. God, I'm on here 40 minutes already on here. I don't know, I give you guys too much. That's what I think. Roasted pochetta, Texas barbecue ribs. Bye-bye, birdie. Feeling good today, man. Energetic, very healthy. Maybe not after eating all that shit. Oh, they got some. Okay. I will have a Chicken Caesar salad.
Chicken Caesar salad.
Let's see. I just get one.
One. And what else?
Yeah, I was going to go for a burger, but I'm thinking more healthy.
More healthy?
Yeah, well.
How about this one?
Which you want?
Pomelo. It's so yummy.
Well, I like the Caesar salad. Let me get one of these babies. Let me get one of them.
Thank you.
We got wraps too. Oh, these little things.
How about this one? Do you want?
Let me see. What is that?
Salmon.
Oh no, I'm not a fish person. It smells fishy to me. Are those pretty fresh, the salads? They're pretty
Fresh.
Okay, I'll take one, please.
What else?
Well, I was thinking of getting something from here, but so I grab one now. Oh, I could do that separately right here, huh? Okay, good.
Take out, dine in.
Take out. Pretty much ends the show, folks. We got places to go, things to do. 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sir,
Off to IT
excuse
Park.
me.
Oh, great. It turns out our card's expired, so I got to do a renewal. I gave you the 500? Okay, we're going to have to do a card renewal. Yes. We're going to have to do a card renewal. She's great. You know what she's going to do? I'm only here for the chicken Caesar salad at this counter. She's going to borrow a card just for me. So I don't have to go all the way over there. She's going to borrow a card for us for this. It's okay for her.
Giving you naman.
No, for this.
Stylist of card.
Okay, such a hassle. She's going to use a card for now. For this. For this. For this. God, we're only making a big fucking scene here, man. She's using her card just for the salad. We'll get a new card for the other stuff. My God, Magnum.
This is James Cardinian Bond at the Frail Man's house. We did some ayos. Nobody's acknowledging us that we're out here, so we're just basically gonna leave. We did show up.
Well, Fairy, that was a ballsy move, coming uninvited to my residence. I told the people in my house that if somebody comes again uninvited, call the police. You are not invited to my house. You are not welcome. This is not a grievous thing. I'll consider it stalking because you talk so much shit about me. I'll consider it stalking. I gave them directions. If you come by again, call the police and say that they came there to harass them. You don't come to my residence without a personal invitation from me. I'm glad I wasn't there, Jerry. I'm out of town. But I'm glad I wasn't there because you might not have gotten a very wonderful reception. Then you have the nerve to say I'm at the Frail Man's house. Oh, that's a great door opener right on that. What an asshole. What an asshole. I come to the Frail Man's house and nobody's answering. You expect an invitation calling me frail? What other insults? And you think that was going to work in front of me? You're dead fucking wrong, brother. You're dead fucking wrong. If I was home, you would have got a reception. You wouldn't have liked it. You wouldn't have liked it at all. Don't ever come by my fucking house uninvited. You're nobody special to me, Fairy. At all. We're not friends. You don't talk good about me on YouTube. Why the fuck would you think because you're vacationing in Pattaya that you're going to be able to just lollygag over my house? Okay? I consider that a threat. I told the kids to consider that a threat. And the older sister that's there now, I said consider it a threat and call the police. Don't hesitate. Don't try that again, Fairy. If you're not invited, don't come over my fucking house. You fucking piece of shit. Well, Jerry the Fairy, man, smile, you're on camera, my boy. No, that was not really. In fact, I got an upload on here actually that it kind of explains my position on this, and we're going to upload that video. It'll explain my position on you coming around here unannounced. Not the wisest idea. I would say probably was not. Anyway, you and your wife on camera. That's all I need. And you're going to get a notice. You come by it again, he's going to instantly call the police up and say you're not welcome. Again, you are not invited. You were not invited. Don't try to pull a Brevis shit on me. Might have worked with Brevis for a little bit, but it ain't going to work with me. What did you expect, for me to invite you in? I don't think that was going to be the case. For a piece of mango cake? I don't think so, Jerry. The next time, as I said on my upload, and I'm putting it on to the upload, so I can make myself perfectly clear, don't come to my house uninvited. Okay? I'll get you for stalking. I'll put charges on you. If you're unwelcome at my house, and I make note of it, okay? Lucky I have somebody old enough at the house to watch the kids, who's considered adult age, who can make a report for me. I told him, you come over again, call the police, tell him this guy's stalking my uncle. Well, call him stepfather, whatever you want to call him. Call me, either way works, Uncle Frank, or whatever. Don't come by again. Maybe it's a joke to you. You got the same. Well, Jerry the Fairy, man, smile, you're on camera, my boy. No, that was not really. In fact, I got an upload on here actually that it kind of explains my position on this, and we're going to upload that video. It'll explain my position on you coming around here unannounced. Not the wisest idea. I would say probably was not. Anyway, you and your wife on camera. That's all I need. And you're going to get a notice. You come by it again, he's going to instantly call the police up and say you're not welcome. Again, you are not invited. You were not invited. Don't try to pull a Brevis shit on me. Might have worked with Brevis for a little bit, but it ain't going to work with me. What did you expect, for me to invite you in? I don't think that was going to be the case. For a piece of mango cake? I don't think so, Jerry. The next time, as I said on my upload, and I'm putting it on to the upload, so I can make myself perfectly clear, don't come to my house uninvited. Okay? I'll get you for stalking. I'll put charges on you. If you're unwelcome at my house, and I make note of it, okay? Lucky I have somebody old enough at the house to watch the kids, who's considered adult age, who can make a report for me. I told him, you come over again, call the police, tell him this guy's stalking my uncle. Well, call him stepfather, whatever you want to call him. Call me, either way works, Uncle Frank, or whatever. Don't come by again. Maybe it's a joke to you. You got the same mentality as Brevis does, but I wouldn't advise it. I really wouldn't advise it. Anyway, watch my upload, and no, Jerry, I wasn't home. I wasn't home. I really wish I was, because I'd love to have a confrontation with you if that's what you wanted. Consider you a stalker if you're uninvited. I got children at the house, and it's not cool. Yowzer, yowzer. Good evening, folks. Until we do another live. Oh, I can't talk about this enough. No, sir. Can't talk about this enough. Poetic license to just show up at my house. I'd ask you guys' opinions about this, and what would you do? I'm glad I wasn't home. Because there would have been some confrontation. Probably wouldn't have been good. Because I would have spoke my mind. I didn't need a camera. He'd already be on camera on CCTV. That's no problem. Or John would probably have his camera out or something. Stepson. So, yeah, I just think it's a lot of nerve. Jerry thinks he could freely just walk into anybody's life situation, just show up at their house when they're already known to be a troll, and they say nothing but bad things about you, then to show up at somebody's house. That's stalking. That's stalking. I mean, it is what it is. That's stalking. I gotta grab something here. I have a feeling I'm going to gain some weight on this trip. Just got that feeling. Give it this feeling anymore. Jerry the Fairies. Good. Imagine the nerve on that mofo coming by my house. The fucking nerve. Here's the thing, I could be a social guy when I want, when I choose. But, you know, all I'm asking is get that invite, you know. I'm talking to you. You want to take a bite? Just have that invite. If you got an invite, then you're all right. I still don't know what the purpose of him coming by. I don't get it. I mean, I don't just show up at anybody's house, ever. Whether it was here or Hawaii or whatever. And just make the assumption that you're going to be welcome. No. Mm-mm. Pardon me while I'm chomping on something. There's a great place over near IT Park here. I want to go have a Mexican meal. What is the Italian restaurant? I haven't been there for a while. Not far from here. I think I could probably walk it, yeah. I don't really like the Ayala Mall in IT. I like the original Ayala Mall. I don't know, it's different to me. I'm almost done, pardon me. Okay, now I can get back to this. I'll finish chewing. It's not that I'm antisocial. But number one, I've always said, I don't generally, as a rule, meet YouTubers. Unless it's by my choice, not theirs. And I'll let you know. I'll say, okay, cool, I'll meet up with you. I did that with Fisher, you know. But it's not my thing. It's not my gig. But I think it's really unnerving. I think just to show up at somebody's house and be not invited. Brevis pulled that shit on us, you know. We made it pretty clear we didn't want him around. That's why he got mad at me. That's why he's been against me ever since. In case you're wondering why. I had an invitation for dinner from him at the time. And kept on inviting me. He wanted me to come to dinner. He says, don't take the family. What family I was going to take? If it was an invitation, it would be between me and my girlfriend. No family, no other family members were invited. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. The whole family doesn't live with us either, so, I mean, duh. Here's my 13, baby. There's my 13. Man, I got a lot of shit to do yet. Man, just started. I didn't even get in till about 4 p.m. actually to get settled in. I didn't have a formal dinner either. I bought a Caesar salad, which was half decent, from S&R actually, from S&R. I see my video on there. Yeah, it was fairly good. It was fairly good. I mean, I enjoyed it. I've just been picking on a lot of shit because we didn't have a formal dinner. And I'm tired from running around, and I'm just kicking back right now. Our son's visiting here with us, and I suppose, well, the night ain't over yet. Tomorrow's another day. Yeah, I definitely got to get a few things accomplished while I'm here. We decided to go to S&R earlier than usual. I mean, usually we'll hit the place up before we leave to go back to Pattaya. But I'm like a little kid. Had to go there to see what the hell they had. Maybe I was thinking on an empty stomach because I didn't eat anything. Since we left the house, I had a little tiny bit of oatmeal. I didn't eat shit. I think while I was on my transportation, I think I had a tiny little thing of Spanish peanuts or something. That was it. I didn't eat anything until I actually arrived. And I said, let's go to S&R. Let's go to S&R. Let's not wait. Let's just go there. So we did pick up a few things you could see in a video there. I tried to give the prices to most things in there that I could. I'm still to this day don't understand why I think S&R is so special. They only have a few things that we ever buy in there anyway. Now, of course, if you go to Landers, I think that's a lot more expensive than S&R. And if you go to any of these malls, you know, like Robinson Supermarket, I mean, they don't have shit there, number one. That's a problem. Except their meat department has some really good boneless chicken, which we're still going to have to buy. We got plenty of room. Actually, we got room in our big cooler. We got a fairly good sized one. We'll probably pick up some boneless chicken, which we always do. I didn't find everything I wanted. It turns out our cards were expired at the time, so we had to hold up a line because she had to go and actually redo our card because both of our cards were actually expired. I was kind of shocked about that. What else? I don't know. I looked around, and thank goodness I at least found my blueberries. I know you think I make a big thing about blueberries, but it is a big thing to me. I enjoy eating them and having them with cereal in the morning and the oatmeal. And they're really good, power packed with a lot of antioxidants and all that good stuff. So, I mean, all in all, it's just a good thing to eat. They didn't even have any frozen broccoli there. I was surprised with that, at least have frozen broccoli. But it's a first come, first served type thing with these stores. What they order, they order. And if you see it there, buy it while you're there. That's why I bought 3 bags of blueberries. Should have bought more, actually. Because it's not like I'm in Cebu every month. And there's also no guarantee that they're going to have certain products there, too. That is no any other store. If you want to go to Metro in Cebu, that's not a cheap store either. If you go to the international area where they have all the international foods, your jaw will probably drop. I mean, what I've seen there every time I went there, I always had a word to say about it. Whether I have the money or not, I mean, I would not. There's certain things I just will not buy. I wouldn't even think about buying. I don't want to give them the satisfaction of me paying that price. Unless I want that item really, really bad, I'll buy it. But generally, that's how it works. It's stores will continually jack their prices up as long as you're going to buy the product. Then one day becomes, so extremely high that a lot of people say, well, fuck this, I could do without it. But it's called greed. If they're buying it for that price, they're going to continue to sell it for that price. That's just how it works. Okay. Let's get back to the fairy boy. Yeah, that was ballsy. It really was. Jerry, nobody gave you an invite. It's got the same thing that happened too when Brevis, Drew Norty first started coming around. I wasn't home. I was in Cebu. Same thing. Okay, and then I came home, and then he came by, and I did approach him. No, I wasn't in the house for half an hour. I wasn't peering out the windows, waiting for him to leave. I came out directly, and I said the same words. I said, who the fuck are you? That's what I said, exactly. Who the fuck are you? I'm your biggest fan. I said, oh, shit. Oh, God. Play Misty for me. I don't know, man. It's pretty similar. Play Misty for me. Nah, I mean, here's the thing, guys. You just don't show up. You just don't show up at somebody's house if you don't have a good relationship with them. It's not really a wise idea. You just don't show up and expect, he ain't gonna mind. I'll be friendly with him. He won't mind. Maybe he'll take me inside and, maybe I'll chop you to little pieces. You just never know. I don't like Jerry, and I never did. I'm gonna invite him into the bosom of my house? What are you, out of your fucking mind? No. That was not gonna happen. If I was home, I'd come outside of the gate. I'd approach him directly and say, what the fuck are you doing here? And see what he says. If he gets out of line, well, we'll take it from there. But they have instructions at the house. If he comes by, immediately call the police. He's already on camera to prove that he was there. We have the timestamp and everything on the security system. Okay, so we know he was there. And I told John, I said, don't hesitate. You can go out there and say, hey, you're not welcome here. As far as I'm concerned, you're stalking this house and us. Call the police. That's all. Jerry might have an extended stay in Bantayan. All the rains we're having, why couldn't it rain the next few days? Jerry's visit would have been a washout, because if you've seen the rains we've been getting in that area, you'd understand. It would have been a complete washout for him. It doesn't look like it's going to be raining too much the next few days. Too bad. Too bad, too sad. But I was hoping it would rain and pour the whole time he's in town. Got to get rid of that dust on the dusty island, folks. You got to understand that. Well, you guys just don't want to talk anymore, do you? It's got to be all trolls on here. Jeez Louise, guys. What are you all afraid of me or something? I don't bite. Well, I can bite. And I probably have a vicious bite too, but I'm not going to bite your head off on here. Anyway, that's what I came to say. 2, 3, 4 times over, whatever. I really want to emphasize this. If somebody wants to come over to visit, they have to arrange it with me. Prior knowledge. Don't just come by my house, especially if you've been at odds with me on YouTube. I will basically tell you that you're unwelcome. I have to do this on here because I have to make this public. because I could use this for evidence, saying that the person's not welcome, and I put the word out on social media and in public. I can't stop anybody from coming to Pattaya and enjoy themselves. I hope they do. I don't own the town, I just live there. But don't stop by my house and call me. You pass by the house, I can't stop you from going by the road. But don't stop at my fucking gate and call me. Expect me to invite you in with open arms. Maybe closed fists, but not open arms. Don't come unless you are invited. Very simple and simply put. Yeah, I'm kind of funny that way. Why would I want to socialize with somebody who's done nothing but attack me? It made no sense for him to come by at all, except he wanted to try to get some attention and say, oh, I stopped by this, what's his name's house. So what would that prove? And what was that all about? It makes no sense. To get to say that, you know, you kind of playing the role of Brevis, well, Brevis could get to the bragging rights of saying, yeah, I went to Fazio's, I went to Frank's, I went to this guy, I went to that guy. For what? Bragging rights? Is it for bragging rights? It certainly wasn't to come there to do harm to me, because that would have been a big-ass mistake. I think Jerry knows that. I can be quite volatile if I really want to. But don't come to my abode if you're not welcome. Yeah, if I was home, I definitely would have came out there. No doubt. Hello, Joseph. I would have definitely came out. There's no question about it. And I wouldn't be yelling at him or anything like that. I would talk to him nicely and say, but very firmly and sternly, I don't want you here. I don't know why you came by. I don't know what your purpose is, but you're not welcome at my home. I strongly suggest you get on your bike and move on. That's all it would be. If he gives argument to that in any way, of course it'll be recorded. What do you think, I'm stupid? You need evidence, folks. Some say, well, Frank's always going to get a camera. You're damn right. I'll make sure there's always a camera around, because sometimes you have to prove. It's called evidence. If you don't have a camera, you're stupid. How do you know I don't have a little lapel camera? Well, these little things look like buttons on your shirt. I mean, I carry a phone in my hand, but you never know. I like these newfangled electronics. I love these things. Not as bad as Kevin does, you know. With toys, everything's toys to him, but yeah. 21 strong here. 2 thumbs up. We're doing real well here. Oh, my regulars are not even talking. Yeah, I think we're coming to the close on this show, to tell you the truth, really. It's been working that way for a while. There's no benefit for me doing shows on here, really. There really isn't. Oh, I've sat down and thought about this time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. I come up to the same conclusion. I didn't go and get monetized. Oh, I see Paul got some donations for that gal that he had on his show. He's probably made about $600. Well, minus 30%. Yeah. Paul, maybe little pocket change goes into his pocket for handling the, you know, he's a car salesman. What the fuck what do you expect, dudes? Paul's going to save the Philippines. He's going to save the Philippines. One person at a time for his channel. You think Paul really gives a fuck about these people? They're just talent on his show. It's called talent. Like in any movie. Anyone who appears on a movie goes under the name of talent. It doesn't mean they're talented. They're just called talent. Which makes up the show. And that's all he's trying to do, is get more subs going. Now look at Steve, the British guy, you know, the one that's, I don't know why I never remember the title of his show. All you lovely people. Man, his mouth keeps on running like a faucet. He's so proud of the fact that Filipina P talked about him. I remember, it wasn't that long ago. He didn't have that many views. He got 50,000 subs. 50,000 subs. And I don't know if he just got more because he appeared on Filipina P's show. Well, she ran his video anyway. Demo Nutex. Jerry likes me. Yeah, I see how much he likes me. I've heard his shows on me. Well, I wasn't going to attack the guy, okay? I was just making it very clear that he's not welcome there because there's nothing wrong with my memory when it comes to people on YouTube. Maybe other things I forget sometimes. Occasionally where I left my sunglasses or something, but the one thing I do remember is when people talk about me on YouTube. And that's probably Jerry right there with the demo, Nadex one, whatever the fuck that is. Well, I'm not that fond of Jerry, no matter what he thinks of me. I don't care if he likes me on some crazy level. The bottom line is, if you're not invited, don't come by. I can't stop you from going down the road. That's not my property. I don't own the island. I just live on it. I can't stop anybody from coming to Bantayan and Santa Fe. Of course I can't. You're welcome to come. I have no control over that. But do not come in at my door. Don't come in at my gate if you're not invited. It's very simple. It's just very simple. No invitation, no expectation. You can't just stop by my house because you happen to be in town. Because if you've given me shit in the past, then you're definitely not welcome at my house. As it turns out, nobody was hiding because I'm not even home. I'm actually in the lovely, lovely Cebu, Cebu. So you can't say Frank was afraid to come out or some bullshit. I'm not home. Obviously, I've been at S&R today, so. Yeah, that's what I really came on to say here many times. Because it's kind of rubbing me the wrong way. You know, I got kids at that house. And I don't like anybody coming by there unexpected. I don't know their full psychology. I can't trust their psychology, especially people from YouTube, obviously not. So, with that being said, yeah, it wasn't a good idea, Jerry. Even if you had good intent. You gotta remember, Jerry, I still have a memory, okay? Elephants never forget, they say, but neither does Frank. I don't forget the crap you talk about me on there, man. In fact, just to prove it, because I'm here at the Frail Man's house. Well, you just did it right there.
Hi, madam.
I mean, you fucked it up right there, calling me Frail Man. I can show you how frail I really am if you want to, you know, if you're still going to spend a few more extra days over there, you might get the chance to meet me. And if you have something to say to me, say it and see how frail I am. What were you trying to prove anyway? I don't understand. Why did you come by? No, I tell you, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. My home is my sanctuary. That's how I treat it. If you come into my home, you're a friend, or you've been invited and you're welcomed. But I'm not a circus act. You don't just come by the house and take your camera out or something. This is Frank's house. Okay, so what? It's Frank's house. Okay. Move on with that. And purpose? What's the purpose? Just have bragging rights to say, hey man, I stopped by Frank's house. Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do, Fairy? Get real. What the fuck are you going to do? You going to strike me or something? I don't think so. I don't even remotely think so. But if I was in a pissy enough mood for something, I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't do something because I said there's nothing wrong with my memory. But I'm actually smarter than that. I'm actually smarter than that. I know that his wife's camera or something would be on. But however, he raised a fist toward me. That's poetic license. That's free licensed. To wail on him. And we see how frail I am. Prove me right or prove me wrong. There you go. You might be surprised. Okay, I'm not going to do a cotillion shows, but I'm just making this clear as I can abundantly be. Not with one show, but with some uploads and some lives. And I just want to make this abundantly clear. That really pisses me off. When somebody has the nerve to think they got this license to come by my house and yell out for me as if like I'm their buddy. I'm their buddy. You're not my buddy. You never will be. It's not my desire. I want to just make this totally clear on public. You're not my buddy. I have no reason to want to meet you. I think that's probably a suck-ass idea. As I think back on all the insults and defamation you bestowed upon me, it don't work that way, dude. Next time you show by the house, if you're still going to be there in town, I told John, just directly call the police. And we don't have to go far because Gilda's Zumba friend happens to be a policewoman. All she has to do is call her and she'll have 3 guys come down there in a car. And we'll get you for stalking. That's a promise, not a threat. I don't want you near my house. Okay, I just want to make myself perfectly clear. That goes for anybody else. That's my show.